Chapter 2029. Luo Tian was furious. He was really angry. He just wanted to get some points to issue a mission. But why was it so difficult? At this moment, the mercenary hall was completely occupied by the disciples of the shrouded heaven mansion. A middle-aged man coldly shouted, "Luo Tian, come out and die! Today, you can't escape even if you have wings." The encirclement was so tight that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Moreover, now they weren't the same as yesterday. They wouldn't panic just because of Luo Tian's few instant attacks. They wouldn't just watch him leave. Absolutely not. In the tea house, Chun Yulong stood by the window and looked at the mercenary hall. His finger moved slightly and said coldly, "Kill!" He had lost his patience. He originally wanted to wait for the two women of the Kai family to appear together before killing them. But now he didn't want to wait any longer. Because if he wanted the position of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion's boss, he must carry Luo Tian's head to the position of the Patriarch. Only then would he be able to shock everyone. Almost at the same time, Luo Tian held the big black saber in one hand, and his whole body was burning with anger. He rushed out and said in a fierce voice, "Prepare to die, your 8 times ancestor." Boom! The power of the Luo law was released. The black blade moved. Continuous slash. The black blade shadow was real and illusory. It was impossible to tell when it was real and when it was illusory. Pucci! A head flew from the neck into the air and hit the ceiling of the mercenary hall. The headless corpse was still standing in the same place. Blood spurted out from the neck, but it didn't fall to the ground for a while. Blood splattered. It fell on Luo Tian's body and dyed his eyes red. He said gloomily, "Who wants my life? Come and get it." Arrogant and overbearing to the extreme, the surrounding disciples of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion were shocked. They were frightened by his sudden move. The middle-aged man's shocked expression quickly recovered. "Strange power of law, it seems. You should have broken into the chaos realm from other planes, right? The power of law is not bad." But the middle-aged man took half a step back and waved his hands gently. "Go!" High-level Marshal C. So weak? Dozens of disciples rushed up. Their cultivation bases were all at the middle stage of the Marshal C realm. Luo Tian raised his eyes. "You think it's weak? Then I'll show you what it means to be extremely weak. Kill." Instead of retreating, he moved forward. Under the stimulation of his spirit power, the large black blade in his hand transformed into a series of blade shadows. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The power of the saber swept past like a gust of wind. Every time the saber struck, it would draw blood. Every time it drew blood, it would inevitably bombard the enemy like a ravenous wolf. Battle. He only had to remember one thing. Once he locked onto someone, he had to kill that person. This was the case for Luo Tian. Once he succeeded, Luo Tian would beat him up, not caring about the others. Bang! Bang! Luo Tian was smashed into the wall by a few punches. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes turned fierce. Again, once again, he rushed out without a care for his life. Half a minute later, he killed a few more of them, but he was also sent flying again. Clang! The large black blade was shot down. "Kid, let's see how long you can jump around without a blade. Today, I will avenge the mansion master." Go to hell. Every time one of them died, another one would take his place. There were too many people, too many. The mercenary hall was full. The mercenary square was also full. The entire square was filled with thousands of disciples of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. Just as the middle-aged man said, Luo Tian couldn't escape this time. In the hall, seeing Luo Tian's black blade fall, a disciple panted heavily. He exerted all his strength, unleashing the power of the peak intermediate level Marshal C. He aimed at Luo Tian's throat and clawed at it. Trash die! With a loud shout, his attack was like an eagle's claw. Very fast. The power was also incomparably vigorous. Luo Tian lowered his fists. Wild fist of force. A burst of yellow light burst out from the force gloves on his fists. Luo Tian moved his fists and punched the eagle claw. Kacha! The sound of bones cracking came from his hand. Then, Luo Tian hugged the disciple's head and his fists fell crazily. Every punch was layered with a layer of force fist. Bang, 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 die? Who's going to die now? He grabbed his neck with his arm and flipped him over, flipping him to the ground. Then he stomped his foot down on his head. Bang! His head exploded. Die! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Shrouded Heaven Mansion Disciple for gaining 500 experience points, 40 spirit force points. It's the wild fist of force. It's the wild fist of force that the Mansion Master cultivates. What a strong power. Many disciples were a little scared and took half a step back. The leader shouted, "What are you afraid of? He's just a mid-level martial sea trash. So what if he cultivates the wild fist of force? Go, don't give him a chance to breathe. He won't be able to hold on for long." Those disciples who retreated rushed forward again. Kill. In another place, Chun Manlong stood under the tea house and shouted, "Second elder, do your people believe me? If it doesn't work, let my people go. Don't worry, when I get that kid's head, I'll definitely make you the great elder." The people in the mercenary hall were all Qin Yulong's people. The mercenary square was filled with the other elders' people. Everyone wanted to get Luo Tian's head so that they could become the boss of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. Chun Yulong smiled faintly and said, "Chen Manlong, if you have the ability to rush in, I'd like to see if you dare to rush in." Chen Manlong smiled and said, "Ha ha ha. Second elder, I'm worried that your people are all dead." Humph. Chun Yulong swept his sleeve, feeling very unhappy. He frowned and said to a young man beside him, "You go and finish the battle." Yes. The young man directly jumped down from the tea house. His footsteps were like illusions, and he rushed out before his toes touched the ground. Chun Manlong's expression changed slightly. Chun Zhao, the #1 genius of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion? Chun Zhao, see Forming Realm Cultivation. He was the most talented among the younger generation of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. He was also the genius of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. Disperse, a bunch of useless trash. Before he got close, his voice fell. Immediately, the crowd hadn't dispersed yet. He jumped onto the steps of the Mercenary Union, jumped and turned. Like an all-piercing into the Mercenary Union, he directly locked onto Luo Tian and chopped down with his palm. Die? He spat out a word, coldly. Bang! Luo Tian didn't have time to defend against the sudden attack. The palm hit his chest, and his chest felt like it was about to split open. Blood spurted out from his mouth. It was extremely uncomfortable. Chun Zhao slightly raised his eyes, revealing a contemptuous sneer, and said, "You didn't die?" Humph. Then let's do it again. He didn't kill Luo Tian with one move. He was very unhappy, as if he had been greatly insulted. The power in his body increased again. With a step, the power of the sea-forming realm gushed out and rushed toward Luo Tian. Chapter 2030. Every realm was a layer of heaven. Even the slightest suppression was hard to resist. Not to mention, Chun Lai was the #1 genius of Skylight City. His suppression of Luo Tian was even more intense. Humph. Take another hit from me. His steps were like a mountain. Every step he took left a deep mark on the ground. The wind on his palm became even more violent. Very strong. Luo Tian leaned against the wall. The corner of his eyes turned slightly sinister. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In an instant, Luo Tian's mind moved. "Qiu Qiu." Understood. Chun Zhao seemed to have heard wrongly. He said with contempt, "Beg me? Ha ha ha. You don't even have the right to beg." Qiu Qiu landed on Luo Tian's instep. Luo Tian flipped his left hand and a fireball rose. At this moment, Luo Tian's palm moved, and the fireball directly flew toward Qin Zhao. Humph! Qin Zhao blocked with his left hand and sneered. You want to hurt me with this technique? Weak. With a gentle wave of his left hand, the fireball flew to the other side. But it was just for a moment. Luo Tian's right foot pulled hard. When Qin Zhao blocked the fireball, a red blood light slammed into his crotch, the root of his thigh. Uft! Qiu rolled violently with a face full of anger. How dare you look down on my master? I'll let you see my strength. Skeleton explodes eggs. Kacha, kacha! The sound of 2 eggs breaking rang out. It was extremely crisp. Ah, woo! Qin Zhao's eyes were red. He clamped his legs together, and his body kept trembling. Then he slowly bent down and held his crotch with both hands. My balls. Ah! It was extremely painful. His balls were really broken. It was completely shattered, because he could clearly feel the swelling under his crotch. Without waiting for him to stand up, Luo Tian stood in front of him and grabbed his hair. He sneered, You're the arrogant one, aren't you? Slap, slap. He slapped him twice in a row. Luo Tian roared angrily, F** King Kaki for a bit more. Before he finished speaking, Luo Tian grabbed Qin Zhao's hair and pressed down on his neck, slamming him against the wall. Bang! Blood spurted out. If 1 time wasn't enough, he would do it again. If 2 times didn't kill him, he would do it a 3rd time. With his balls shattered, he couldn't muster any strength at all. That was the place where one's lifeblood was. The pain was simply unbearable. Kill him while he's sick. Luo Tian wouldn't give him any chance. He kept slamming him against the wall and slamming him back from the wall. Boom! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Qin Zhao, for gaining 3,000 experience points and 290 mana points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Origin Stones X9. The system sounded a few prompts. Luo Tian stepped on Qin Zhao's head and spat a mouthful of phlegm on him. He sneered sinisterly. Who else? F** CK. I'll ask you one more time. Who else? He vented the anger in his heart. The number 1 genius of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion? He was instantly crushed. Don't mention any sneak attacks. In this era, living people were 10,000 times better than dead people. Seeing Luo Tian killing Qin Zhao, the disciples' faces were incomparably ugly. This wasn't a human at all. This person was a demon, a madman. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Chun Manlong laughed loudly, and the other elders also laughed loudly. Chun Manlong said to the 2nd elder in the tea house, Qin Zhao, the number 1 genius. No, he should be the number 1 ghost genius now. Ha ha ha, he was directly killed. He really gave face to the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. His tone changed. Qin Manlong said coldly, 2nd elder, if you don't have the strength, just give it up. Don't bring shame to the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. After such a long time, you can't even deal with the trash of the Marshalsea realm. You still have the nerve to call yourself the Mansion Master of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion? If this were to spread out, you would be laughed at to death. Another long-faced elder also said loudly, That's right. If you can't do it, don't take a shit in the toilet. If you don't take a shit, I will. I also want to take a shit. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Several elders began to laugh loudly once again. Chun Yulong had predicted that Luo Tian would go to the Mercenary Union. Therefore, he had set up an inescapable net in the Mercenary Union from the beginning. The disciples of the other elders couldn't get close. Therefore, they could only wait in the square. Chun Yulong didn't expect a mere Luo Tian to be so difficult to deal with. Moreover, there was a more important point. Luo Tian hadn't used that kind of instant killing power. This was what he feared the most. If Chun Yulong couldn't resist it, he wouldn't be able to resist it either. The other elders were also afraid of Luo Tian's power. Therefore, they kept letting the disciples fight. However, they didn't force out Luo Tian's instant killing power. Bang! Chun Yulong, who was ridiculed, was extremely angry. He directly smashed a table into pieces. Damn it! You can't even deal with a mere Luo Tian. Pass down my order. Whoever can take down Luo Tian will be the great elder of the shrouded heaven mansion. He couldn't make a move. At least not now. He had to wait for Luo Tian to release his instant killing power before he could make a move. Soon, Chun Yulong's words reached the mercenary hall. The middle-aged leader's face became excited. Even if they killed Luo Tian, the position of shrouded heaven mansion master wouldn't be theirs. However, the position of great elder, too arrogant. The man in the lead bellowed and rushed forward. In the secret mission room, Ice Lady and Fire Lady opened their eyes at the same time. They had recovered. The two of them didn't rush out immediately. Their power hadn't recovered yet. Even if they went out, they would only add to Luo Tian's burden. Now their power had recovered. In another place, in the morning, after Luo Tian left the Marshall Sea mountain range, Monkey King also left. He didn't follow Luo Tian into Skylight City. Instead, he walked in the opposite direction into the depths of the mountain range. Chunyu tried to stop him, but he couldn't. He didn't know what Monkey King wanted to do. Moreover, Monkey King didn't explain. He just wanted to do something within his power. He wanted to help Luo Tian because Luo Tian gave him hope. He let him know how powerful his ancestor was. Although he hadn't activated the sacred power in his body yet, he could do other things. For example, summoning a group of beasts. Chunyu didn't understand at first, but now he understood. An overwhelming number of beasts rushed out of the Marshall Sea mountain range. Level 2 beasts, Level 3 beasts, Level 4 beasts, and Level 5 beasts rushed out from the depths of the mountain range like a tide. Monkey King stood on the head of a blood-eyed Lion King, looking majestic. Chunyu was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, they were really rushing towards Skylight City. There were only 2 chapters today. Chapter 2031, Mercenary Hall. They would definitely be brave men under the heavy reward. It wasn't that he didn't want to make a move, but it wasn't time yet. The middle-aged man in the lead was secretly happy. I am not qualified to compete for the position of patriarch, but the position of great elder. It's mine. While they were talking, he took a step forward. Brat, you're too arrogant. Die for me. At this time, Luo Tian's entire body was covered in injuries. He was constantly observing Luo Tian in the crowd, and he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. A move came at him. It locked onto Luo Tian's throat. Luo Tian's forehead turned sinister as he roared out, I am the arrogant! He stepped on the back wall, and just as he was about to pounce over, a dazzling white and fiery red light flashed out. Shwa! Ice Girl and Fire Girl rushed out. The 2 girls moved at the same time. The power of ice and the power of fire overlapped and smashed onto the middle-aged man's chest. Puff! Puff! Blood spurted out crazily. He had wanted to sit back and reap the benefits of the fishermen, but he didn't expect the ice and fire girls to suddenly appear. This was something he had never expected. You want my life? Now it's my turn to take your life. Luo Tian rushed forward, his fist surging, and landed beside the man. He opened his fists and struck the man's temples with both fists. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Puff! Blood spurted out as his body powerlessly fell to the ground. Luo Tian's gaze was extremely ferocious as he roared heavily, Damn it, come again! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Shrouded Heaven Mansion's disciple, for obtaining 3,800 experience, 230 spirit force. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Elemental Stones *6. The system's 2 prompts sounded. Fire Girl looked at Luo Tian's arrogant and domineering expression, and her cheeks flushed red again. She said excitedly, So handsome, so handsome. Ice Maiden said coldly, The most important thing now is to rush out. Luo Tian, it's my fault regarding the mission. However, I'll definitely do my best to earn 100,000 points for you. Ice Maiden knew that she was in the wrong. She had been unkind in this matter. He had helped her avenge her father's death, but she couldn't give him a reward. However, she would definitely do what she said. 100,000 points was not a small number, and she would do her best. Luo Tian replied coldly, "No need." Immediately, he picked up the big black blade on the ground. He charged towards the human fist, grabbing one of them and beating them up until the system notification sounded out. Dead again. Another sea-forming realm expert has died. Besides, those two dregs of the Kai clan have been waiting in the mercenary hall all this time. They didn't even know about this, and yet they waited there for so long. Chen Manlong coldly smiled and said, "Second Elder, your people are about to die. In the beginning, you couldn't hold on by yourself. Now, can you still hold on with 3 people? That's right. I haven't been able to poop for so long. Second Elder, if you're constipated, then give up your position." "I can't help it." The other elders also followed suit and clamored. Chun Yulong originally thought that he would have the upper hand in defending the mercenary hall, but he never thought that Luo Tian would be so powerful without using the power of instant kill. He hadn't used the power of that war beast yet. Once he rushed out of the hall, the saber-toothed tiger wouldn't be able to stop him. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Chun Yulong leaped and landed heavily on the ground. Standing beside Chin Manlong, he said coldly with a gloomy gaze, "Chin Manlong, don't gloat. My people are not finished yet." Chun Manlong felt a little uncomfortable being crushed by the aura on his body, and his heart sank. "I didn't expect this old thing's cultivation to be no lower than mine. He's hidden so well." Chun Yulong's gaze darkened as he shouted, "Whoever dares to take half a step back dies." As soon as his voice faded, his figure instantly changed and landed outside the mercenary hall. A disciple retreated and wanted to escape, but his neck was instantly broken by him. Who dares to retreat again? There were still hundreds of people crowded in the hall. After 2 experts were killed in a row, fear rose in their hearts. At this moment, Second Elder is behind us. No one is allowed to escape. Kill them. Kill. They pounced forward again. Originally, they were forced to retreat by Luo Tian, but now they were pouncing on him again. "The 2 of you take care of the left and right. I'll take care of the front." Luo Tian dragged his big black blade and slashed forward. He continued to kill. However, with their cultivation, there was a limit to their strength. With so many people crowded in this place, they were completely blocked. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. Luo Tian couldn't kill his way out, and they couldn't kill Luo Tian either. Chun Yulong stood outside the mercenary hall. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile and thought to himself, "Can't kill you? I'll exhaust you to death. We'll war." His face was filled with a complacent sneer as he thought to himself, "It's settled." However, the other elders' faces were ugly. Chin Manlong and the others came forward and said, "Second Elder, aren't you a bit too shameless? If you're like this, just say that the Patriarch's position is yours. That's right. Why do you still want us to do this?" Chun Yulong smiled and said, "Whoever kills Luo Tian will be the prefecture lord of Tianmu Prefecture. You all agreed last night that his life is mine now. Tomorrow I will be the prefecture lord of Tianmu Prefecture." "Humph." An elder said, "I'm just afraid that you won't be alive to be the mansion master tomorrow." Chun Yulong's face changed slightly and said, "Fourth Elder, what do you want to do?" That person smiled and said, "Nothing. I just want to see your people die one by one, and then I'll see how you're going to be the mansion master tomorrow. Let that kid out and we'll compete fairly. Otherwise, even if Luo Tian was killed by your people, it'll be difficult for you to become the mansion master tomorrow." How could they compete when all the disciples were dead? Could a verbal agreement restrain them? That was simply impossible. Chun Yulong didn't have the absolute strength to suppress the other elders of the mansion. Chun Yulong's heart sank. Right at this moment, a guard disciple hurriedly ran to the square and shouted, "Not good, not good! Demonic beasts, demonic beasts! A large group of demonic beasts is coming." Chun Yulong didn't take it seriously. He snorted and said, "What demonic beasts?" The disciple panted and said, "Demonic beasts from the Marshall Sea mountain range. A large group of them is rushing toward Skylight City. Hurry, hurry, hurry up and defend. If you don't, it'll be too late." Chun Yulong's face changed slightly. The other elders' faces also changed secretly. Why would demonic beasts appear out of nowhere? What's the situation? However, the elders of the mansion master didn't move. Demonic beasts weren't scary, but losing the patriarch's position was scary. That was the most frightening thing. At this moment, the mansion master was already in chaos. Today is the last day of February. Old Bull is going to release more chapters. The first chapter has been delivered. Chapter 2032. Quickly run. The beasts are surrounding the city. Escape from the south gate. It will be too late if we are late. Demonic beasts, demonic beasts. Demonic beasts that cover the sky and cover the earth. I have never seen so many demonic beasts. Run for your life. Skylight City was in a state of chaos. Both the commoners and the martial artists were fleeing madly. At the same time, the order in the city had completely collapsed. Killing, burning, and looting could be seen everywhere. The beasts had arrived, and Skylight City had also collapsed. In the mercenary square, Chun Yulong frowned. He did not move. The other elders did not move either. It was not that they did not want to move, but they were all thinking about the position of Mansion Master. There was only one position of Mansion Master, and they could get it by killing Luo Tian. The atmosphere was a little stiff. Chun Manlong could not help but ask, "Second Elder, why are you not talking now?" Chun Yulong said, "Talk? What should I say? If it were up to me, I would surround and kill that dog Luo Tian here. And you lead the disciples of Skylight Mansion to resist the beast's army, not waiting for him to finish. Dream on. Chun Yulong, you really have a good plan? You want us to be cannon fodder to defend against the beasts, and you kill Luo Tian to be the mansion master. Do you think we are idiots? Humph. If you don't move, we won't move either. Anyway, the beasts will leave when they come, and there is only one mansion master." No one was willing to back down. However, they were also extremely anxious. After the beasts, Skylight Mansion would be in a mess. Even if they became the mansion master, what was the use? Chun Yulong's face tightened. "We must first settle the external affairs." If that is the case, Chun Yulong looked at the mercenary hall and said, "Let Luo Tian and the rest out." Immediately, he looked at the elders beside him and said, "Let's end this quickly. Whoever can kill Luo Tian, we will listen to his orders. Any objections?" Chun Manlong laughed excitedly. "Ha ha ha. None at all. It should have been like this long ago. Let that kid out. I can't wait." Chun Yulong had no choice. If the stalemate continued and the demonic beasts breached the city, it would be useless even if he became the mansion master of Tianmu Prefecture. Chun Yulong's order reached the mercenary hall. It was as if the disciples had been pardoned. They swarmed out, no longer wanting to see Luo Tian, this madman. She never wanted to meet Luo Tian again in her life. He wasn't human at all. At this moment, Luo Tian looked at the disciples of the shrouded heaven mansion, retreating quickly. His mind sank as he opened the system to take a look. Just a little bit more, and I'll be able to burn my EXP. He killed for a long time. The mercenary hall was filled with corpses, all of them killed by Luo Tian alone. However, he hadn't entered the experience burn state yet. The Ice Maiden's breathing was rapid as she was drenched in sweat. Her chest heaved up and down as her ferocious breasts rose and fell. She looked very ferocious. Fire Girl pretended to be scared and held Luo Tian's arm. Handsome brother, what should we do? We've been surrounded. The Ice Maiden also looked at Luo Tian and asked, You, can you still use any kind of instant killing power? With their current cultivation, they couldn't rush out at all. There were thousands of disciples of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion in the Mercenary Square. How could they rush out? Absolutely not. Unless Luo Tian could release that instant killing power again to intimidate them. Otherwise, there would be no chance at all. Luo Tian shook his head gently and said, Not yet. But Luo Tian said faintly, Their target is me. Whoever my fireball attacks later, kill them. Remember, you must kill them. The Ice Maiden didn't understand. Fire Girl nodded and said, I'll do whatever handsome brother says. He still needed a little more experience. With a little more experience, he would be able to enter the experience burn state and release the instant killing power. At this moment, Chun Manlong roared in contempt, Luo Tian, you dog, come out and die. Coward, weren't you very arrogant yesterday? You killed our mansion master. Elder, come out and kill another one today. Get out. You piece of trash, get out. Several elders clamored. At the same time, everyone was wondering why Luo Tian didn't use the instant killing power today. It was very strange. Could it be that there was a limit to that power? Chun Yulong's voice sank and said, Luo Tian, you can't escape. Obediently surrender. Chun Yulong was extremely careful. Huff! Luo Tian exhaled heavily and said to the two girls, Be careful. If I don't attack those disciples of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion, then run as far as you can. Don't worry about me. Fire Girl shook her head and said, Handsome brother, I will definitely leave you alone. Luo Tian glared and said, This is an order. Fire Girl's face sank and didn't dare to say anything more. Luo Tian took Fire Girl's hand away and secretly said in his heart, If I die, Nyo Jing-er, you must live well. He calmly walked out of the hall. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with disdain as he sneered, Wow, what a big lineup. It seems that the number of elders who died in your Shrouded Heaven Mansion yesterday is not enough. Yesterday, I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Today, I'll see how many of your elders will die. Luo Tian laughed arrogantly. Behind him, Ice Girl and Fire Girl also walked down. Chun Yulong's face changed slightly. The other elders' faces were the same because they didn't know how to resist that instant killing power. At this moment, Luo Tian flipped his palm and released a fireball. Boom! At the same time, Ice Girl and Fire Girl moved at the same time. The fireball fell, and their attacks also fell at the same time. Boom! That disciple was killed in an instant. Both of them were at the Sea Realm, so it was easy for them to kill a lower-level Sea Realm warrior with their combined strength. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Shrouded Heaven Mansion's disciple, for gaining 3,300 experience, 220 spirit force. He was one step closer to burning his experience. At this moment again, Luo Tian said to Chiao Chiao, Bite hit, no matter what, you have to do some damage to me. His right foot twitched. Chiao Chiao flew out. At this moment, the Ice and Fire Girls also followed. In order to attract the attention of the elders, Luo Tian laughed loudly. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on. I'd like to see who wants to be the first to die. Come on. When Luo Tian took a step forward, they took a step back. Finally, an elder couldn't stand it anymore. Damn it, I'll do it! Whoosh! Taking a step forward, the aura on his body formed a pressure that crushed down on Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian couldn't move at all. A punch landed on Luo Tian's body. Bam! Luo Tian was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. The elder became excited. Haha. What bullshit instant killing power. Come on. If you have the guts, kill me in an instant. The second chapter arrived. Chapter 2033. While they were talking, the elder moved again and slammed his palm on Luo Tian's body. He laughed complacently. Kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me, ha ha ha, you dog! If I was here yesterday, would I still allow you to be so arrogant? Is your shrouded heaven mansion a place where anyone can behave atrociously? Boom! Another punch came down. Luo Tian did not resist, and he had no way to resist. The only thing he could do now was to wait. Wait. Looking at his experience increasing bit by bit, he secretly said in his heart, Soon, soon, it will be done soon. At this moment, the elder threw another punch, sending Luo Tian flying and crashing into the stone pillar of the mercenary guild. Just this kind of trash can scare you to this extent? Humph! It's not that I want to criticize you, but you are all too weak. That elder stepped on Luo Tian and mocked the other elders of the shrouded heaven mansion. His eyes were full of pride. He did not rush back for the ancestral worship ceremony yesterday. So, he only knew that Luo Tian had killed the mansion master and 2 elders. As for the legendary instant kill power, he did not believe it at all. Chun Yulong's face darkened slightly as he secretly said in his heart, What's going on? Where's his instant kill power? Why hasn't he released it yet? Chen Manlong also muttered in his heart, What's the situation? Could it be that this person is not the person from yesterday? Strange. He hasn't used his instant kill power since today. Could it be that this brat has used up all of his power? It can't be. They were all present yesterday. They witnessed Luo Tian use a foreign power to kill the mansion master in an instant. Now that he was being crushed like this, he still didn't use it? What was going on? They couldn't understand at all. Ice Lady and Fire Lady were extremely worried, but they kept killing those disciples who were hit by Cho. They didn't know if this would help Luo Tian. However, this was the only thing they could do now. Bang, bang, bang! Ding, ding, ding! Luo Tian leaned against the stone pillar as he watched his experience bar slowly rise. A sinister smile slowly appeared on his face. Aha! Ha ha ha! He laughed wildly. That elder turned around to stare at Luo Tian and said with contempt, A trash like you dares to laugh? Humph, you're courting death. The elder took a step forward and said proudly, They are afraid of you, but I am not. The position of the mansion master of the shrouded heaven mansion. It's mine. At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly stood up and looked at the elder. His lips curled into a sinister sneer as he said, Didn't you want to experience the power of instant kill? I'll show you. As soon as he finished speaking, the system beeped. Ding! Experience points burning stage. Luo Tian's thoughts moved. Ding! Target locked. In an instant, Luo Tian moved his feet, locking onto Chen Manlong, who was the strongest amongst the elders. He roared, Die! Crack! The sky darkened, and a burst of power erupted from Luo Tian's body. It rushed into the sky, and then came crashing down heavily. Everyone looked at this power, especially the elder beside Luo Tian. Don't! Chan Manlong's body trembled as he shouted loudly. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. As the power descended, Chen Manlong immediately disappeared from where he was. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Chen Manlong, for obtaining 120,000 experience, 9,000 spirit force. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Barbarian Dragon Blade. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Origin Stones X23. Congratulations to the player! The system sounded out several beeps. At this moment, everyone in the plaza was shocked and instantly quietened down as they stared at Luo Tian with their mouths agape. The power of instant kill came out again. It came out again. This kind of feeling that made their hearts tremble and their scalps tingle was extremely uncomfortable. The fire girl became excited. Yay, 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 handsome brother is awesome. So handsome, so handsome. His face was filled with infatuation. I'm proud of being infatuated. The ice girl also looked at Luo Tian and thought to herself, It's out again. How did you release this kind of power? Chun Manlong, who was still alive and kicking a moment ago, now had nothing left. Not even a single bone was left. Chun Yulong's face turned pale. Right beside him, seeing Chun Manlong being instantly killed, he was so scared that he didn't dare to move. The one who was most afraid was the elder who had just blasted Luo Tian. At that moment, he was scared out of his wits. He had been killed in an instant and had no way to defend himself. At first, he didn't believe it. Now, there was only fear in his heart. Luo Tian turned around and stared at him coldly and laughed. Does it feel good? How's the power of instant kill? Luo Tian did not kill him instantly, because Luo Tian wanted to seize the moment when he was afraid and kill him. Suddenly, Luo Tian moved his big black blade and released the power of the law of Luo. That elder was so scared that his entire body trembled. The power of instant kill was too terrifying. Shwa! Luo Tian took a step forward and moved his black blade. A head flew into the air from his neck as blood spurted out. Luo Tian stood beside the headless corpse, allowing the blood to splatter on his body. He pointed his black blade and shouted in an extremely domineering manner, "Who else?" Shock. Incomparable shock. Blood dripped from the tip of Luo Tian's hair, making him look like a berserk demon. Chun Yulong's face changed, and so did the other elders. Their cultivation bases were much higher than Luo Tian's, but they were all crushed by Luo Tian. That feeling was really uncomfortable. They thought that they would be able to tear Luo Tian into pieces today, and they thought that they would no longer be afraid of the power of instant kill. However, reality proved that they were afraid, incomparably afraid, and they were even more afraid than yesterday. It was too uncomfortable. Looking at Luo Tian acting like a madman, Chun Yulong's heart suddenly collapsed. His body trembled as he took a step back. His lips trembled as he said, "Go, go, go, all disciples go." The other elders were the same. They were also afraid. They were also shouting for the disciples to rush forward. "You want to leave?" "Humph. Yesterday I gave you a chance to live. Today, all of you will die." Luo Tian dragged his big black blade and walked down step by step. At this moment, none of the thousands of disciples in the square dared to step forward, and they were also retreating. What kind of concept is this for a mid-level marshal C to crush these thousands of people? It's maddening. Too handsome. Fire Lady covered her cheeks with her fists and said excitedly, "He's much more handsome than those senior and junior brothers of the Ice Fire sect." Ice Lady's face was cold, but she had to admit that Luo Tian was really fierce. The shrouded heaven mansion was completely destroyed by him alone. "All of you will die," Luo Tian roared again. At this moment, the sky suddenly turned dark. An incomparably huge demon beast fell from the sky. The blood-eyed Lion King. It opened its bloody mouth and roared. A monkey was standing on top of its head. Monkey King appeared. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. There will be an update today, and a large wave of updates. Chapter 2034. Thousands of people were crushed by Luo Tian alone. It was a one-sided situation. Now, suddenly, a Class 5 demonic beast fell from the sky, causing them to become even more flustered. At first, they didn't believe it. Now the monster is attacking the city. It's really attacking the city. The guards can't hold on any longer. Everyone run. Run for your life. The crowd on the street went crazy. Luo Tian was also secretly shocked. Looking at the monkey on top of the blood-eyed Lion King's head, his heart trembled, and he secretly said, "Is this your power?" Summoning a group of beasts? Is this your power? Luo Tian's heart trembled. The monkey that was pressed down by the mountain. The monkey that had the sacred power in his body. There was no way for people to not think of the monkey in Luo Tian's world. The great sage equal to heaven. Roar! The blood-eyed Lion King was enraged. It flattened the disciple with one foot, and the aura of a king suddenly roared. Roar! The sound waves burst out one by one, forming a powerful shock wave. Those disciples who were closer to it were directly shaken to the point of bleeding from their 7 orifices. The disciples who were slightly further away were also thrown to the ground. It was simply invincible, too powerful. Luo Tian also stopped slightly. With a blade on the ground, he looked at the monkey on top of the lion's head and smiled faintly. Brother Monkey is mighty. Immediately, his face turned pale like Bai Qi. He had been clenching his teeth and holding on with this breath. Now, the disciples of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion were scared to death. The group of beasts led by Brother Monkey had also entered the city. The Shrouded Heaven Mansion had lost its momentum and could no longer pose a threat to Luo Tian. It was also at this time Luo Tian's mind relaxed. The line of defense in his heart collapsed. His body trembled slightly, and he couldn't stand steadily. It was incomparably uncomfortable. From the mercenary hall to the several heavy blows from the elder, just now, Luo Tian had suffered too many attacks. Once he relaxed, his whole body was about to collapse. When Monkey King saw that Luo Tian was covered in blood and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper, he commanded the blood-eyed Lion King to go berserk and kill him in a frenzy. Qiu was the same. It was now like a bouncing ball, jumping wildly in the crowd. Every time it did as Luo Tian said, it only needed to cause a little bit of damage. The cooperation between him and the blood-eyed Lion King allowed Luo Tian to absorb all the experience. Ding! 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 The system sounded frantically. Luo Tian held the big black saber with both hands. His face was pale as he smiled faintly. Roar! On another street, a horde of beasts rushed up like a flood. It was the same on the other streets. Thousands of disciples of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion were surrounded, including several elders of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. In the face of the demonic beasts that came from all directions, it was as if they covered the sky and covered the sun. Every one of them was shaking. He had no idea who he had offended. How did they provoke so many demonic beasts? These demonic beasts had surrounded them. It was obvious that they were here for them. Roar! The blood-eyed Lion King roared. Those disciples were so scared that they knelt on the ground, shivering in fear. Monkey King looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked at Qiu and the damage it had caused to them. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly and he said, "Kill!" At this moment, plop! Chen Yulong knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Luo Tian, we admit defeat. From today onwards, the Shrouded Heaven Mansion in the Shrouded Heaven City is yours. Please spare our lives. The other elders also knelt down. Luo Tian, we admit defeat. The Shrouded Heaven Mansion is yours. Please spare our lives. They were scared. They no longer had any fighting strength, although they saw that Luo Tian was exhausted, but in their hearts they were still afraid of the instant killing power released by Luo Tian. Luo Tian laughed coldly. Kneel down and beg for mercy? Are you scared now? Didn't you want to kill me in the beginning? Isn't it that whoever gets my head can become the mansion master of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion? Now you're begging for mercy. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed out loud. It's too late. While they were talking, Luo Tian's voice sank. Kill for me. He needed experience very much now. He needed it very much. He had to level up. Otherwise, his body wouldn't be able to take it. He was too weak. Moreover, he had no interest in the mansion master of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. He didn't come to the Chaos Realm to expand his forces or establish a sect. He came to find his daughter and son, not to mention the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. Even if he was given a stronger force, he wouldn't be interested. As soon as Luo Tian's voice fell, Monkey King let out a squeak and turned to the other demonic beasts to attack together. Roar! Roar! The demon beasts were wreaking havoc. The thousands of disciples were quickly slaughtered, and blood splattered all over the square. The experience in Luo Tian's mind soared crazily. Chen Yulong rushed up. Luo Tian, I'll fight you to the death today. A huge force was released. Chen Yulong took a step forward. At this time he couldn't care less. Luo Tian wanted to kill him. He was also going all out. Luo Tian couldn't even stand still. Not to mention the powerful Chen Yulong. Even a low-level martial sea realm warrior could easily kill him. Seeing Chen Yulong rushing up, Luo Tian didn't move at all. Ice Girl and Fire Girl rushed up and blocked Chen Yulong with all their strength. Bang, bang. You guys get out of my way. 2 heavy punches. Ice Girl and Fire Girl were directly sent flying, spitting out blood. Fire Girl got up with difficulty and shouted at Luo Tian. Luo Tian, be careful! Die. Chen Yulong's aura crushed down, and a palm struck towards the top of Luo Tian's head. The aura crushed. Luo Tian couldn't bear it. His body trembled, but his eyes didn't move. Just as Chen Yulong's palm was about to hit the top of Luo Tian's head. Roar! The blood-eyed Lion King roared. However, even if his sound wave was powerful, it was useless. Because the distance between him and Luo Tian was too far, the sound wave attack couldn't hurt Chen Yulong. However, at this moment, the monkey on top of the blood-eyed Lion King's had disappeared, only to see a black dot fell from the sun. The monkey's body grew several times larger, and in that instant the power in his body burst forth, and his body sat down heavily. Rumble! He sat directly on Chen Yulong's body, turning him into a pile of meat paste. It was an instant kill. Luo Tian looked at the big monkey, grinned, and muttered, I knew it! I knew you were different! I knew it! Monkey King looked at Luo Tian. His body also quickly returned to its original state in an instant. Just now, he didn't know why, but a trace of holy power erupted from his body. This power didn't seem to belong to him. It was very strong, and difficult to control. In that instant, he was even controlled by this power. He wanted to save Luo Tian. That power also wanted to save him, because that power seemed to have remembered everything that Luo Tian had said as if it had spiritual consciousness. Then he soared into the sky and landed heavily. Instant kill. Chapter 4, there's an update today and an update. Chapter 2035. Good job, Brother Monkey. Luo Tian gave a thumbs up. This was already a big step forward. The release of holy power. Although it was only for a moment, like a shooting star, it was still a qualitative leap for Monkey King since he had activated the saint energy in his body. Monkey looked at Chen Yulong, who was a pile of meat under his, but he was also a little shocked. Then he looked at Luo Tian's thumb and grinned. In the distance, Chen Yu was so excited that tears gushed out of his eyes. Because of Monkey. At that moment, Monkey's outburst made him know that his father was right. There was indeed a powerful force in Brother Monkey's body. For a whole 10 years, he couldn't activate the power in Brother Monkey's body. He had done everything he could, but he couldn't, so he gave up. Luo Tian only took a few days to turn him into another monkey. Chen Yu didn't regret his choice. If he had to choose again, he would still choose to fuse with the violent bear, because he knew that even if he chose Monkey, he wouldn't be able to activate the power in his body, because he and Brother Monkey didn't have that kind of fate. In an instant, all the beasts cried out in unison. They all prostrated themselves on the ground and worshipped Monkey. Even the blood-eyed Lion King was the same. It knelt down on both knees and worshipped the king. As for the monkey, it watched them worship. He turned around. Looking at Luo Tian, he knelt down on one knee. He was the same. His eyes were full of respect, as if he was worshipping the king. In Monkey's heart, Luo Tian was the king. Luo Tian smiled softly and said weakly, "Continue to kill." With a thought from Monkey, those beasts continued to kill. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing, disciple of Shrouded Heaven Mansion for gaining 2,300 experience, 170 spiritual force. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining Prenatal Stone *1. The system's voice kept ringing. In the distance, Ice Girl and Fire Girl looked at Luo Tian's back at the same time. Fire Maiden, who had been very active, fell silent. A few minutes later, Fire Maiden muttered to Ice Maiden, "Sis, isn't he very handsome?" Ice Maiden didn't answer, but muttered to herself, "What kind of person is he?" The Fire Lady said again, "He's the most handsome." Hee. Ice Maiden looked at Luo Tian and muttered, "Yes, he's really handsome." Her voice was only audible to herself. The disciples of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion were crying and screaming as they were slaughtered by the demon beasts. Luo Tian's experience was increasing rapidly, but he still hadn't leveled up. If he didn't level up, he wouldn't be able to fully recover from his injuries. Looking at the experience bar, Luo Tian breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, "I should be able to level up." Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the sky. So, whoosh! A few consecutive air-piercing sounds rang out, followed by several tall and straight figures landing heavily on the square. 6 people. Everyone was at the peak of the sea-forming realm. Every single one of them exuded a vigorous aura. At this moment, a young man glanced at the injured Ice Maiden, and his face immediately turned angry. He moved the sword in his hand and directly pierced towards Luo Tian. He coldly snorted and said, "How dare you injure my junior sister? You're courting death!" His footsteps were like lightning as he quickly charged forward. Ice Maiden and Fire Lady's expressions changed, especially Ice Maiden, who struggled to get up from the ground. It was unknown where she got the strength from, but her speed was twice as fast as when she wasn't injured. She directly blocked in front of Luo Tian, senior brother. Buzz! The sound of the sword exploded. Pointing at Ice Maiden's eyebrows, it was only half a centimeter away from her forehead. At this moment, the young man's eyes moved slightly, and then his body retreated continuously, spitting out a mouthful of blood, because in that instant he absorbed all his aura into his body. He was afraid of hurting Ice Maiden. This kind of power was extremely harmful to the body, but his control over his strength was very strong. This was a power that could be easily controlled. The reason why he retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood was on purpose, because he wanted to move Ice Maiden. Puffed. The man's face turned pale. Bai Chi came over and looked at Ice Maiden in confusion. "Junior sister, what are you doing?" "I almost took your life." Ice Maiden was indeed moved by him. She was also clear about the power of the backlash and immediately apologized. "Senior brother, I'm sorry. I had no choice but to do so. He didn't hurt me. He saved us." Fire Lady, on the other hand, was more fiery as she said, "Situ Chong, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to do by killing people without any reason? He is our savior." The young man's name was Situ Chong, a disciple of the Ice Fire sect. He was also an admirer of Ice Maiden. Situ Chong had an apologetic look on his face as he looked at Luo Tian and said, "I'm really sorry for offending you just now. You don't need to be here anymore. You can leave." Situ Chong's eyes were filled with contempt. He didn't believe that Luo Tian could save the 2 Ice Sisters at all. Fire Lady must have exaggerated. However, he didn't want to have any interaction with someone like Luo Tian. Finished. He didn't even look at Luo Tian. Instead, he said to the other 5 people, "This city is filled with demon beasts. Kill all of them." "Yes, senior brother." The 5 of them moved. It was also at this time. Fire Lady was incomparably furious as she said, "Situ Chong, what are you trying to do? These demon beasts are also our saviors. Without them, we would have died a long time ago. Do you want to kill me and my sister's savior?" The other 5 people stopped. They were from the same battle team, and they were also from the same battle group. Everything Situ Chong did was for Ice Maiden. They knew this very well. Situ Chong looked at Ice Maiden. Ice Maiden said, "My sister is right. These demon beasts are our saviors. If they hadn't arrived, I would have died." Situ Chong's heart trembled as he thought to himself, "Demon beasts saving people?" He glanced at the scene. Those demon beasts only attacked the disciples of the shrouded heaven mansion. He was even more shocked. Who exactly has such great power to summon so many demon beasts? This kind of power cannot be underestimated. Which weak man is it? He is only at the middle stage of the Marshalsea realm, and he doesn't have a demon body. How can he have such power? Definitely not. He analyzed quickly in his mind. Situ Chong said faintly, "In that case, forget it. Be alert." Fire Lady stepped forward and sneered. "You didn't appear when I needed your help. Now that all the dangers have been eliminated, you only appeared. Situ Chong, you really came at the right time." Ice Maiden scolded, "Sister, don't talk nonsense." Situ Chong also said, "I have been on a mission during this period of time. When I returned to the sect and found out that you had come to the shrouded heaven mansion, I rushed over with all my might. Junior sister, where is your father's murderer? I will kill him for you." Just as he finished speaking, Fire Lady snorted coldly, "You say it better than singing. If you want to show off in front of my sister, then you should have done it earlier. Now that Chun Tianlong has been killed, you jump out and say that you want to avenge us. How shameless!" Ice Maiden's eyebrows widened as she glared at Fire Lady. Fire Lady's expression changed and said, "Did I say something wrong?" Situ Chong was a little angry, but he still held it in and asked, "Junior sister, who killed Chin Tianlong?" "I thank him. Uncle can rest in peace now." Chin Tianlong's cultivation wasn't low. As the mansion master of the shrouded heaven mansion, he naturally wasn't weak. A year ago he had investigated Chin Tianlong, but he didn't dare to come because he wasn't confident. Or else, Situ Chong had arrived long ago. As long as he helped Ice Maiden take revenge, wouldn't she thank him for the rest of her life? Now that he heard that Chun Tianlong had been killed, his heart trembled slightly. Ice Maiden looked at Luo Tian and hesitated for a moment before saying, "It was a mysterious expert who killed Chin Tianlong. This expert might have a grudge with Chin Tianlong." Fire Lady was stunned. She opened her mouth to speak, but Ice Maiden glared at her. Fire Lady just had to hold it in. Situ Chong's heart relaxed slightly and said, "Mysterious expert." "Junior sister, do you remember the appearance of that mysterious expert? Tell me about it. The next time we meet, I will definitely thank him properly." Fire Lady said disdainfully, "Since it's a mysterious expert, he's naturally a very, very handsome person. He's at least 10,000 times more handsome than you, Situ Chong." Ice Maiden glared and said, "Sister, don't you dare spout nonsense again." Fire Lady grinned and couldn't be bothered with Situ Fong. She directly started playing with the blood-eyed Lion King. Monkey stood beside Luo Tian. His eyes were fixed on Situ Chong. He was worried that Situ Chong would harm Luo Tian again. Ice Maiden said slightly, "Senior brother, our Kai family's revenge has been avenged. You don't have to worry about this matter." Situ Chong was slightly embarrassed. However, from the corner of his eye, he glanced at Luo Tian again and thought to himself, "That mysterious expert can't be him, right?" Impossible. He immediately denied it. No matter how powerful the trash of the Marshalsea realm is, it's impossible. 100 of him aren't Chun Tianlong's match. Just now, when Ice Maiden blocked the sword for Luo Tian, he was already unhappy in his heart. If Luo Tian was Ice Maiden's benefactor and avenged her, then he would be even more unhappy. Moreover, he would get rid of Luo Tian. This kind of thing had happened before in the Icefire sect. Ice Maiden had considered this point, which was why she said that it was a mysterious expert to protect Luo Tian. Buffed at this moment, Luo Tian's injuries surged, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Fire Lady was incomparably nervous. She quickly ran back and asked, "What happened to you?" Luo Tian's face was as pale as a thin sheet of paper. He still hadn't leveled up. He was just a little bit away from leveling up. This way, his body would fall into a process of intense pain. Although he wouldn't die, he would feel extremely uncomfortable. Luo Tian waved his hand and said softly, "It's fine, it's fine. The people from the Shrouded Heaven Mansion have also run away. You guys are safe now. You can go." While they were talking, Chen Yu ran over. Mansion Master, Luo Tian. Fire Lady supported Luo Tian and was about to cry. She shouted to Ice Maiden, "Sister, what should we do? He's about to die." Luo Tian was incomparably weak, and in the end he fainted. His entire body was in pain. Ice Maiden pretended to be calm as she walked over. She tried her best to remain calm, but in fact, she was even more worried than Fire Lady. However, in front of Situ Chong, she didn't dare to show too much anxiety, as she thought that it would be disadvantageous to Luo Tian. He walked in front of Luo Tian and glanced at him, saying, "Let's bring him back to the Ice Fire sect." Chapter 5. This wasn't the key. The key was that there was an update tonight. Chapter 2036. No. Situ Chong immediately stopped her. He is an outsider and has no right to step into Ice Fire sect. Junior sister, this is the sect rule. He couldn't let Luo Tian go to Ice Fire sect. Regardless of whether he killed Qin Tianlong or not, he didn't want Ice Maiden to have more competitors. Fire Maiden immediately said, "Ice Fire sect is owned by your family. If you say no, then no. I insist on bringing him to Ice Fire sect." "What's wrong?" "Humph. Sister, let's do it this way. Master will definitely agree." Fire Maiden didn't give Situ Chong any face at all. She hated this hypocritical man. Ice Lady was very firm on this matter. She said coldly, "He is the savior of us sisters. Now that he is severely injured and Skylight City is in turmoil, it is not safe to stay in this city. He is also too far from the other city. If we do not bring him to the Ice Fire sect, he will definitely die. He saved us before. We can't not save him." Situ Chong's expression softened slightly. He thought for a moment and said, "Since Junior Sister insists, then I will accompany you. If the sect master blames you, you can push it to me. I helped the sect complete an S-rank mission this time. At most, I won't take the mission reward." Just like what Fire Maiden said. What she said was better than singing. Ice Maiden said indifferently, "Thank you, senior brother." She didn't refuse, because she couldn't refuse. At this time, Chun Yu looked at Ice Maiden. Ice Maiden said, "You are his brother. You two can go to Ice Fire sect together. There is still a month before the sect selection. We are lacking beast tamers." I? Chun Yu was a little shocked. He naturally knew about Ice Fire sect. It was an existence 10,000 times stronger than Skylight Mansion. It was one of the overlords of Marshalsea region. There were hundreds of thousands of disciples. It was a huge number. Even the peerless genius of Skylight Mansion was only the most trashy existence in Ice Fire sect. Chun Yu couldn't even be seen. Chun Yu couldn't believe it. Fire Maiden said, "If you follow Luo Tian, you can also take care of him along the way. After all, we are girls. Some things are inconvenient." Then, she immediately had the wrong idea, and her cheeks turned red, with a face of infatuation. "Creak, creak," Brother Monkey called out a few times. Fire Lady giggled and said, "Little monkey, follow me. We'll go to the Ice Fire sect together." Chin Yu carried Luo Tian on his back and followed Ice Maiden out of the city. Situ Chong stood where he was and looked at their backs as they walked away. The corner of his eyes twitched a few times. His gaze was cold. A disciple walked up and asked, "Senior brother, should we?" He made a throat-slitting gesture. Clearly, this was not the first time something like this had happened. Situ Chong sneered and said, "He's just a Marshalsea realm trash. Don't worry about him. Also, when we get to the Ice Fire sect, the elders will definitely blame us. They will be punished for going down the mountain without permission. At that time, that brat, I can play with him however I want. Those who try to steal my woman will only have one ending, death." Woo-ha-ha-ha, Situ Chong laughed coldly. Immediately after, he quickly followed after him. Along the way, Luo Tian was unconscious. Ice Maiden gave him a heal pill for more than 10 seconds to stabilize his injuries, but he did not wake up. Because Luo Tian's injuries were stable, they could not be too bumpy. It took them half a month to arrive. The entrance of the mountain was densely packed with genius disciples that had been selected from all over the world. There were people waiting here as early as a month ago, waiting for the Ice Fire sect selection. For ordinary warriors, entering a high-level sect was equivalent to soaring into the sky. Moreover, a powerful sect was a form of reliance. If one were to reveal their identity, others would have to respect you. More importantly, the sect had a huge amount of martial arts and powerful cultivation resources. This was the most important thing. So many people. Chun Yu was secretly shocked. Any one of them was at the middle stage of the martial sea realm, and many of them had top-grade war beasts. Each and every one of them had the potential of a genius. Ice and Fire walked to the entrance of the mountain. It attracted the attention of countless youths. So beautiful. Don't even think about it. They are official disciples of the Ice Fire sect. There's still half a month before she's our senior sister. Senior sister, which hall are you in? I'll definitely go to where you are. If it was in the past, Fire Girl would still tease them, but now she was not in the mood at all. Walking on the road to the outer sect, Fire Girl muttered softly, "Sis, Master will definitely punish us if we leave the mountain without permission. What should we do?" Ice Girl said slightly, "It doesn't matter if we are punished. What's important is that Master can save Luo Tian." Just as they were walking towards the Crimson Lotus Peak, an elder from the law enforcement hall rushed down and stared at Ice Girl. Fire Girl shouted, "You still dare to come back?" Going down the mountain without permission, violating the sect rules. "Men, arrest him." While they were talking, the 8 disciples rushed down. They stood behind the 2 girls. At this moment, Situ Chong immediately stepped forward and said, "Elder, they didn't go down the mountain without permission. They were doing a mission with us. Look!" He directly stuffed a large bag of prenatal stones into the elder's hands. "Humph! Don't give me this," bribed the elder. The law enforcement elder shouted slightly. Situ Chong's expression changed, and he immediately smiled apologetically. "Elder, give me some face." "For violating the sect rules, you must be convicted. However, on account of your master's face, as long as they follow me obediently, I cannot tie them up," the elder said slightly, looking at Situ Chong's strange expression from the corner of his eyes. Situ Chong also hurriedly thanked him. There were hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Ice Fire sect, so it was not a big deal for a few disciples to leave the mountain without permission. However, the law enforcement hall was able to know that they had returned to the sect immediately. Fire Girl coldly snorted, looked at Situ Chong's team, and asked, "Situ Chong, why do you only have 4 members left? Where's the other one? Did you report to the law enforcement hall? Is there any point in playing such tricks?" Situ Chong's expression changed slightly when he was exposed, and he immediately defended himself. He went a hand in the mission. "What tricks am I playing? I am sincere to your sister. Can I just watch as you guys are punished? I will definitely think of a way." Fire Girl coldly snorted. She wasn't confident either, so she was just spouting nonsense. Ice Girl shouted, "Don't speak nonsense." Then she looked at the enforcement elder and said, "We went down the mountain without permission and violated the sect's rules. We should be punished, but we have some urgent matters to attend to now. Elder, can you make an exception and let us return to Crimson Lotus Peak? After we're done, we'll definitely return to the enforcement hall to be punished." The law enforcement elder looked at Situ Chong from the corner of his eyes. Situ Chong's eyes turned cold. The law enforcement elder immediately shouted, "No! Take him away. Return to the law enforcement hall." Situ Chong's eyes moved. Then the law enforcement elder immediately shouted, "Take the 2 people behind him away as well. I suspect that they are spies from other sects." Situ Chong laughed sinisterly in his heart. "Brat, isn't this great?" Chapter 6. Update complete. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 2037. Obviously, this was Situ Chong's doing. The Icefire sect was divided into 6 halls. The Crimson Lotus Hall was located in the Crimson Lotus Peak, and all of them were female disciples. Beast Taming Hall were Martial Hall, Alchemy Hall, Refining Hall, and Refining Array Hall. Among them, the War Martial Hall was the strongest power in the Icefire sect. In addition, other than the 6 great halls, there was also the Law Enforcement Hall. The Law Enforcement Hall was directly under the orders of the Elder Pavilion and the Icefire sect master. Situ Fong was considered to be quite famous in the outer sect and was able to mix around in the War Martial Hall. His Situ family also had an elder in the Icefire sect. Just the day before, he sent a team member back to the Icefire sect ahead of time to greet the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall. So, as soon as Ice Maiden and the others entered the Icefire sect, the people from the Law Enforcement Hall immediately rushed over. Everything was a scheme. Situ Chong was very pleased with himself. He sneered and said, "I don't care if you're really unconscious or pretending to be unconscious. The woman that I, Situ Chong, have taken a fancy to is something that even male demon beasts can't get close to. Just you wait, this is only the beginning." Half an hour later, in the Law Enforcement Hall of the Outer Sect, Hun sat in the main hall and said coldly, "Kaibing, Kaiyan, the 2 of you left the mountain without permission. According to the sect's rules, 3 months of monthly allowance will be deducted and 3 months will be penalized at the Cliff of Reflection. Do the 2 of you have anything to say?" They didn't say anything. Situ Chong said with a fawning expression, "Elder, the 2 junior sisters followed me on a mission and did not violate the sect's rules." At this moment, Situ Chong gave Ice Maiden a look. With a face full of sincerity, he said in a low voice, "Junior sister, say something. You came down the mountain with me on a mission. I'm good to you. As long as you listen to me, nothing will happen to you." However, Fire Maiden snorted and said confidently, "We left the mountain without permission and didn't do a mission with anyone. We don't need anyone to pretend to be righteous." His face was filled with anger. She couldn't stand Situ Chong's fake benevolence, pretending to be a good person. He was actually very sinister. Although she didn't have any evidence, she was sure that it was Situ Chong's scheme. The Icefire sect had hundreds of thousands of disciples and occupied the entire Icefire mountain range. There were more than a dozen big and small sections. Why did they have to wait for them at the place where they went up the mountain? Wasn't it obvious? Ice Maiden also understood that she had pretended not to care about Luo Tian along the way because she wanted to prevent Situ Chong from harming Luo Tian. Ice Maiden also said we should be punished for leaving the mountain without permission. "Senior brother, you don't have to get involved for us. A mistake is a mistake. Elder, we sisters are willing to accept the punishment." Ice Maiden's eyes were pleading as she said, "Elder, please give us half a day. We want to save someone. After saving this person, I'll definitely return to be punished. When the time comes, I won't complain even if the punishment is doubled." She had never intended to run away. Luo Tian had fallen into a coma because of them. Without Luo Tian, they wouldn't have been able to avenge their families. Without Luo Tian, they would have been dead by now. She had to repay this debt of gratitude. The law-enforcing elder glanced at Situ Chong. Situ Chong's eyes tensed up. He immediately understood and coldly shouted, "Humph! Since you admit that you are in the wrong, then be punished immediately. What are you waiting for? Give you half a day? Icefire sect doesn't have such a rule." An angry shout rang out. Situ Chong wanted to speak, but unexpectedly Fire Maiden suddenly stood up and shouted, "The law enforcement hall is amazing, right? Every day There are so many disciples who leave the mountain without permission. You don't care about us sisters, right? We belong to the Scarlet Lotus Peak. If you want to punish us, it's Master. It's not your turn to punish us." Fire Maiden was very unhappy. The law-enforcing elder was also furious. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "How dare you look down on the law enforcement hall?" Men. Ha! 2 disciples walked to Fire Maiden's side. The law-enforcing elder shouted, "Beat him up. Even your Scarlet Lotus Hall master wouldn't dare to look down on the law enforcement hall." Humph! Fire Maiden's heart trembled. She was a little afraid. However, at this time she couldn't care less and said, "I'm not looking down on the law enforcement hall, I'm looking down on you. Let's see who dares to touch me." The law-enforcing elder glared at him and became even more furious. Beat him up. When her sister was bullied, Ice Maiden couldn't care less. She immediately protected her sister behind her and said, "Elder, my sister speaks without thinking. Please be magnanimous and forgive her for being insensible." Humph! Not waiting for him to finish, the law-enforcing elder glared and shouted, "Whether she knows or not has nothing to do with me. You heard what she said just now. Looking down on the law-enforcing elder is looking down on the law enforcement hall. If you dare to protect her, I'll beat you up too." Situ Chang's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly said, "Elder, please forgive them." Move to the side. The law-enforcing elder could not hold back the anger in his heart. He did not care about Situ Chang at all. Right now, he just wanted to smash Fire Maiden's mouth. Fire Maiden said, "Situ Chang, put away your tricks. I won't fall for it. You want to curry favor with my sister? You're not worthy, do you know that?" Situ Chang's expression turned sinister as he clenched his fists tightly. The law-enforcing elder shouted, "What are you waiting for? Beat him up! Beat him up heavily!" The 2 disciples grabbed him. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. "Who wants to hit my disciple?" As soon as his voice faded, a chill spread throughout the entire law enforcement hall. The temperature seemed to have dropped by more than 10 degrees as a chill assaulted their bodies. The law-enforcing elder's expression changed slightly. Situ Chang's expression also turned cold. In the blink of an eye, a middle-aged woman dressed as a Taoist nun with 2 strands of white hair on her head stared at the law-enforcing elder in the hall and said coldly, "Elder Lu, you're the one who wants to hit my disciple, right?" Asterisk, 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 Hun's body trembled as his lips trembled. He immediately said, No, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare." Then he hurriedly walked down, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "Greetings, Hall Master Scarlet Lotus." The woman in front of him, who looked like a Taoist nun, was the Hall Master of the Scarlet Lotus Hall, also known as the Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Her eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. Her methods were ruthless, especially to men. When Fire Maiden saw her master, she immediately said excitedly, "Master, he's the one who wants to hit me. He even said that he wants to punish me. What's even more hateful is that he said that he doesn't even care about you." Fire Maiden had a personality that wanted to see the world in chaos. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk Hun was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and said, "I definitely didn't say that. I definitely wouldn't dare." Scarlet Lotus deity stared at Fire Maiden and said coldly, "What crime did my 2 disciples commit?" Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk Hun said, "They left the mountain without permission." "I understand. I'll punish them. There's no need to trouble the law enforcement hall." Scarlet Lotus deity said directly, not giving him any face at all. A little late. Sorry. Chapter 2038. Facing Scarlet Serpent Fairy, who Hun didn't dare to say anything. Situ Chong was the same. They had an inexplicable fear towards this Scarlet Serpent Hall leader. "Why aren't you following me? What are you doing here? Waiting to be punished?" Scarlet Serpent Fairy stared at the 2 of them before walking out of the hall. If not for the disciples of Scarlet Serpent Hall telling her, she wouldn't have known that the two girls had returned to the sect. She was ruthless to men, but she was extremely protective of her disciples. She didn't care about the law enforcement hall. Ice Maiden whispered, "Master, he saved us when we went down the mountain this time. He's seriously injured now. Master, can you save him?" Fire Girl was very direct. She knelt on the ground and said, "Master, I beg you, please save him." When Scarlet Serpent Fairy entered the law enforcement hall, she saw Chen Yu supporting an unconscious man. Seeing the two girls begging her for a man, this touched Scarlet Serpent Fairy's bottom line. Her expression changed, and she shouted, "How dare you!" Ice Girl also knelt down. Scarlet Serpent Fairy frowned and said, "The two of you know the rules of Scarlet Serpent Peak. You actually want me to save a man. Humph. Kai Bing, Cayenne, the two of you are really bold." Fire Girl knelt forward and said, "Master, I beg you, you treat little Fire the best. I promise you that I will never leave Icefire's sect again. I will listen to you obediently. I only beg you to save him." Scram! Scarlet Serpent Fairy kicked Fire Girl away. The more Fire Girl said that, the angrier she was. She could do anything but save men. She would only kill men in her life and would never save them. Ice Girl knelt down. "Master, I beg you. From today onwards, I will promise you anything. I only beg you to save him." Ice Girl was the same. Scarlet Serpent Fairy's heart was filled with rage. She took a step back and stared at the two of them. "Good, good, good. You two have grown wings now. Very good. You two want to save him, right? I will give you a chance." While speaking, the Ice Maiden moved her hands and took out 2 pills. "As long as you consume this cultivation dispersing pill, I'll agree to save him. Cultivation scattering pill. After taking it, all the cultivation in the body would be dissipated. In other words, they would become ordinary people in the sea-forming realm. Furthermore, it would be difficult for him to cultivate after tonight. He couldn't even compare to an ordinary person." Situ Chang's expression changed, and he said, "Senior Crimson Lotus, the cultivation dispersing pill can..." Not waiting for him to finish, Scarlet Serpent Deity looked at Situ Chong coldly. Situ Chong was so scared that he didn't even dare to fart. She didn't think too much about it. She immediately took the pill and consumed it. She said, "He saved me and he avenged me. I owe him, so I won't hesitate even if I have to die for him." Ice Maiden also walked over and picked up the pill. She hesitated for half a second before swallowing it. Gulp! Situ Chong wanted to stop him, but he didn't dare to. "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!" Scarlet Serpent Deity laughed maniacally. The disciples of the law enforcement hall immediately covered their ears and couldn't take it anymore. Even asterisk, 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 soul was trembling all over. "All right. You have consumed the cultivation dispersing pill. I will do what I promised you." Scarlet Serpent Deity was exceptionally angry. She never thought that the disciple she had her eyes on would actually risk her life to help a man. It had only been a few months since she left the mountain, and she had already become like this? At this moment, Fire Maiden's body sank. Her entire body was covered in cold sweat, and her face was pale from the pain. She said with great difficulty, "Master, Master, you, hurry up and save him." Next, Ice Maiden also had the same symptoms. She felt a sharp pain in the depths of her pubes, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Her entire body was covered in cold sweat. Her face was pale, and she couldn't exert any strength. Her cultivation was truly dissipating rapidly. The sea-forming realm became the martial sea realm, then became a warrior, and then... The pubes let out a violent explosion, a muffled sound. It was as if the pubes had shattered. All of his cultivation had dissipated. This was because they were holding on with their last breath. Otherwise, the two of them would have fainted from the pain. Situ Chong felt a faint pain in his heart. He never thought that Ice Maiden would actually help Luo Tian consume the cultivation dispersing pill. His heart was filled with hatred. "You dog!" At the same time, he looked at Ice Maiden's trembling body, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, "In the past, I wanted to become your dual cultivation partner, but now you're not worthy, but this is even better. I don't have to worry so much as long as I can get your body. Wahaha." Scarlet Serpent Deity glanced at the unconscious Luo Tan. She took a step forward and sized him up carefully. There was nothing special about him. What exactly attracted her disciple? She didn't have the mood to think so much now. Her hands moved, and she heavily patted Luo Tian's body a few times. The two girls changed their hands. Scarlet Serpent Deity didn't stop and poured spirit energy into a few acupoints on Luo Tian's chest. Finally, Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of black blood. His face was somewhat pale. Scarlet Serpent Deity took a step back, took out a pill, and threw it into Chen Yu's hands and said coldly, "Wait for him to wake up and give it to him." Finished. She walked to Ice Maiden's side without turning her head and said coldly, "I have already saved him. He will wake up in half a day. Now that your cultivation has been dispersed, my Scarlet Serpent Peak just so happens to lack a few servants to wash clothes, cook, and do odd jobs. From now on, you are the servants of the Scarlet Serpent Deity." Scarlet Serpent Deity said coldly. Ice Maiden said heavily, "Thank you, Master." Fire Maiden was the same and said, "Thank you, Master." Ice Maiden turned to look at Luo Tian. Fire Maiden was also filled with emotions, her eyes glistening with tears. Situ Chong said with good intentions, "Junior sister, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of him." Scarlet Serpent Deity suddenly stopped and said coldly, "Situ Chong, I saved him. If he dies in Ice Fire Sect's territory, I will hold you responsible." Situ Chong was so frightened that he trembled inwardly and immediately said, "Disciple doesn't dare. Disciple will definitely take good care of him." Then Scarlet Serpent Deity and the two girls left. War Martial Hall, Disciples' Dormitory. Situ Chong took good care of Luo Tian along the way, and when he walked to his own small courtyard, he said to Chin Yu, "Brother Chin, go down the mountain and get some water. I will wash him later." Chin Yu's personality was relatively simple. Without thinking, he picked up the basin and ran down the mountain. Just as he was far away, Situ Chong sent Luo Tian flying with a kick. "Damn it, you want me to take care of you?" "Dream on." Whoosh, whoosh. A few figures landed beside Situ Chong and said, "Senior brother, what should we do?" Situ Chong grinned and laughed coldly. "That bitch Kai Bing has already been crippled. Now I only have sexual interest in him. This brat, old rules. Throw him to the back of the mountain to feed the wild dogs. Good night." Chapter 2039. In front of the Scarlet Serpent Fairy, Situ Chong was afraid of her. In this War Martial Hall's territory, he didn't need to be afraid of her, because this was the War Martial Hall. It was the strongest hall in the Ice Fire Sect. Half of the Ice Fire Sect's experts were in the War Martial Hall, and his master was the #1 Outer Sect expert of the War Martial Hall. Why would he need to be afraid of the Scarlet Serpent Fairy? There was a more important point. The Scarlet Serpent Fairy didn't care about the life and death of a man at all. Luo Tian was a man, and in her eyes he was like air. As a result, Situ Chong became even more fearless. Situ Chong sneered and said, "Brat, consider yourself unlucky, who is not to be trifled with. You just had to provoke the woman I fancy, and now you've lost that slut Kai Bing's power. Not killing you is already the greatest mercy to you." Situ Chong looked at Luo Tian, who was being carried to the back mountain, and said with disdain. At this time, a disciple asked, "Senior brother, what about the other one?" "Him. Humph. He's just a piece of trash. Just chase him down the mountain." As for Chin Yu, Situ Chong did not put him in his eyes at all. He was even easier to deal with. "I'll do it right away." A disciple quickly walked out. Situ Chong laughed coldly. Next, I have to think about how to get that slut Kai Bing onto my bed. Everything that happened here happened under the eyes of the Monkey King. No one would care about a monkey. Situ Chong wouldn't care, and neither would the Scarlet Serpent Fairy. Seeing Luo Tian being carried to the back mountain, the monkey was especially calm. Once he got angry and attracted Situ Chong's attention, the consequences would be difficult to deal with. The Monkey King quietly followed. Brat, blame your bad luck. Whose woman can't be touched? But you just had to meet our boss's woman. Aren't you courting death? It's not like he's the only one. There are many people who died in the back mountain. That's true. In this world, the strong are respected. Trash doesn't even have the right to live. Brat, just accept your fate. Stop talking nonsense with a dead man, throw him down. The two of them threw Luo Tian down the cliff. They were talking right here. A dark shadow darted out, and a spiritual light flashed. A disciple asked, "What is it?" I didn't see him. Am I seeing things? Who cares what it is? Let's go back and have a drink. I've been so annoyed with those two bitches, Ice and Fire. If I were the boss, I would force myself on them and do them first. Ha ha ha. I think so too. Woo woo, woo woo woo. Monkey King held Luo Tian with one hand and grabbed a branch on the cliff with the other hand. He was in pain and wanted to wake Luo Tian up, but Luo Tian didn't wake up. His injuries were just as Scarlet Serpent Deity had said. His internal injuries had accumulated a lump of blood. This was the reason why he had been in a coma for half a month. Now that the blood had been forced out, he still needed a little more time to wake up. Monkey King held onto Luo Tian tightly, refusing to let go even if he had to die. The sound of bones dislocating could be heard from his tiny arm. Even so, he did not think of letting go of Luo Tian. On the contrary, he held on even tighter. Suddenly, crack! The sound of a branch breaking rang out. Monkey King's expression changed as he was directly brought down by Luo Tian's heavy body. Monkey King was still holding onto Luo Tian tightly. With his agile methods, he could easily jump up the cliff. But he didn't do that. Luo Tian gave him hope. Moreover, he had also opened the door in his heart. To him, Luo Tian was the young master. Even if he died, he couldn't let him die. Facing the bottomless abyss, Monkey King hugged onto Luo Tian tightly, using his back as a cushion. He wanted to be a meat cushion for Luo Tian, because this way he could at least reduce some of the force for Luo Tian. At the very least, Luo Tian's chances of survival would be slightly higher. He didn't care about his own life and death. Hula! Walala! The wind whistled in his ears, blowing on his body like knives. He kept falling and falling, as if he was in a bottomless abyss. Suddenly, a strong gust of cold wind suddenly attacked. Suddenly, it sucked on Luo Tian's body, followed by a burst of eerie laughter. Waha! Wahaha! I didn't expect another ration to come. I really don't know who is so good. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom! The demonic sound lingered and directly seeped into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. Immediately, his mind shook as his eyes suddenly opened, looking at Monkey King who was hugging him, and then seeing himself being sucked in by a force. His heart tightened. Where is this place? Not good. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom! With a loud sound, Luo Tian and Monkey King were sucked into the cave by a gust of black wind. This force controlled Luo Tian tightly, smashing into the two sides of the cave and rolling down like a stone. A few minutes later, Luo Tian landed on a pile of bones. This was a natural karst cave the size of a football field. In the karst cave, there were two incomparably thick chains that locked onto a huge rock. On the huge rock was a person with red hair that soared to the sky. His body was pierced through by a chain, and he had an extremely ferocious expression on his face. Demon! His body carried a dense demonic aura, and Luo Tian could clearly feel this aura. Old Devil Boulder. He had been suppressed in the Ice Fire sect for 1,300 years. The chains on his body were made of profounding cold iron, and with the addition of the sealing runes, they sealed off most of the power in his body. Old Devil Boulder stared at Luo Tian, as well as the monkey beside him, and laughed strangely. Buy one, get one free. I didn't expect it to be a little demon beast. Huh. Old Devil Boulder's gaze tensed up. He stared at the monkey, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Interesting, interesting, really interesting. I didn't think that there would be such an interesting monkey in this kind of place. However, no matter how interesting it is, it's useless. Then you're going to become food in my stomach. Old Devil Boulder laughed, saliva flowing out of his mouth as he stared at Luo Tian. The huge round rock started rolling and said, Brat, white and tender, I'll eat you first. Schwa. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. It suddenly attacked. The speed was astonishing. Luo Tian did not react at all. This was not the difference in cultivation level, but the difference was too great. There was no way to compare. However, Luo Tian was never a person who would sit still and wait for death. Facing the gigantic Old Devil Boulder, Luo Tian moved. Top quality saber-toothed tiger. Charge! The war beast rushed out and pounced towards Old Devil Boulder. Wow, you even gave me an extra tiger. Ha ha ha, this is great. Old Devil Boulder's mouth sucked in a wave of energy and directly swallowed the few meters tall saber-toothed tiger into his mouth. After a round of biting, blood gushed out from between his teeth, making him look incomparably ferocious. Saber-toothed tiger could be considered a top-grade war beast. However, it was instantly killed in front of Old Devil Boulder. This was still the sealed Old Devil Boulder. If his seal was released, wouldn't he be able to ascend to the heavens? Chapter 2040. Luo Tian was a little stupefied. He thought that the highest quality saber-toothed tiger would be able to hold on for at least a few minutes. But moreover, the Old Devil of Boulder's hands and feet were tied up by the broken face. He only used the power of his mouth to suck in the saber-toothed tiger. Blood gushed out. The bones were spat out one by one. There was not a single bit of meat on the bones. They were clean, as if they had not eaten for a few years. A huge saber-toothed tiger was only left with a pile of bones in less than a minute. Air! The Old Devil of Boulder burped, his mouth full of blood, and said excitedly, Awesome! This is too satisfying. It's been a long time since I've eaten so well. Ha ha ha! The Old Devil of Boulder turned his gaze and stared at Luo Tian, saying, Brat, it's your turn now. Ha ha! The terrifying gaze made Luo Tian unable to move. This was not a pressure, but a crushing aura. Fight head on? There was no hope at all. Even if Luo Tian had leveled up to the peak realm in the Marshalsea area, he would definitely not be a match for the old demon in front of him, unless he had the power to instantly kill him. However, the experience points did not enter the burning state, so he could not activate the instant kill. He still needed a little more experience. But in this cave, where would he get experience? There was no need to think about killing monsters to gain experience. If he fought head-on, he would only die even more miserably. Seeing the Old Devil of Boulder slowly rolling up, the monkey stood in front of Luo Tian and stammered as if to say, If you want to eat the young master, you have to swallow me first. Little guy, do you want to die? Then I'll eat you first. The Old Devil of Boulder laughed sinisterly. Luo Tian's mind raced as he rushed forward and said, Senior, you should be full after eating my war beast. Why don't you leave us for tomorrow? If you eat us all today, what will you do when you're hungry tomorrow? He would drag it out for as long as he could. It was impossible to escape from this place with force, so he could only rely on his intelligence. The Old Devil of Boulder's eyes moved slightly, as if he was seriously thinking about it, and said, And that makes sense. Luo Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Boulder Fiend continued, However, I wasn't full just now. If I eat you, I won't be hungry tomorrow. Ha ha ha. I realize that I'm getting smarter and smarter. Luo Tian's body trembled as he repeatedly said, "Senior, we may be the last people to fall off the cliff. The mountain is already being modified. From now on, I'm afraid no one will fall off the cliff. Don't you think about it?" Boulder Geezer said in disdain, "Don't you think I'll have a future if I'm like this? I only care about what's in front of me. As for the future, it can go to hell. Kid, don't waste your breath. I'll eat you up quickly. It'll only take a few seconds at most. There won't be any pain." Old Demon Boulder was getting impatient. Damn it, Luo Tian cursed in his heart. He summoned the big black saber and activated the power in his body. Come on, F*CKU. Must he eat him? Then he had to resist. No matter what, he had to give it his all. Boulder Old Devil looked at the big black blade, his eyes flashing with a trace of light, and said coldly, "Nine Heavens God-Killing Alliance's blade, seems like your background is not small. However, even if the alliance leader of the Nine Heavens God-Killing Alliance comes, I will still swallow him." While they were talking, Boulder Old Devil moved. At this moment, Luo Tian also moved. Releasing the power of the law of Luo, the aura on his body suddenly changed. The big black saber seemed to be real. It was very strange. It's useless, no matter what power you have. Your cultivation is only at the middle stage of the martial sea. Too weak. Boulder Old Devil's body shook, and the huge round rock was directly shaken into the air, crushing down towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly and frowned. Law of Luo, if there is nothing. Kill. The power of the ancient code surged as he slashed down with his blade. The power of the big black blade disappeared, suddenly appeared again, and suddenly disappeared again. It was erratic, and even Boulder Old Devil could not sense his existence. It was extremely strange. This is a new power of law. This power. Suddenly, Boulder Old Devil looked at the power of the law of Luo that he had never sensed before. It was as if his entire body had been struck by lightning. The huge round rock stayed motionless in the air. Luo Tian also slashed down with his blade. Clang! The blade slashed down and heavily struck Boulder Old Devil's forehead. It was as if he had struck a thick steel plate, causing his arms to go numb. The big black blade was also dislocated and flew out. There wasn't even the slightest wound on his forehead. Abnormal defense. Luo Tian raised his head and looked at Boulder Old Devil above his head. He did not come down for a long time, as if a blade was placed on your neck and did not chop down for a long time. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Half a minute passed. Boulder Old Devil seemed to have fallen into deep thought. A new power of law. This power of law is so strange. That's not right. How? A person muttered to himself like a madman, causing Luo Tian to be confused. Luo Tian shouted, "Hey, if you want to kill me, then kill me. What's the point of stopping in midair?" Suddenly, the boulder suddenly fell. Luo Tian's heart sank and thought, "It's over." At this moment, Boulder Old Devil stopped half a centimeter above his head, his two demonic eyes staring at Luo Tian, and said, "Brat, tell me the truth. What power did you use just now?" Two big men eye to eye. Moreover, the air was still crackling with static electricity. Luo Tian calmed his mind and said slightly, "My power of law." "Yours? Did you comprehend it? Could it be that you once possessed multiple divine kings, divine deity?" Boulder Old Ancestor was shocked in his heart. Luo Tian slightly said, "For divine kings, divine deity, fused together to form a new power of law. My power is also called the power of the law of Luo." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Boulder Old Devil suddenly jumped and directly retreated a few hundred meters, as if he was incomparably afraid. Leaning against the deepest part of the cave, he carefully asked, "What did you say your surname was?" "Law." Luo Tian looked at Boulder Old Devil, unable to understand what was going on. "Law. Luo," he Why, the same power of law. Could it really be master? Impossible, impossible. Boulder Old Devil was incomparably shocked, and that kind of shock could not be described with words. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He said it was impossible. However, Boulder Old Devil kept looking at Luo Tian and thought to himself, similar, really similar, just like the old master. Is that really so? Boulder Old Devil asked again, where did you come from? Luo Tian also wanted to know what he was shocked about, and answered truthfully, Divine Realm. Boulder Old Devil's brows relaxed. Then it's not, at this moment. Luo Tian said again, my source continent is Earth. Boulder Old Devil's expression changed greatly, his lips trembling. Young master. Chapter 2041. The same power of law. The same origin continent, the same surname. Moreover, there were astonishing similarities in appearance. If these things were combined together, Old Devil Boulder looked at Luo Tian seriously, his lips trembling in disbelief as he muttered, young master, is it really the young master? Young master? Luo Tian muttered in his heart, what's the situation? No matter what, as long as I can survive, it's fine. Although he had been unconscious during this period of time, he was very clear about everything that had happened around him. Sidichong, right? Luo Tian's heart was secretly filled with killing intent. As long as he could get out, he would definitely kill Sidichong. Huff! I never thought that Ice Maiden and Fire Maiden would lose their cultivation. Luo Tian felt a little guilty in his heart. It was not easy to cultivate, and losing one's cultivation was practically a death sentence. It was basically impossible for him to return to the path of martial arts cultivation. However, this happened because of me. I will definitely think of a way to make you rise again. Luo Tian's heart tightened. Way, it was basically impossible. The cultivation scattering pill was not an ordinary pill. Once consumed, the dantian in his body would explode, and he would no longer be able to condense any spiritual energy. Without the nourishment of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, how could he break through the shackles? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Monkey King pulled on Luo Tian's clothes and started squeaking. All of a sudden, the cave rumbled as Old Devil Boulder rolled over. The chains that he had put away made a clattering sound. Luo Tian's mind trembled. It's here again. At this time, Old Devil Boulder landed beside Luo Tian and said, Are you called Luo Tian? This was his last question. His eyes were like black holes, able to see through Luo Tian's soul. Luo Tian wanted to say no, but in the end he nodded and said, Yes. He was also curious in his heart. How did this old demon know that his name was Luo Tian? And why did he keep calling him young master? It really is. Old Demon Boulder was incomparably excited. The boulder shook and flew high into the air before smashing down. Luo Tian's expression changed greatly. Looking at the falling boulder, he muttered, F***CK. Boom! The boulder was only a few centimeters away from him, just right between the cracks. Boulder Old Demon endured the pain and knelt down on one knee. He said heavily, Greetings, young master. He turned 360 degrees and knelt down. A deep pit was left on the ground. Did he have to be so cruel? Luo Tian took a step back and muttered in his heart, Young master? Why am I his young master? Isn't this the first time I've met him? Or did he recognize the wrong person? Luo Tian had mixed feelings. Regardless of whether Old Demon Boulder admitted his mistake or if he really was that young master, he didn't want to deny it. Because, once he denied it, Boulder Geezer would eat him. At the very least, he didn't have the ability to protect himself yet. Luo Tian pretended to be incomparably dignified and said coldly, Get up. Boulder Old Demon was incomparably excited. Thank you, young master. His expression had completely changed. He was even more excited than when he saw his own father. Luo Tian shouted, Just now, my war beast! Boulder Old Demon knelt down again and said, "This old servant deserves to die 10,000 times. Please punish me, young master." Once again, he kneeled down and created a deep pit on the ground. Luo Tian was thinking, doesn't his knee hurt? Luo Tian waved his hand and said, "Forget it." "Right. How did you recognize me?" Luo Tian really wanted to figure out if Boulder Old Demon had made a mistake. He beat around the bush. Moreover, looking at Boulder Old Demon's expression, he was not wary of him at all. Boulder Old Demon was like a servant of a family, bowing and groveling as he said, "Your surname is Luo, the origin continent is Earth, and you have also comprehended 10 divine kings, divine deity. The power of the new law that you have comprehended is faintly discernible, and then there is your appearance." Hearing that, Luo Tian's mind trembled and said, "What's wrong with my appearance?" Boulder Old Demon said, "Young master, your appearance is 80% similar to old master when he was young, so I dare to conclude that you are the young master." What the F*** Luo Tian was shocked in his heart. He had thought that Boulder Old Demon had recognized the wrong person, but now, could it be? Could it be his father? Holy sh**t. Luo Tian's body trembled. Impossible. He was an orphan. He had never seen his father since he was young, so he had no idea what kind of existence his father was. On Earth, he was an orphan. After transmigrating, he was still an orphan. After being reborn on Earth, he was still an orphan. He had always been an orphan. How could there be such a coincidence? In Luo Tian's heart, the concept of a father was too vague. Hearing Boulder Old Demon's words, his heart sank. Could it be that I really have a father? Is it from Earth? Is that possible? Luo Tian laughed bitterly. If there really was a dead man who came to father, then he would really be ruthless. He abandoned me on Earth, made me naked for 20 years, and then brought me to another world to risk my life. In the end, he still died in the divine realm. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Luo Tian suddenly laughed crazily and said, "What is this? What is this? What are you?" Luo Tian looked up at the sky and shouted, "What is this?" He didn't appear before, but now he's out? Do you think I'm a monkey? Luo Tian was very unhappy in his heart. He didn't want this kind of father. Boulder Old Demon said, slightly, "Young master also has his difficulties. The pain in his heart is something you cannot imagine." Pain? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, Luo Tian's heart was very irritable. A person who had never had anything to do with him suddenly appeared, and was even his closest relative. He couldn't bear it. He was completely unprepared for this kind of father who suddenly appeared. Boulder Old Demon didn't dare to say anything else and silently guarded by the side. In another place, a middle-aged man's face was covered in tears. I'm sorry. He kept apologizing. The pain in his heart could not be described with words. "Tianer, father has let you down. Father has let you down." The man blamed himself incomparably, but there was no regret in his eyes. If he had to choose again, he would still do the same, because only by doing that would he be able to save his son's life, arrange all of this, let him transmigrate, let him be reborn, let him enter the center of the 100,000 universes, the chaos realm. He had to let his son continue to rise, even if he had to watch his son face danger time and time again, face death time and time again, and even die in the hands of the supreme divine King Hong II in the divine realm. Every time his heart would ache incomparably. However, he also knew that these tribulations would make his son stronger, and give him enough strength to find himself, then, to do something that he couldn't do, something that he had to do. Chapter 2042. In the cave. For an entire night, Luo Tian leaned on the rock and looked at the ceiling of the cave. He didn't say a single word. Brother Monkey guarded him silently. Old Demon Boulder guarded him silently too. The next day, Luo Tian took in a deep breath and muttered, "Others? I don't have the right." He couldn't find his children either. What did he do? He didn't see his daughter, he didn't see his son. So what right did he have to talk about his father? Phew! Luo Tian looked at the old demon and asked, "Is he okay?" Boulder Old Demon was stunned for a moment and said, "I've been separated from the old master for too long. His cultivation speed is something I can't keep up with. At that time he was the strongest expert in the Chaos Realm. But how many years ago was that? I don't remember it clearly either." Luo Tian was shocked. The strongest expert in the Chaos World. Old Demon Boulder nodded. He was invincible in the world. Those Flame Emperor of the Chaos World, Sky Lord, none of them were his match. They were all stepped on by him. That was when he was at his weakest. He was too strong. But then he disappeared. As for where he went, I don't know. Ever since he reached the peak, he hasn't appeared. Old Demon Boulder said, "Old Master is definitely still alive. He is definitely in a corner." Very strong. Chaos World was the center of the 100,000 universes. Being invincible in the Chaos World was the same as being invincible in the 100,000 universes. Who could kill him under such circumstances? No one. This kind of realm had long since reached the level of immortality. Did he break out of the Chaos World and enter another world? Luo Tian didn't think about all that. Looking at the chains on Old Demon Boulder's body, he couldn't help but think about two balls. You should be very strong if you followed him. How did you end up like this? How did you end up locked up in such a place? Hayes, after your father disappeared, the Luo family that he built up was hunted down by the 10,000 races. One could say that anyone with the Luo family bloodline was wiped out. For millions of years in the primal chaos realm, no one with the surname Luo appeared. I still have a few brothers. Because they are all demonic cultivators, and have some special cultivation methods, we were able to escape because we don't have the bloodline of the Luo clan in our bodies. However, we were hunted down endlessly again and again. Every single one of them was once defeated by your father. They are jealous of your father's talent. They also want to exterminate the Luo clan, not giving them any chance to make a comeback. We didn't let him off either. During a pursuit, I was separated from my brothers. I fled from the western demonic domain to the Marshalsea region. At that time, I was already seriously injured. Unexpectedly, I was captured by a pinnacle sealing master and sealed under the Icefire mountain range. My body was turned into stone, and my sea of consciousness and mind were sealed with chains, making it so that I could never use a trace of power. After thousands of years, I've only been able to use a tiny bit of power. I've absorbed some birds outside the cave and Icefire sect disciples that fell down. Speaking of which, Old Devil Boulder looked at Luo Tian and asked, "Young master, how did you fall from the cliff?" Luo Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I accidentally fell down." The Monkey King squeaked and squeaked. "What? A mere sea formation realm and dares to hurt young master. He's courting death." When Old Devil Boulder heard Monkey Brother's words, he instantly fell into a rage. That violent aura crushed the entire cave, causing the huge rocks to constantly deform. The tens of thousands of kilograms of rocks were finally crushed into a small stone. He was exceptionally angry. "Icefire sect? Humph. Have you asked me to establish a sect on top of my head? You actually dare to hurt my young master. You're tired of living." Old Devil Boulder was really angry. The power that erupted from his body was terrifying. The feeling he gave Luo Tian was that no one in the Marshalsea region was his opponent. Luo Tian slightly said, "This is my business. I will take care of it. Now, let's talk about your business. How can I undo the seal on your body? Also, is there an exit to this cave?" These two questions were very important. Looking at Old Devil Boulder's expression, he should be his father's servant. If this guy was released, then he could sweep through the Marshall Sea region with a single sentence. However, he had to first undo the chains and seals on his body. Old Devil Boulder's eyes darkened and said, "Young master, the seal on my body is a supreme seal. Unless it is the person who planted the seal, no one can undo it." "Huh." Luo Tian frowned. "There's no way at all." Old Devil Boulder smiled slightly and said, "Who can undo the supreme seal? There are very few people in the chaos realm who cultivate the sealing technique, and even fewer people who cultivate to the supreme realm. Only the supreme seal master can undo it, and there is no such person in the Marshall Sea region." Supreme seal technique? In other words, you have cultivated the sealing technique to the great perfection realm. Luo Tian thought in his heart, "Give me enough time, this won't be a problem." Following that, Luo Tian asked again, "You don't have to worry about undoing the seal on your body. I will think of a way. Now, tell me about the problem with the exit of the cave." Old Devil Boulder said, "That's simple. Leave from the place you came in from. My power can send you out. However, there is a huge abyss below you, and the abyss is filled with evil demon beasts that are suppressed by the ice and fire mountain range. There is a staircase to heaven in the abyss. If you climb all the way up, you will be able to walk out of the ice and fire mountain range." Luo Tian frowned. "All right, send me to the abyss." "What?" The old devil immediately became nervous and said, "Young master, it's too dangerous. Your current cultivation is probably..." Luo Tian slightly said, "The reason why my father is able to become stronger so quickly should be because he is constantly killing demon beasts to break through, right?" "Me too. Send me down," Luo Tian said with certainty once again. Old Devil Boulder's brows trembled and said, "All right, but I'm worried about you." "Young master, I'll give you something. This thing contains my power, and as long as you activate it with your spiritual energy, it will explode out. Every time you use it, your strength will weaken by a bit. The next time you come, I'll fill it in for you." While they were talking, Old Devil Boulder's stomach rolled. Following that, a half-meter-long Vajra pestle appeared, carved with real demons and ghosts, with power sealed on top of it. The old devil said, "This was a weapon that your father refined for me. This weapon is also something that those peak experts have always wanted. But who would have thought that I would swallow it into my stomach? Haha, for a weapon, he was able to do so much." Luo Tian was extremely shocked in his heart. Then, Luo Tian thought of the Ice Girl and Fire Girl's problem and said, "Is there a way to recover my cultivation after swallowing the cultivation scattering pill?" The old devil did not hesitate and said, "There is a way. However, I want to see someone." Luo Tian laughed. "Understood." Chapter 2043. Boom! With a loud bang, Luo Tian fell down, falling into the abyss of demons. If not for the old devil's power, Luo Tian would definitely be smashed to pieces. Chaos Realm. My father was here, too. Luo Tian looked up at the dark sky. Even the sun couldn't shine here. Once the strongest person in the Chaos Realm. Once, the Luosher clan was incomparably glorious. They were the strongest existence in the Chaos Realm and even in the entire universe. But this is all in the past. Luo Tian exhaled a breath of air. His mind trembled. No matter how glorious you were in the past, no matter how big the crisis you encountered, you threw me away. Have you ever thought about me? You are you. I am me. I will not follow your old path, nor will I follow the path you designed. As long as I find Nyo and Jing, I will leave this place and return to the divine realm. Being together as a family is better than anything else." Luo Tian said slowly. Even if he knew that he had an invincible father, he did not have the concept of a father in his heart. Not since he was young, and even less now. He wanted to walk his own path. However, Luo Tian slowly stood up. His eyes were sinister and sinister. Sitichong, right? "Just you wait." Creak, creak, Monkey King called out a few times. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched. He also felt a dangerous aura approaching from the surroundings. Whoosh! A shadow pounced over. Luo Tian raised his eyes and directly released the power of the law of Luo. The big black blade slashed down. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. A ferocious demon beast had one of its arms cut off. Luo Tian moved and slashed down again. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing evil demon minions for gaining 500 experience points, 36 spiritual force points. Not bad. Then kill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Several black shadows pounced down and rushed towards Luo Tian. Chio chio! So, Luo Tian lashed out with his foot, causing the skeleton spirit to transform into a beam of red light as it shot out, directly knocking down an evil demon. Chio Chio became excited and stomped heavily on the evil demon's head. Luo Tian's aura was calm, and his spirit energy spread out. His entire aura fell into a state. The saber moved, spiritual power burned, and the power of the law of Luo superimposed. Kill! The saber slashed down. An evil demon was instantly killed. Shua! Luo Tian went on a killing spree, not letting any of the demonic beasts go. In another place, in the karst cave, old demon boulders, tears streamed down his face. Old master, the young master is here. The young master is here. He really came to the primal chaos world. Woo woo! Don't worry, I'll definitely take good care of him. If anyone dares to touch a single strand of his hair, I'll uproot him. Monster Boulder was extremely excited. When Luo Tian was here, he didn't dare to show it. Now that Luo Tian had left the cave, his heart instantly collapsed. Once upon a time, he said that the demon clan was a weak little demon. Because he followed Luo Tian's father, he quickly rose to power. He became a giant demon and crushed the entire demon clan. Once upon a time, he followed his master. Wherever he went, he would kill and explode. Who wouldn't be convinced? Trampled to death. What rancor? Great Emperor? They were all trampled to death. That scene was still fresh in his mind, making him incomparably excited. The current chaos world was already in chaos. The high-level domains were fighting. The low-level domains were also fighting. At this time, no one remembered the Luo family. No one remembered the man who once stood at the peak of the chaos world. Now, Luo Tian appeared. The excitement in Monster Boulder's heart caused him to laugh wildly. Ha ha ha! The banner of the Luo family will definitely flutter once again, and once again stand at the peak of this world. Old Master, just you wait and see. Little Master will definitely not disappoint you. Monster Boulder had never shed tears before. This was the first time. After saying this, Monster Boulder let out a light breath and muttered, "How many years has it been? I have already given up on cultivating. Now, I'm going to start cultivating again. I, Primordius Devil Emperor, am going to reappear in the martial arts world. Ha ha ha." Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing evil demon minions for obtaining 500 experience, 36 spirit force. Ding! Experience points has entered the burning stage. Do you wish to level up? Luo Tian did not hesitate at all, nodded and said, "Level up." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The moment Luo Tian's voice fell, the system automatically helped him level up, and the power of the sea formation realm surged out. It entered his body. At this moment, he could clearly feel the change in his strength. It was several times stronger than the martial sea realm. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up and obtaining a special reward from the system. The system beep ended. A gift box appeared in Luo Tian's mind. The idea moved and clicked on it. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Heavenly Dragon Steps. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Tian Long Saber Technique. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Open Box System. System. Open Box System Description. Kill a special boss, complete a high-level quest, or level up and you'll receive the system's reward boxes. There are bronze boxes, silver, gold, diamond, and king's boxes. Description. Everything is random. The higher the level of the box, the better the item. Luo Tian was startled. Open the box function. It's time to rely on luck. Luo Tian had played hundreds of games, and many of them had the function of opening chests. This was completely dependent on luck. However, the system's reward box was different. If the reward box was a king's level, then the chances of opening a king's equipment would be very high. It was slightly different from the game. At the same time, Luo Tian moved and said to the two sets of cultivation techniques rewarded by the system, "Cultivate!" Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating Heavenly Dragon Steps and Heavenly Dragon Saber Technique. Cultivation Method. Heavenly Dragon Steps Grade. Earth Rank 6 Consumption. 500 Spiritual Energy Cooldown. None description. This step has 8 steps, and each step increases the speed at which it increases. One step gives birth to 10,000 techniques, and 10,000 techniques transform into a heavenly dragon. Cultivation Method. Tianlong Saber Technique Grade. Earth Rank 8 Consumption. 600 Spiritual Energy Cooldown. None description. This blade technique has 8 moves. One move extends to 10,000 moves, and 10,000 moves transform into a heavenly dragon. When you comprehend the true essence of the Heavenly Dragon Saber technique, you will be able to unleash the Tianlong Wave. Not a bad cultivation technique. The god-level cultivation techniques from before had all disappeared. Moreover, those cultivation techniques were useless in the Chaos Realm. The laws of each plane were different, and although they were powerful in other places, they might not be able to do so here. In the Divine Realm, it was a divine rank cultivation technique, but in the Chaos Realm, it could be the lowest level cultivation technique. Huff! Then let's try out the new footwork and cultivation technique. Luo Tian looked at an evil demon minion and rushed forward. Kill! Chapter 2044. Luo Tian continued to kill. Every time he made a move, Luo Tian would be cultivating the Heavenly Dragon Steps and the Heavenly Dragon Blade technique. It was just as the system described. One step leads to 10,000 steps, and 10,000 steps turn into a heavenly dragon. The profound meaning of the cultivation technique was like a world, extremely difficult to grasp. However, if you could unleash the power of the Heavenly Dragon Steps, then you would transform into a heavenly dragon in one step, just like a furious heavenly dragon roaring. It was the same for the blade technique. 1/1 realm. Moreover, the Heavenly Dragon Blade technique was like a blade to hell, a blade to become a demon, a blade to break Buddha. That kind of profound meaning made Luo Tian want to die. Luo Tian had never thought about leveling up his skills in the past, because he only needed proficiency. With proficiency, he could continuously level up his skills, but now neither of the two techniques had any proficiency. He could only rely on his continuous comprehension and cultivation to comprehend the power of the cultivation method through cultivation. Huff! Again. Luo Tian took the third step, but he couldn't take it no matter how hard he tried. It was just a formality, but it wasn't intentional, and its power was more than 10 times weaker. Again. Luo Tian started from the beginning again. 1 day passed. Luo Tian was crazily killing, crazily cultivating. The second day passed, and he was still the same. Other than resting for a while, when he was too tired to take it, Luo Tian did not let go of any time to cultivate. In the past, he could only rely on his proficiency to train. Now, not only did he have to rely on training, he also had to rely on comprehension and constantly think. Situ Cheong is at the Sea Formation realm. If I want to trample him to death, I have to be stronger than him, several times stronger. My level is higher than his. My cultivation technique is also stronger than his. Luo Tian was extremely unhappy when he thought of Sidu Chang's despicable face. If it wasn't for him, Ice Girl and Fire Girl wouldn't have ended up like that. He could ignore everything else, but he couldn't ignore these two girls. Cultivation, scattering pill. That was a matter of a lifetime. Continue training. One step, one blade. One step, one world. One blade, one world. Sometimes Luo Tian's body seemed to release the might of a heavenly dragon, but in the next moment it disappeared without a trace. The more he cultivated, the more he felt that this cultivation technique was not as simple as a 6-stage earth technique. In other words, the cultivation methods he cultivated in other planes were too trashy. Again, he continued to practice and cultivate in battle. He relied on those evil demon minions to continuously cultivate his battle skills. The Heavenly Dragon Steps and the Heavenly Dragon Saber technique were completely integrated into his bones. He blended in completely. Half a month passed. Luo Tian was cultivating in the abyss, and there were corpses of evil demons everywhere. However, after such a long time, he found it strange. Aside from these evil demon minions, he did not see a single elite monster, let alone a boss monster. Actually, he didn't know. It wasn't that there weren't any elite monsters in the abyss of 10,000 demons, nor was it that there weren't any bosses. It was just that they were all being crushed by the old devil of boulders, not daring to move at all. They also wanted to go out and kill Luo Tian and eat him, but they couldn't do it at all. The old devil of boulders had unleashed his might, and they couldn't withstand it. The old devil of boulders' idea had never left Luo Tian. Looking at Luo Tian's continuous cultivation and continuous killing, he became even happier. Similar, it's really too similar. It's simply the same. Ha ha ha. The strength and aura of his body are much stronger than they were half a month ago. Although this kind of cultivation speed is a little lacking compared to the old master, who in the entire Marshalsea area can match up to him. Young master is mighty. Who? Luo Tian let out a long breath, his entire body drenched in sweat, and said, I finally cultivated to the 4th step. The Heavenly Dragon Saber technique has also been cultivated to the 4th blade. My brain almost exploded. However, from the moment he transmigrated until now, Luo Tian had never had this kind of feeling before. It was exceptionally fulfilling, and this was not the power of the system. This was his own power. In the true sense, it was something that he had comprehended. This kind of feeling was something that he had never experienced before. At the same time, Luo Tian looked at his experience. Damn it, leveling up is too difficult. Up until now, I've only gained 80% of my experience. Forget it. Counting the days, it's time today. Luo Tian kept his big black blade and said to a monkey that was accompanying him, Brother Monkey, let's go. It's time to find someone to settle the score. There are some debts that must be settled. Situ Chong, I'm here. Luo Tian stepped onto the heaven-connecting ladder and climbed up. In another place, Ice Fire Sect, at the foot of the Crimson Lotus Peak. Humph, bitch, you don't want face. It's your fortune that our boss has taken a fancy to you. Who do you think you are now? You are just a servant of the Ice Fire Sect, a piece of trash who has lost all his power. A piece of trash who can only be a servant for the rest of his life. Do you understand? A man blocked the Ice Maiden's path. He was Situ Chang's lackey. During this period of time, he had been waiting for her at the foot of the mountain, harassing her. The Ice Maiden said coldly, Go back and tell your boss that I, a servant, will not trouble him. You, Kai Bing, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you still think that you are a high and mighty ice beauty? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Boss said that as long as you follow him, he will let you live comfortably for the rest of your life. This is a great thing. At this moment, the fire girl rushed down the mountain in a hurry, pointed at that person and said, "Senior sister. He's the one who bullies big sister every day." Humph! How can Crimson Lotus Peak be a place where you can behave atrociously? A woman's sword flew out. The man retreated and quickly jumped into the woods. In the woods, he shouted, "Kai Bing, you bitch, just wait for me." The fire girl quickly ran up. "Big sister, is he Situ Chang's lackey again?" The Ice Maiden said slightly, "Why did you call Senior Sister Ching here?" At this moment, the woman's face was slightly cold. "Junior Sister Cayenne, 30 upper grade primordial stones. Hand it over within 3 days. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Cayenne said, "I know. Thank you for your help, Senior Sister." Humph, help. If it weren't for the fact that I need primordial stones to break through to the high-grade sea realm, would I help you too? Dream on. Qin Yen smiled coldly, glanced at Kai Bing, and sneered. "If I were you, I would agree with him. You still want to cultivate now. That's impossible. Go back to the secular world and be an ordinary person. Icefire Sect is no longer a world where you can survive. Kai Bing, don't be the Kai Bing who is valued by Master. You are now just a servant of Crimson Lotus Peak, a slave. Don't think about turning over in this life." Her face was full of disdain. He especially emphasized the words servants and slaves. Kai Bing felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Chapter 2045. If you were strong, others would fear and revere you. If you were weak, whether it was a human or a ghost, they would all step on you. The world where the strong were respected was even more vivid. Therefore, everyone who stepped into the path of martial arts cultivation was desperately cultivating to break through the shackles and become a person above others. Only then would they have the qualifications to step on others. To become a person above others, cultivation resources, mentors, and a powerful sect as a backer were all indispensable. Therefore, many people wanted to enter the Icefire Sect, which was a huge sect. At the entrance of the Icefire Sect. Line up, all of you line up. Whoever doesn't line up, I'll cripple him. Damn it, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? An outer sect disciple guarding the mountain gate of the Icefire Sect shouted loudly. Today was the day that the Icefire Sect recruited disciples, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. Tens of thousands of disciples crowded at the mountain gate, and it was extremely crowded. There are a lot of disciples participating in the selection this year, 20% more than previous years. This is all because our Icefire Sect's influence in the Martial Sea region has increased. This is only the beginning. In the future, we will become stronger and become the #1 sect in the Martial Sea region. Ha ha ha. That's right. There are a lot of people, but I don't know about the quality. After all, no matter how many people there are, they are all trash. That will only waste our assessment time and our Icefire Sect's cultivation resources. Several outer sect elders were chatting. Speaking of genius disciples, an elder said in high spirits, according to what I heard, there are a few super geniuses this time. Lin Ju from the Lin Mountain Prefecture is an 8th grade talent and has comprehended an exclusive sacred art. Oh, there's such a genius. An 8th grade talent is not low. To be able to comprehend an exclusive sacred art, that's even more not simple. The elder continued, It's not worth it. Man Pa from the Ba Huang Prefecture is an innate demon body with a peak 8th grade talent. He also has his own innate sacred art. He can be considered a super genius. Ha ha ha. Elder Su, you've recruited so many geniuses. You've done a great job. Ha ha ha. Everyone's credit, everyone's credit. I don't dare to take the credit. At this moment, a man carried a large black saber on his shoulder, and a monkey stood on the black saber. He did not line up. He was not here to participate in the selection. He had no interest in the Icefire Sect or the overlord force of the Martial Sea region. He came here for only one purpose, Situ Chong. Hey you, didn't you hear me? Line up, line up. Are you deaf? A disciple shouted at Luo Tian. Luo Tian said faintly, I'm not here to take the test. I'm here to find someone. Huh. Not participating in the assessment. What are you doing here if you don't want to participate in the test? Get lost. Find someone to search elsewhere. That disciple was very impatient. He could only be arrogant today and show off a little. In front of these people who had not officially become disciples, they all had to respect him. They enjoyed this feeling. This was a once-in-a-year event. After these few days, those who failed the selection would leave, and those who succeeded would become official disciples. No one would pay attention to them anymore. Luo Tian did not leave. He said, I'm looking for Situ Chong. Huh, Situ Chong. Why does this name sound a little familiar? That person muttered, and a disciple beside him said in a low voice, War Marshal Hall's little genius, senior brother Situ Chong. Huh. That person immediately revealed a look of reverence towards Luo Tian and said, Big brother, why are you looking for Situ Chong? Luo Tian said, I have some personal matters to discuss with him. Can you find him for me? That person revealed a troubled expression and said, I am just a disciple guarding the mountain gate. I don't even have the qualifications to enter the War Marshal Hall. How can I find Senior Brother Situ? Then what can we do? Luo Tian asked. He just wanted to kill Situ Chong. He had no other goal. However, this ice fire sect was incomparably huge. Just the number of disciples was in the hundreds of thousands, and the number of disciples in the War Marshal Hall reached 200,000. At this moment, a disciple whispered something into that disciple's ear. The mountain gate guarding disciple's face immediately darkened. He glanced at Luo Tian and directly pulled him to the side, saying, Brother, are you here to seek revenge? Hurry up and leave. Senior Brother Situ is someone you can't afford to offend. Don't ask for trouble. You're not his match. Finished. The mountain gate guarding disciple turned around and was about to leave, shaking his head and laughing bitterly. Situ Chong, the little genius of the War Marshal Hall. Not to mention his cultivation strength. Just his identity as a disciple of the War Marshal Hall was not simple. Want to take revenge on him? It was no different from courting death. At this time, Luo Tian pulled him back and said, Just tell me, is there any way to find him? The disciple looked at Luo Tian and said, Why are you like this? I said, Don't seek your own death. Hurry up and leave. When Senior Brother Situ sees you, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. In his opinion, Luo Tian was courting death. Luo Tian said, Just say it. You don't have to worry about whether I'm going to die or not. F***CK. Why aren't you listening to my advice? All right. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. The disciple threw out an examination token and said, You want to find Senior Brother Situ, right? There's only one way. Pass the selection exam and join the War Marshal Hall, and you'll be able to find Senior Brother Situ. Kid, I don't think you can even pass the exam. Finished. He flicked his sleeves and walked out in large strides. Luo Tian picked up the wooden tablet on the ground. On the wooden tablet, there was a number 9,527, which was his number, the examination number. The moment he picked up the identity token, the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the assessment quest. Mission: Pass the Icefire Sex examination rank. See reward: 10,000 experience, 1,000 spirit force, 1 bronze chest. Ding! Do you accept? Assessment mission: The difficulty of the mission. Luo Tian couldn't say for sure. This could be considered his second mission in the Chaos Realm. The first one was to take in Qinyu, which was basically the lowest level mission. Huff! If you don't accept the mission, you won't be able to find Situ Chong, nor will you be able to find Ice Lady, Fire Lady. Luo Tian's heart tightened. The idea moved and said, Accept! Ding! Mission accepted. Then, Luo Tian walked to the registration area, handed over the wooden tablet, and said, "Participate in the examination. Life, family background." The person in charge of statistics asked, "Luo Tian, no background." Luo Tian replied, "A rogue cultivator? All right, it's been recorded. You can enter the examination grounds now. Someone will tell you the rules." Luo Tian walked over in large strides. He walked to a place similar to a transmission array. The first stage. Chapter 2046. The first stage was to kill 10-second level monster beasts. Complete it within an hour. 100 people enter each time. If they can't complete it in an hour, they will be automatically eliminated. A steward said. Luo Tian walked up at this time. "Get the hell to the back." A tall and sturdy man placed one hand on Luo Tian's shoulder and sneered in disdain. "Brat, scram to the side." Luo Tian's eyes turned cold and said, "You better take your dirty hands away. F***CK. You dog, you dare to talk to me like that? Do you know who I am?" The man said arrogantly. Luo Tian said again, "I'll say it again, take your dirty hands away." The man was not angry and shouted, "With your trash cultivation, you dare to come to the examination? I'm giving you face by asking you to move aside. Don't King refuse to give face," not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian wanted to make a move, but he realized that an even more sturdy man had lifted the man into the air. "Is your cultivation very strong?" The faces of the surrounding disciples all changed. Manpa, 8 desolate mansions, genius youth, born with a demon body, has a sacred art since birth. Too powerful, very strong, a 3-meter tall body wearing a male armor. The muscles on his body bulged as if they were about to explode, and he was filled with power. Just by standing beside him, one could feel his powerful aura. The man's face turned pale with fright, his entire body trembling as he said, Manpa, young master. I was wrong, you first. With your cultivation, you still have the nerve to participate in the selection?" Manpa stared at him and casually threw him away. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The brawny man was thrown more than 10 meters away. A body that weighed several hundred kilograms could be casually thrown dozens of meters away. The strength in his hands was not simple. The stewards of the Ice Fire sect were extremely excited when they saw this. The Ice Fire sect finally has a genius who can carry the flag. Born with a demon body, and the sacred art is even more innate. This power is too strong. The Ice Fire sect is about to rise. Manpa walked in front of Luo Tian and smiled. This kind of person needs to be taught a lesson. You can go in first. Luo Tian said indifferently, "Thank you." Barbaric Break was indeed very terrifying. The power in his body was that kind of pure power. A single punch was at least 10,000 caddies. Manpa looked at Luo Tian's calm face and said, "You're welcome. Maybe we'll be fellow disciples in the future." Luo Tian smiled and walked into the examination site. Manpa also stepped in. The brawny man, who was standing more than 10 meters away, was bleeding from his head, but he didn't leave. He lined up at the back of the line and rushed forward. He thought to himself, "Dog, I can't deal with Manpa, but I can deal with you. I won't be able to kill you." He dashed into the testing grounds. The test venue was a valley. This valley could be considered a small secret realm. It was not big, but there were demonic beasts everywhere, and many people died inside. Here you can kill demonic beasts, and demonic beasts can kill you as well. Manpa took the lead and rushed into the group of demonic beasts like a crazy tank. He hugged a demonic beast and tightened his grip. Crack! Instant kill. Then, a fluorescent light rose from the demonic beast's body and landed on his identity card. This was considered as killing a demonic beast. Manpa looked at Luo Tian and said, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and kill it. If you can break the record, there will be a special reward." "Do you want me to help you?" Luo Tian gave him a very calm feeling. He was so calm that it was unexpected. Moreover, he felt that Luo Tian was not bad. Luo Tian shook his head and said, "Thank you, but there's no need." While they were talking, Luo Tian also rushed to the other side. Facing the second-level fierce tiger, the black blade in his hand moved, and his footsteps moved slightly. One step was like a mist. The saber technique was like steel and thunder. Shwa! With a slash, the demonic beast was instantly killed. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing level 2 Fierce Tiger for obtaining 400 experience, 40 Spirit Force. The experience is not bad, Luo Tian muttered. Looking at the overwhelming number of level 2 demonic beast, the corner of his mouth curled up and he became a little excited. If we kill all of them, I should be able to reach 90% of my experience, right? Kill. Luo Tian was not like the other participating disciples, who only stayed at the entrance of the valley to kill demonic beast. The deeper they went, the more concentrated the demonic beast became. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian disappeared from the valley. Manpa looked around and realized that Luo Tian had disappeared. Where did he go? Forget it. I have a mission on me. I have to enter the top 3 in this exam, or else I'll be scolded by my sister again. After quickly killing 10 demonic beasts, Manpa rushed out in less than 10 minutes. Manpa, kill 10 demonic beasts. Use 9 minutes and 37 seconds. Ranked 7th in history. Good. This result is too good, ha ha ha. The 6 people who are better than him are all super geniuses of the War Martial Hall. The entire outer sect of the Ice Fire sect was excited. The person who was looking for trouble with Luo Tian rushed into the examination grounds and just happened to avoid Manpa. He was even more pleased with himself as he thought to himself, "Brat, watch how I kill you." 10 minutes passed. Luo Tian continued to kill in the valley. 1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/ 1/1/. The number of demonic beasts in the valley decreased. 10 minutes. He killed 60 demonic beasts. Another 10 minutes passed. There were not many demonic beasts left at the entrance of the valley. Half an hour passed. Not a single demonic beast came out of the valley. 40 minutes passed. The disciples who entered the exam were stunned. Did they enter the wrong place? Why couldn't they see a single demonic beast? What's going on? 50 minutes passed. Luo Tian's entire body was covered in the blood of demonic beasts. There were more than 300 demonic beasts in the entire valley, and they were all killed by him. The corpses in the valley formed a mountain. Luo Tian did not stop. He was still killing. In any case, the assessment time was 1 hour, and he wanted to kill all the demonic beasts in the valley. At the 55th minute, there was not a single demonic beast left in the entire valley. Luo Tian looked at the time and quickly ran out. On the way, he happened to meet the brawny man who was looking for trouble with him. The brawny man had a bitter expression on his face. Demonic beast! Why are there no demonic beasts? I still need 2 more demonic beasts to pass the exam. Where are the demonic beasts? His face was bitter. Luo Tian grinned, too lazy to pay attention to him. At this time, the entrance of the valley was already packed with examinees, all of them with bitter expressions on their faces. However, no one dared to go out because once they went out, they would fail the exam. Luo Tian rushed out at the last minute and handed over his identity card. The identity card would only record that he had killed 10 demonic beasts, and would not record that he had killed more than 400 demonic beasts. The first round of the exam had been ruined by him. Chapter 2047. It collapsed. It was as if the system had collapsed. The first stage of the examination had all collapsed. According to the speed at which the secret realm refreshed, it was already unable to hold on. The first round of the examination grounds was a complete mess. The examiner was also anxious. Why are there no more demon beasts? What exactly is going on? Didn't this assessment's secret realm keep spawning demon beasts? Why did it suddenly disappear? What exactly happened? Is the elder not here yet? If this goes on, the entire examination won't be able to continue. It was too difficult. The examination that was originally going smoothly suddenly stopped. The demon beasts in the secret realm could no longer satisfy the quota for the examination. The surrounding disciples who were participating in the examination were also complaining. As for what had happened, even ghosts didn't know. Who would have thought that Luo Tian would be so bored that he would kill all the demon beasts in the entire valley? Who would be so bored? The other examinees were racing against time to pass the test, but he had foolishly killed all the demonic beasts. It was as if he had squeezed out the time to come out. It was simply killing him. In the temporary examination department of the outer sect. What? There are no more demon beasts in the secret realm valley. Impossible. That secret realm has an independent system of demon beasts. All sorts of second-level demon beasts will automatically survive in the secret realm. It is specially used for the examination. How can there be no demon beasts? When the news reached the examination department, it caused an uproar. No one would believe it, even if it was said out loud. When this news spread like wildfire, even the outer sect was shocked. Have you heard? All the demon beasts in the first round of the examination have been killed. It is no longer possible to conduct the examination normally. It can't be. Who is so funny? Does that person think that the more he kills, the better his results? F***CK, who is this person? He's simply too awesome. I just want to see if there's water in his head. This is too boring. Crimson Lotus Peak. Fire Girl was grinning from ear to ear and said, Sis, have you heard? An examinee killed all the demon beasts in the first stage of the secret realm. It's too funny, haha. Ice Girl was stunned for a moment, but did not reply. She sat cross-legged and absorbed the spiritual energy between heaven and earth into her dantian. However, no matter how hard she tried, the spiritual energy that she absorbed into her dantian disappeared in less than 3 seconds. Moreover, compared to before, the amount of spiritual aura she could sense now was negligible. Looking at her sister's desperate efforts, Fire Girl also sighed softly and said, Sister, I've checked the sutra depository several times. After consuming the cultivation dispersing pill, the chances of recovery are basically 0. I'm afraid we'll never. Ice Maiden frowned. Fire Girl didn't continue. Instead, she let out a long sigh and muttered, Right now, I'm just worried that Situ Chon will harm Handsome Brother. I wonder how Handsome Brother and Chunyu are doing now. I hope he's fine and that he's as far away from the Ice Fire sect as possible. She did not regret taking the cultivation dispersing pill. Luo Tian was their savior and the benefactor of the Kai clan. Even if she had to die, she would choose to save Luo Tian. At this moment, a woman with a cold expression kicked a potted plant away. Pa! The potted plant was smashed to pieces. The woman said with disdain, Who told you to be lazy here? Fire Maiden was enraged as Ice Maiden immediately pulled her back. She lowered her body and smiled obsequiously. Junior sister, without waiting for her to finish. The woman took a step forward and slapped him. Junior sister? Who do you think you are? Calling me junior sister? Have you forgotten your identity? You are just servants of Crimson Lotus Peak, do you understand? Do you still think you are Master's treasure? You are just 2 pieces of trash now. Fire Girl was furious. She had always tried to curry favor with them, but now she had become like this. Ice Maiden endured the pain. She no longer had any power to regenerate, so she couldn't withstand such a slap. It was painful. However, Ice Maiden immediately changed her words and said, Senior sister, what orders do you have? The woman smiled smugly and said, I still have a bucket of clothes in my room that haven't been washed. Hurry up and wash them for me. If I find any stains, you don't have to eat dinner. Humph. Looking at you guys, you know that you will be slaves for the rest of your lives. Ha ha. The woman left. Fire Girl went crazy. Sis, who does she think she is? In the past, she couldn't wait to kneel down and lick his boots, but now she's so arrogant. Ice Maiden didn't say anything. Fire Girl looked at her and asked with heartache, Sis, does it hurt? Ice Maiden shook her head and said, Let's go to work. In his sleeves, she clenched her fists tightly, clenched them tightly, and clenched them tightly again. She secretly swore in her heart that she would definitely restore her utility. I must. In another place, the location of the second round of the examination. Luo Tian was leisurely. He did not know that the first round of the examination had already turned into a pot of porridge. All the elders of the outer sect were anxious. The valley of the first round of the examination was filled with people. It was densely packed, just like the demon beasts at the beginning. No one knew that he was the one who did it. At the venue of the second round of the examination, the examiner said faintly, The second round of the examination is a level 3 demon beast. Kill 5 of them. Time 1 hour. Pass this examination and you will be able to enter the official examination tomorrow. Remember, the faster the time, the more beneficial it is for your ranking, understand? The examiner reminded him. When Manpa saw Luo Tian, he smiled and said, Brother, I see you again. Luo Tian also smiled faintly and said, That's right. Manpa looked at Luo Tian and said, A level 3 demon beast is much stronger than a level 2 demon beast. Do you want to go together? At this moment, another youth sneered and said disdainfully, Manpa, being with a piece of trash will only drag you down. Manpo's eyes turned as he looked at the youth, not far away. Lin Ju, the super genius chosen by the Lin Mountain Prefecture. His comprehension ability was extraordinary, and he had comprehended an exclusive cultivation technique. Manpa said, What I do is none of your business. Lin Ju sneered and said, I am reminding you, don't delay your examination because of some trash. When I win against you, you will have an excuse. Humph. Lin Ju's eyes were filled with disdain as he laughed in his heart. You're just a little bigger. What I'm stepping on is your innate demon body. Manpo's eyes darkened and said, Don't worry, I can defeat you with one hand. Brother, don't worry about him. Come with me. Luo Tian said indifferently, Thank you, but I think it's better for you to slap some people's faces. I don't care. He refused. Because a level 3 demon beast, the experience points would definitely be much higher than a level 2 demon beast. Moreover, his experience points had already reached 90%. Another 10% and he would be able to level up. As for Lin Ju's disdain, today was only the first round. There would be plenty of opportunities tomorrow. Chapter 2048. Enter the assessment grounds. An order was given. Manpa looked at Luo Tian and said faintly, Brother, good luck! Luo Tian smiled. Lin Ju looked at Luo Tian with contempt and said disdainfully, Brat, if I were you, I would give up the assessment because, with your cultivation, you will be torn apart by the demon beasts. Finished. He sneered and entered the arena. Luo Tian smiled. It was just a smile. Then, he rushed into the assessment grounds. This was also an independent secret realm. The only difference from the first stage was that this was not a valley, but a small secret room. Moreover, it was an independent secret room. There was no exit, and it was completely sealed. There was only Luo Tian and no one else. There were 3 demon beasts in the secret room. The moment they felt Luo Tian enter the secret room, they immediately stood up. Roar! A demon beast roared and rushed towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian was startled. An independent secret room. No demon beasts all over the mountain. F***CK. Then what the hell? Immediately, Luo Tian lost interest. He was still thinking about hunting more demon beasts and trying to break through to the middle level of the sea-forming realm. Seeing the 3 demon beasts pounce on him, Luo Tian's mind stirred, and the big black blade on his shoulder fell down. The heavenly dragon stepped out. 1 step, the dragon roared. 1 slash, 8 wastelands open. Shwa. The heavenly dragon steps combined with the heavenly dragon saber technique. In that instant, the blade slashed down. The head of the demon beast was chopped off. Luo Tian did not stop because of this. His speed doubled, and before the second demon beast pounced on him, he leaned heavily on his shoulder and hit it. The second slash fell. Shwa. Crack. The second slash fell. The moment it fell, Luo Tian did not stop at all. He suddenly rushed forward, and with the 3rd step, the 3rd slash also fell. Shwa. The 3rd demon beast was also killed. Its head was cut off. Ding, ding, ding. 3 consecutive notifications rang out. 3 level, 3 demonic beasts. 3 seconds, 1 slash per second, 1 slash per life. 3 demonic beasts were killed in an instant. Boring. Luo Tian snorted in disdain. The wooden token quickly absorbed the fluorescent light of the 3 demonic beasts. He was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he strolled around the secret room and muttered to himself, "When will it respawn? Will there be a second wave? Anyway, we still have a long time. Let's wait for another wave." Demonic beasts were experience points. If they could be respawned, Luo Tian would naturally not let them go. However, 3 minutes passed, and there was no sign of a respawn. Luo Tian didn't have the patience to wait. His mind entered the wooden identity card. His figure turned illusory and walked out of the test field. It was also at this time. The supervisor shook his head and sighed. Another one who failed the test. Could he succeed in coming out after just a few minutes? Furthermore, many people around Luo Tian were dejected. The level 3 demonic beasts were too ferocious, and the level 3 demonic beasts seemed to have cooperated with each other. Their attacks were extremely sharp. Luo Tian walked to the side of the examiner and said, "Elder, this is my wooden identity card." The elder who recorded the results said, "What's there to record if you fail the examination? There's no need to record it. Leave and come back next year." Failed? Luo Tian said, "I didn't fail." Those dejected people laughed disdainfully. "If you fail, then you fail. What do you mean you didn't fail? Brat, stop trying to fool me. Failure is not a shameful thing. I've already failed, so it's normal for you to fail." "Exactly. If you can pass, I'll really find a piece of tofu and kill myself." They all looked down on Luo Tian. This was not the key. The key was time. Who could pass the examination in such a short time? Even super geniuses like Lin Ju and Manpa did not come out. How could he pass? At this moment, the moment the elder who was counting the results received Luo Tian's wooden identity card, his face changed. "Pass, pass, pass!" The other 2 stewards were immediately startled. "Old Chen, are you sure?" "No, the identity card won't be fake. He has indeed passed." Manager Chen's face was filled with shock. He checked the time and said, "4 minutes and 17 seconds. Oh my God, how is this possible? Impossible, this is simply impossible." Manager Chen stared at the time and muttered, "Breaking all the records in history." Immediately after, the 2 stewards surrounded him and stared at Luo Tian as if they were staring at a monster. They asked seriously, "You really killed 3 beasts?" Luo Tian nodded his head and said, "Yes." The monkey on the big black blade creaked a few times in satisfaction. Luo Tian asked again, "May I ask if you have passed the examination?" "Pass, pass, pass." Luo Tian took back his identity card and said, "Thank you." With that, he left in large strides. Today's 2 rounds were only the preliminary examination. Tomorrow would be the real examination. Those who failed the examination looked at Luo Tian with their mouths agape, unable to regain their senses for a long time. The 3 examiners were also shocked. After a long time, only then did a steward say, "Too cool!" Immediately report to the elders. Manager Chen was excited, and then he casually wrote a few words and said, "Report to the elders of the War Martial Hall. Don't report to the other elders, understand?" As long as he could bring this brat into the War Martial Hall, he would definitely receive a reward. A few minutes later, Man Pa walked out of the secret realm and said, "All right." Under normal circumstances, at this time they would look at him with incomparable shock, just like in the first round of the examination. But there was no such thing. It was also at this time. Another person walked out of the secret realm. Lin Ju. He looked at Man Pa and frowned slightly, but he sneered and said, "I thought the innate demon body was strong, but it turns out it's only like this." Suddenly, he also noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange. Very calm. The stewards, as well as the disciples who failed the examination, were all incomparably calm. They were not shocked by their results at all. Man Pa, 9 minutes and 47 seconds. Historical record. 8th place, ugh. No, it's the 9th place. The new record just now was not recorded. Manager Chin changed his words. Lin Ju, 10 minutes and 9 seconds. 13th place in history. The 2 of them were shocked at the same time. Man Pa asked, "Elder, was there someone faster than us just now?" Manager Chin nodded and said excitedly, "Yes, faster than you guys, twice the time, and he also broke all the records, only using 4 minutes and 17 seconds. How much?" Lin didn't dare believe it. Man Pa also thought that he had heard wrongly. Manager Chin said, 4 minutes and 17 seconds. The 2 of them instantly turned into idiots. In another place, Luo Tian walked down the mountain and muttered, 4 minutes and 17 seconds are already so shocking. If they knew that I used 3 seconds, wouldn't they be shocked to the heavens? Chapter 2049. How long? 4 minutes and 17 seconds. Are you sure? Where is he? Make an exception and admit him. We must make an exception. Outer Sect, War Hall. Senior Elder Yang Yuan's face was filled with excitement. He couldn't wait to rush in front of Luo Tian. 4 minutes and 17 seconds. He broke the record. Isn't that too terrifying? An elder was also shocked. What did 4 minutes and 17 seconds mean? The current sect master of Icefire Sect, Bai Lixing, once entered Icefire Sect and took 6 minutes and 33 seconds to kill 3 demonic beasts in the second round. More than 2 minutes faster. 1 second was the limit, but he was faster by more than 2 minutes. How could people not be excited? An elder asked, "How's that disciple's cultivation?" Manager Chin said, excitedly, "See forming realm." Yang Yuan was excited again. See forming realm, killing 3 third-level demonic beasts in 4 minutes and 17 seconds. What a monster! Our War Hall must not miss such a talent. Did you see where the man went? I want to find him personally. I must find him first, and he can ask for any conditions. Yang Yuan was so excited that he couldn't stop, because he knew the strength of such a person was too terrifying. A sea-forming realm cultivator could burst out such power. As long as he could get his guidance, he would definitely make great progress. In the future, he would definitely become an elite disciple of Icefire Sect, and maybe even enter the heaven list of the chaotic world. Thinking of this, he was so excited. One of the elders asked, Man Pa of Bahuang Prefecture and Lin Ju of Lin Mountain Prefecture, how are their results? Manager Chin replied, Man Pa is in the top 10, and Lin Ju is in the 13th place. They used to be very outstanding. Ha ha ha, Yang Yuan laughed and said, they have always been the focus of our attention. I didn't expect them to be the side characters this time. Right. How is this kid's result in the first round? If he could finish the second round in 4 minutes and 17 seconds, then the first round must be even faster. Manager Chin said, I sent someone to check before I came, and it was a bit unexpected. Yang Yuan asked, how so? Manager Chin said, he spent a whole 59 minutes in the first round. He was 1 minute away from being disqualified. I don't understand. The elders of the War Martial Hall were shocked once again. There was a clear contrast between the two stages. Everyone fell silent. One of the elders asked, the first stage was very simple. Even 10 level 1 demonic beasts were not a match for 1 level 3 demonic beast. However, he actually used almost an hour to complete it. Then, how did he manage to complete the second stage? Will there be any problems? I think it's possible too. There must be some unstable factors in the secret realm. If he's really that strong, he can definitely finish the first stage in 10 minutes. Elder Yang, what do you think? Yang Yuan frowned. He was also thinking about this problem. If Luo Tian was really strong, then why did the first stage take so long? Yang Yuan shook his head. I can't figure it out either. He looked at Manager Chin and asked, did anything happen during this kid's test? Phenomenon? Manager Chin thought for a long time and scratched his head. I don't know either. An elder suddenly thought of the situation in the first stage and said faintly, there was a sudden situation where all the demonic beasts were killed in the first stage of the secret realm. Does this have anything to do with him? This matter shouldn't have anything to do with him, right? Everyone wants to complete the mission in the shortest amount of time. Doesn't he want to? Who would be so bored as to kill so many demonic beasts? Yang Yuan once again fell into deep thought. After a long time, he muttered, we'll know tomorrow. The feeling this kid gives me is, he's not simple. Have you heard? Someone broke the record in the second stage. Even sect leader Bailey's record was broken. I heard about it too. This person is too powerful. Manpa of the Bahuang Prefecture and Linshan Prefecture's Linju are completely incomparable to him. It's too dazzling. However, why is his result in the first stage so far behind? Could there be something fishy about it? I think so too. If the sect leader has such a powerful talent, why didn't it appear at the beginning? He almost didn't pass the first stage. I think there must be something fishy about it. Public opinion was polarized. Many people were questioning Luo Tian's strength. There were also people who believed in Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian didn't care about these at all. He looked at the list of people who had passed the examination today, especially the Beast Taming Hall's examination. He saw a familiar name. Chinyu. Luo Tian said excitedly in his heart. As expected, he participated in the examination. His beast-taming strength will definitely be able to enter the Beast-Taming Hall's special examination. He was happy for Chinyu. If he was thrown off the cliff, Chinyu would definitely be chased out of the Ice Fire sect. He would definitely want to take revenge for him. It's better to meet him as soon as possible. Don't do anything stupid when the time comes. Luo Tian was still a little worried about Chinyu. His personality was a little impulsive. He must have thought that Luo Tian was already dead, so he naturally entered the Ice Fire sect to take revenge on Situ Chong. Before you meet me, try your best not to let anything happen to you. Luo Tian was secretly worried. Sis, have you heard? Luo Tian, that handsome brother is still alive, and he broke the record set by the current sect master. Too powerful, not only powerful, but also handsome, Kai Yen happily ran to his sister's residence, incomparably excited, as if he was even more excited to be able to cultivate again. Ice Maiden was also startled and said, Really? She was also extremely shocked. According to Situ Chang's personality, he would definitely kill Luo Tian and not let him live. However, Ice Maiden frowned and muttered, Could it be someone with the same name? Kai Yen said, How can there be so many people with the same name in this world? It must be that handsome brother. He must be here to save us. Hee. Sis! Imagine he suddenly descended on the crimson lotus peak and domineeringly said in front of our master that these two girls are mine. Kai Yan's face was flushed red with infatuation. The scene in her mind made her drunk. She was incomparably blissful, as if it could be realized right away. Ice Maiden knocked her sister on the head with a broom and said, "Stop dreaming. Hurry up and sweep the floor. If you continue to be lazy, see how I'll deal with you." Kai Yan shrank back in pain and said, "All right." Ice Maiden looked at the sky in a daze. In the depths of her heart, she really hoped that this wasn't someone with the same name. It was that Luo Tian. At the same time, she was secretly worried. If Situ Chong knew about this, he would definitely find someone to deal with him. He definitely wouldn't let Luo Tian off so easily. Chapter 2050. If the news could reach Red Serpent Peak, it would naturally reach Situ Chong's ears as well. Impossible. The two of us personally threw him down the cliff. No one can climb up from below, let alone leave alive. Senior brother, you know how terrifying that cliff is. Even if that kid had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough for him to die. Situ Chong frowned, his face ugly. It must be someone with the same name. It must be. I think so too. That cliff abyss is too terrifying. I can feel the chill just standing on the edge. Also, there are screams of ghosts from time to time. There must be a monster down there. Another disciple asked, "But what if it is the same person? Then this person is too terrifying." Moreover, when we saw him in Skylight City, he was covered in blood and chased thousands of people by himself. Who among us can do that? Also, Kai Yan and Kai Bing said that it was Luo Tian who killed the Lord of Skylight Prefecture. The Lord of Skylight Prefecture is stronger than any of us. How could a mere upper-grade martial, cultivator kill him? The person who spoke was called Xiao Ji. He was Situ Chong's military counselor. He looked at Situ Chong with a frown and said, "Senior brother, we must take precautions against this. If he is really that strong, I suggest we strike first to gain the upper hand and eliminate the source of trouble. Let's kill him before he passes the assessment. This way, we won't have to worry about the future." Situ Chong's eyebrows twitched. "What idea do you have?" Xiao Ji smiled coldly and said, "Tomorrow is the official assessment. In addition to the talent assessment, there will also be an arena competition. We can't tamper with the talent assessment. Even if he has the worst talent, he will still pass, so the arena competition is our chance. Man Pa from 8 Desolation Prefecture and Lin Ju from Lin Mountain Prefecture both want to take the first place. We can help them a little and use them to eliminate Luo Tian." Situ Chong's eyebrows relaxed as he looked at Xiao Ji and said, "A military counselor is indeed a military counselor. I'll leave this matter to you. Here is a yuan exploding pill. After taking it, you can immediately increase your cultivation. You can give it to Lin Ju. Tell him to get rid of that bastard, Luo Tian." Situ Chong didn't put Luo Tian in his eyes. Even if Luo Tian broke the record, he still didn't put him in his eyes. Because Luo Tian was still not a disciple of the Icefire sect. He had the absolute advantage and could crush him to death in any way he wanted. Xiao Ji laughed excitedly. "Don't worry, boss. I'm sure you'll be satisfied with this matter." At night, Luo Tian was not idle. In the depths of the Icefire mountain range, he constantly hunted and killed demonic beasts. Situ Chong's strength should be at the upper level of the Changhai realm. Based on cultivation strength alone, he was not absolutely sure. He still needed to level up, increase the power of the Heavenly Dragon Steps and the Heavenly Dragon Blade technique. The 6th step, hiss. Luo Tian's feet were frantically deflating. It was as if his cultivation had been scattered. He could not display the domineering aura of the Heavenly Dragon in his steps. It still doesn't work. Again, Luo Tian crazily cultivated once again. For the entire night, Luo Tian did not stop. He had finally touched the surface of the sixth step and the sixth blade. Early morning. The entrance of the Ice Fire sect was packed with people. These people were all people who had passed the examination yesterday, and everyone had an excited smile on their faces. At the same time, they were also discussing the historical record of the second stage yesterday. Luo Tian carried a big black blade on his shoulder, and a monkey stood on top of the black blade. When Manpa saw Luo Tian, he immediately greeted him and said, "Brother, good morning." He didn't know Luo Tian's name. He didn't know that Luo Tian had broken the historical record. Luo Tian smiled and walked forward, saying, "Brother Man." Lin Ju also didn't know Luo Tian's name. Seeing Luo Tian and Manpa walk in, he laughed disdainfully and said, "I didn't expect you to really pass the examination. However, today is the official examination. You better not meet me, otherwise he." Lin Ju's face was filled with disdain. Manpa was very unhappy and said, "Lin Ju, why are you so arrogant?" Compared to yesterday, Lin Ju was even more arrogant today, and the confidence in his eyes was very strong. Now, he didn't even put Manpa in his eyes. Lin Ju sneered, "Man Z, my only personality is arrogance. Do you have an innate demon body? Today, I will step on the innate demon body. Don't let me meet you on the stage. Otherwise, you better be careful." Lin Ju's confidence was bursting. Manpa was instantly enraged. Luo Tian pulled him back and said, "Why lower yourself to the level of a dog? This kind of dog only likes to bark. If he really bites, he will be slapped to death with a single slap." Lin Ju was angry and coldly snorted, "Boy, who are you calling a dog?" Luo Tian pointed at Lin Ju's face and said, "You." Very arrogant. Manpa was stunned. He always thought that Luo Tian didn't have a temper. He didn't expect him to be so angry. Lin Ju's face became very ugly, and he said word by word, "Boy, I think you are tired of living." Luo Tian said, "I am tired of living. Come and kill me now." The muscles in the corner of Lin Ju's eyes twitched slightly, and his killing intent rose. At this time, a disciple beside him pulled him back and said, "Boss, don't do it here. Once you are found, you will be disqualified." Lin Ju's heart tightened, and he sneered, "Manpa, this is your dog? You want to anger me so that you can disqualify me? So you can get first place? Humph, I won't be fooled by you." Manpa was speechless. Lin Ju stared at Luo Tian and said, "Boy, if it was somewhere else, you would be a corpse now. But don't worry, you will definitely meet me. At that time, I will trample you to death." Luo Tian smiled and said, "If it was somewhere else, you wouldn't even have the chance to talk." Manpa said, "Brother, don't lower yourself to his level. However, you have to be careful of Lin Ju from the Lin Mountain Prefecture. His divine ability is not simple. If you encounter him, you have to be careful." Luo Tian asked, "What is it?" Manpa said in a low voice, "Wood Spike, the Lin family is born with wood attribute, and their cultivation method is also wood attribute. Wood Spike is a spike that suddenly protrudes from the ground. It is crazier than steel. You won't even notice it. Wood Spike." Luo Tian smiled and said, "Interesting, then it is mine." Manpa didn't hear clearly and said, "What?" Luo Tian smiled and said, "Nothing, I will be careful. Thank you, Brother Man, for reminding me." Manpa laughed and said, "What are you talking about? Lin Ju is very arrogant. I don't like him." At this time, a few unfamiliar elders came from the mountain gate. Some people could see that these elders were not simple. Manager Chen found Luo Tian in the crowd and pointed at Luo Tian. "Elder Yang, that is Luo Tian." Yang Yuan looked at Luo Tian in the crowd. Very normal, so normal that it was a bit abnormal. He smiled and said, "What kind of miracle can you create today?" Chapter 2051. Ice Fire Sect, the largest martial arts practice field in the outer sect. Line up in order. When the number is called, please come forward to test your talent, bloodline, and magical powers. Do you understand? The disciples who passed the first 2 rounds of assessment attracted the 3rd round of assessment. This was a test of talent, bloodline, divine ability, and cultivation method. This test could allow them to better understand a disciple and also allow them to fully receive professional training. For example, beast tamers needed the ability to sense souls. Alchemists needed the ability to control souls. Blacksmiths needed the ability to control fire elements, and so on. Some people's ability to sense souls was not strong, battle power was not strong, and alchemy was not strong, but he could refine weapons and control fire elements. He could also pass the assessment and become a disciple of the refining hall. So, Icefire Sect did not miss out on any genius. As long as it was a talent they would absorb, it was very different from the past. This time, there were more elders coming to observe the assessment than before. Even the High Elder of the War Martial Hall, Yang Yuan, had come. Those low elders were secretly shocked. Elder Yang is here. Is it for Manpa or Lin Ju of Lin Mountain Prefecture? Neither. It's for the disciple who broke the record yesterday. Didn't they say that there was a problem with the secret realm? I heard that the beasts that appeared in the secret realm were level 1 beasts, not level 3 beasts at all. This kind of person is just lucky. What's there to look forward to? That's right. If he could really break the record set by the sect master, would he be unknown? He would have been discovered long ago. Yes. The record of 4 minutes and 17 seconds was not something that anyone could break. At least, for these elders, they did not believe that a person in the sea-forming realm could break the record in 59 minutes. They would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. Yang Yuan did not care about what others were talking about. He did not believe it in his heart. He could not test the secret realm because he could not enter the secret room that Luo Tian entered. He could not verify it. However, yesterday's assessment could not be verified. Today's assessment, he had to witness it with his own eyes. Only by witnessing it with his own eyes could he be sure. When he saw Luo Tian for the first time, there were no ripples in his heart. Luo Tian was a very ordinary warrior. This was his first impression. Looking again, it was still the same. However, he would not give up. He would always pay attention to Luo Tian. 6324. Step forward. An elder read out a number. The young man walked to a black stone tablet, and condensed a drop of essence blood. Immediately after, he walked to another stone pillar and punched it with both fists. Finally, he gently placed his hand on a responsive elemental spirit stone. 3 seconds passed. The test results were out. Bloodline, none. Divine ability, none. Spiritual root, fire element, weak. 2-star combat power, weak. As soon as he finished speaking, Manager Chin picked up the disciples' results from the first 2 rounds. The first round took 47 minutes. The second round took 58 minutes. Heavily injured. Overall score failed. He had failed. That disciple hung his head dejectedly, and his expression was very ugly. Next, one disciple after another stepped forward to be tested. Luo Tian muttered, "A comprehensive test, it's quite professional. Chaos Realm is indeed Chaos Realm. It's different from other places." Luo Tian admired this kind of test. At the very least, he wouldn't miss out on any talents. Next, number 3. The higher the number, the more extraordinary the identity was. They were all seated contestants. The number before 1000 was marked as a key disciple of the Icefire Sect. Lin Ju had a complacent look on his face as he walked forward, like a proud peacock. A drop of essence blood fell. He punched out, and then placed his hand on it. Bloodline, fire refines wood, intermediate rank. Divine ability would spike. Spiritual root would element. Combat power 4.5 stars. Overall strength 8 stars. With excellent results, you can enter the final round of the examination. Manager Chin read out excitedly. The entire martial arts practice field was in an uproar. as expected of a genius that only appears once in 100 years in the Lin Mountain Prefecture. He is indeed extraordinary. Too powerful. Bloodline, divine ability, spiritual root, all of them are of intermediate rank. This is rare in the Icefire sect. With some training, he will definitely become a Broken Sea Realm expert. At this moment, an elder of the War Hall asked with a trembling voice, "Lin Ju, you don't need to go through the examination. We can accept you now. Are you willing?" Directly admitted. The whole audience was in an uproar again. Lin Ju was even more complacent. He hugged his hands and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Elder, but I want to take the examination again. I will definitely get the best ranking to enter the War Hall. I, Lin Ju, am strong." He was extremely proud. The Elder laughed and said, "Okay, if you can fight for the top 5, I will give you a special reward." "Thank you, Elder." Lin Ju's face was full of smiles. He glanced coldly at Man Pa from the corner of his eyes. His eyes fell on Luo Tian, and his face was filled with contempt. Walking back to the team, he deliberately stopped in front of Luo Tian and sneered, "Trash, are you afraid?" "Ha ha ha." After saying that, he walked away. Man Pa patted Luo Tian's shoulder and said with a faint smile, "Don't worry about him, you can do it." Luo Tian smiled and did not say anything. A few minutes later, "Next. Number 2, please step forward." At this moment, Man Pa walked out. Everyone's gaze was attracted to him. He is Man Pa, the monstrous genius of the Ba Huang Mansion. Man Pa? So strong. His body is filled with explosive power. Innate demon physique is indeed extraordinary. A natural warrior. Yang Yuan also looked at Man Pa seriously. He was slightly shocked and said, "Not bad, not bad, not bad at all." After saying "not bad" 3 times in a row, the surrounding elders were incomparably shocked. This was already the best praise Yang Yuan had given to a new disciple in the past few years. Man Pa walked forward and dropped a drop of blood essence. Then he walked to the front of the stone pillar. With a shake of his arms, he punched it. The stone pillar buzzed. Finally, he walked to the side of the sensing spirit stone and gently placed his hand on it. The results came out very quickly. Blood vein, heavenly bear, high-grade blood vein, sacred art, innate divine power, and there's also the power of the divine armor. Spirit root, none. Battle strength 5 stars full. Overall score of 9 stars. As soon as his voice faded, the entire square suddenly fell silent. They couldn't say anything for a long time because they were all shocked by Man Pa's talent. Dual sacred art. It was an offensive divine power, a defensive divine armor, and a high-grade heavenly bear blood vein. This was simply a monstrous existence. Yang Yuan laughed excitedly. "Good boy." Luo Tian was also secretly shocked in his heart and thought to himself, "Awesome, a natural tank, a natural warrior." Chapter 2052. If this was in the game, Man Pa was definitely a super player, the target of all the big guilds. He was simply invincible. If he wanted to attack, he would attack. If he wanted to defend, he would defend. After a long time, what is a monster? This is a monster. Oh my God, how awesome is Man Pa? No matter what price I have to pay, I have to get him. I have to get him. Elder Feng, our array engraving hall must have him. The alchemy hall also wants him. My beast taming hall also wants him. The elders of the halls started to fight over him with red faces and thick necks. No matter how much they had to pay, they had to get this guy. Man Pa was simply too enviable. Not many people in the entire Icefire sect could match up to his monstrous talent, and he was the most talented disciple in the Icefire sect in the past 10 years. Suddenly, an elder of the War Marshal Hall shouted, "Do you dare to fight with my War Marshal Hall?" He is a natural warrior, so he is naturally a disciple of our War Marshal Hall. If anyone dares to fight with me, I will fight them to the death. Humph! I don't care about the other disciples, but Man Pa will definitely be snatched by my alchemy hall. Everyone was shocked. Only Lin Ju. His expression was ugly. He thought that, although he wasn't born with a demon body, his talent was enough to suppress Man Pa. He didn't expect that Man Po's talent was enough to crush him. However, killing intent flashed across Lin Ju's eyes as he thought to himself coldly, Man Pa, wait for me on the stage. I will definitely trample you under my feet in front of all the elders. Yesterday he probably didn't dare to do this, but today he had absolute confidence. At this moment, Man Pa, are you willing to come to my alchemy hall? As long as you nod your head, you can pass the examination right now and obtain our alchemy hall's endless resources. Even if you can't refine pills, we will still provide for you. There's no hall in the Icefire sect that can do this. Unlimited pills. The elder of the alchemy hall said. Holy sh*T. Elder Phone, you're violating the sect rules. I'm willing to violate the sect rules for him. What can you do about it? Who can compare to me? Compared to the combined strength of the Icefire sect's halls, the alchemy hall wasn't the strongest. However, it was the wealthiest hall. They controlled 90% of the pills distributed by the entire Icefire sect. Only they could achieve an unlimited supply of medicinal pills. The elder from the war hall was furious, and he said, Feng Chan, can you not mess around? He is clearly suited for our war martial hall. In the face of the alchemy hall's wealth, the war martial hall could not do anything about it. Man Pa, our war martial hall can give you the most professional training. Only the war martial hall can help you. Join our hall. Join our array carving hall. Join. A fight was about to break out. Such a scene had never happened before. Man Pa humbly said, Thank you, elders, for your kindness. I also want to participate in the last round of the exam. Lin Ju smiled excitedly and relaxed. He thought to himself, I was really afraid that you wouldn't participate in the last round. Since you're participating, then you'll tremble under my feet. Ha ha ha, actually, Man Pa didn't want to participate in the last round. There was no point for him. However, that deadly sister of his must let him enter the top 3, or else the consequences would be Man Pa walked back to the group. He was neither happy nor sad, nor did he have any complacency. To be able to do this at this age was indeed commendable. Luo Tian looked at Man Pa and said, Brother Man is amazing. Man Pa laughed foolishly and said, It's nothing. Next, the innate talent test continued. Number 3 Lin Ju, number 2 Man Pa. According to the order of numbers, there should also be number 1, but number 1 did not appear. Luo Tian was also secretly suspicious and said, Brother Man, isn't there still number 1? Why didn't he come out? Man Pa was startled. He looked at Luo Tian as if he was looking at a monster and said, You don't even know the number 1 genius of the Marshalsea area, Situ Hong. Huh. Luo Tian was slightly startled, shook his head and said, I'm new. Man Pa said, This guy doesn't need to take the test he directly passed, and I heard that the internal test has been conducted on him, with a comprehensive score of 10 stars, saying that I'm strong, but in fact he's at least twice as strong as me. I've only seen him once, and he's very strong. I can't even take 10 moves from him. Man Po's innate talent was already a monstrous existence. However, there was actually a super genius who didn't need any tests. Moreover, the reason why he didn't take the test was because the Icefire sect protected him from assassinations by other sections. Luo Tian didn't feel anything else. But there was one thing, his surname, Situ Hong. That must be related to Situ Chong in some way. If that was the case, Luo Tian's eyes slightly tightened. At this moment, next, 9527, please step out. Luo Tian regained his composure and shouted, Here! As soon as his voice faded. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the entire audience burst into laughter. Where did this joker come from? He still hasn't arrived. Does he think this is a roll call to collect his monthly allowance? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. One look and you can tell that he's a country bumpkin. This kind of person This kind of number is at most a soy sauce. Brat, it's better not to embarrass yourself. Go home and farm, ha. Silence! When Manager Chen saw Luo Tian, his voice immediately shook. The surroundings quickly quietened down. Luo Tian didn't mind because he ignored it. They didn't even have the qualifications to be despised by Luo Tian. As for ridicule, they didn't even have the qualifications to ridicule him. Luo Tian walked forward, and a drop of blood essence fell. Then, he walked in front of the stone pillar and moved his feet slightly. The heavenly dragon's steps activated slightly, and then his fist was like a blade as he punched down. The last item was to hold the sensing spirit stone in his palm. 3 seconds later, bloodline. Manager Chin looked at the changes on the black stone. For some reason, it couldn't be displayed. There was a dragon, a tiger, a soaring vermilion bird, and a roaring black tortoise. He couldn't tell at all. Strange, strange. Manager Chen's heart sank as he thought to himself, what's going on? It was also at this moment. The shadows on the stone tablet disappeared. Manager Chen also heaved a sigh of relief. He exhaled and said, bloodline, none. Sacred art, none. Spirit root, water, fire, wood, spirit, earth. Manager Chen's scalp went numb as he read out a total of 18 attributes. Moreover, this was because the sensing spirit stone was not comprehensive enough. Otherwise, there would be more. The surrounding people all had stiff expressions on their faces. What's going on? What the hell? Is there such a spirit root attribute? F*CK. What spirit root attribute? This is just a trash spirit root. It has all of them, but they are all useless. If this isn't a trash spirit root, then what is? Chapter 2053. 18 attribute spiritual roots. This, Manager Chin was a little speechless. He looked at the senior elder Yang Yuan. He didn't know how to explain this kind of spiritual roots. Moreover, he didn't know of the existence of 18 attribute spiritual roots. After a long time, Yang Yuan spat out 3 words. Heavenly spiritual roots. His voice shook and the entire martial arts practice field quieted down. Yang Yuan's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he stared at Luo Tian and said seriously, I didn't expect it to be the legendary heavenly spiritual roots. This kind of spiritual root is only owned by the Hong Ming divine ancestor, Shi Huang. I didn't expect. Yang Yuan's voice moved. His expression also became slightly excited. Everyone's heart trembled. They didn't know what a heavenly spiritual root was, but seeing Yang Yuan's excitement, they began to envy him. The disdain and ridicule disappeared completely and was replaced by congratulations. At this time, another elder walked out from the group of elders. He was also a senior elder of the War Martial Hall and the deputy hall master of the War Martial Hall, Tong Chong. Tong Chong looked at Luo Tian and said, the heavenly spiritual root is indeed owned by the Hong Ming divine ancestor, Shi Huang, but not to mention the Marshalsea region, even in the entire Chaos world, or even the entire 10 Directions universe. There isn't a martial art that is completely suitable for him. No cultivation system is suitable for him, and no auxiliary profession is suitable for him. The heavenly spiritual root is domineering and scary, but other than being domineering and scary, there's nothing good about it. It can be said that it's worse than a trash grade 1 spiritual root. You know everything, but you can't be good at everything. This was the drawback of the heavenly spiritual root. Moreover, this kind of spiritual root could cultivate any elemental cultivation method, but to reach the peak and display the full power of the cultivation method, it couldn't do it. It was the same for cultivation. You majored in water, fire, metal, or something else. There was no way. You could cultivate everything, but you couldn't take care of all the attributes. Even if you could you raise all the attributes to the strongest point? No. As soon as Tong Chong's voice fell, the martial arts practice field was in an uproar. They looked at Yang Yuan and then at Tong Chong. For a moment, they didn't know whether Luo Tian's celestial spiritual root was good or bad. Luo Tian was also at a loss. What heavenly spirit root? Tong Chong looked at Luo Tian and said coldly, "Your celestial spiritual root can only scare people. It's useless." Also, Tong Chong looked at the elders of the War Martial Hall and reminded them, "This kind of person is not suitable for our War Martial Hall. We don't have that many cultivation resources to waste on him." The meaning behind his words was clear. The War Martial Hall must not accept Luo Tian. The elders tensed up and nodded lightly. Understood. At this moment, everyone exhaled and laughed disdainfully. I thought it would be an awesome spiritual root, but it turns out to be a trash spiritual root. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. A spiritual root that scares people. This is the first time I've heard of such a spiritual root. What kind of spiritual root is this? The mocking laughter that had just disappeared returned. And it was always those few people who were laughing loudly, leading the rhythm of the other people in the square. Luo Tian looked at them and remembered it in his heart. It was also at this moment. Manager Qin glanced at Tong Chong, then looked at Yang Yuan and finally said, 95-27. The first round took 59 minutes. The second round took 4 minutes and 17 seconds. No bloodline, no supernatural power. Heavenly spirit root. Comprehensive strength of 5 stars. Qualified. You can enter the 4th round of selection. The assessment standard was 5 stars. If Luo Tian had not broken the record of 4 minutes and 17 seconds in the second round, he would have been eliminated. As soon as Manager Qin finished speaking, everyone was shocked. They stared at Luo Tian in a daze. 4 minutes and 17 seconds? He's the evildoer from yesterday. The person who broke the sect master's record? How is that possible? With his talent, it's impossible for him to break the sect master's record. Yesterday, I still had doubts and thought that something was wrong with the mystic realm. Now, I don't even need to think to know that something is wrong with the mystic realm. How can such a trash break the record? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Kid, how did you cheat? Kid, teach me. The first round took 59 minutes. The second round took 4 minutes. Teach me, ha ha ha. Many people were laughing at Luo Tian. They felt that he must have cheated. Lin Ju narrowed his eyes and stared at Luo Tian, who was expressionless in the face of these mockery. He laughed sinisterly and said in his heart, I thought it was a strong person, but it turns out to be this trash. Cripple him? That's too easy. After confirming Luo Tian's identity, Lin Ju looked down on him even more. He would be able to complete the task that Situ Chong asked him to do easily. This was simply giving him a yuan explosion pill for free. Moreover, if he could build a relationship with Situ Chong in the War Martial Hall, it was equivalent to walking on a broad road, which was equivalent to having a strong backer. Lin Ju was extremely proud. Luo Tian walked back to the team. Man Po's face was full of excitement. He looked at Luo Tian and said, So you are Luo Tian. I have been thinking for a whole night. Who could kill 3 third-level demon beasts in such a short time in the sea-forming realm? So it is you. Brother Luo, you are really powerful. Luo Tian smiled and said, I cheated. Man Pa said, What cheating? Others may not know, but I know. There is absolutely no cheating in the secret realm. If you can cheat, why can't other disciples cheat, but you can? People who talk about cheating are jealous of you. Luo Tian smiled. He didn't care about these mockery at all. Moreover, he came to the Ice Fire sect for Situ Chong. Then there were the 2 girls, Ice and Fire. They swallowed the cultivation, scattering pill for him. If it could restore their cultivation, then he could leave here. Man Pa looked at Luo Tian and said, I really want to know how you did it. But others may look down on you. But I, Manzi, will also look up to you. I dare to use my head to guarantee that you did not cheat. He believed in Luo Tian. He also believed that the secret realm of the Icefire sect would not be wrong. Manpa said, "In the 4th round, I really hope to meet you." He released a strong fighting spirit. This fighting spirit was because he wanted to compete with Luo Tian, because he wanted to know Luo Tian's strength. He was a warmonger. When he saw someone stronger than him, he couldn't help but want to exchange pointers. Luo Tian also knew that Manpa didn't have any evil intentions. He said, "If I can meet you, I also want to experience Brother Man's magical power." 2 hours later, the talent assessment was over. The 4th round began. Chapter 2054. Sister, hurry up! The arena battle is about to begin. Let's go quickly. We'll definitely be able to see handsome brother sweep away everyone. Kai Yen pulled her sister and jogged. Their cultivation had been crippled, and their dantian was still in pain. They were even worse than ordinary people. After running for a short while, they were already panting. Kai Yen said angrily, "It's all that wicked Ming Huan's fault. She actually asked us to clean up the entire Crimson Serpent Hall. It hasn't even been 2 days. She's deliberately making things difficult for us." Kai Bing's face was red as she said, "We escaped like this. If Master finds out, Master won't find out. I saw Master also going to the assessment site. She probably wants to select a few female disciples. There aren't many female disciples in the assessment at the War Hall. She definitely won't go. Besides, we're now slaves' servants. How would she pay attention to us?" Kai Yen was a little indignant. Kai Bing's voice sank as she said, "You're not allowed to complain to Master in the future. She's our savior. If it wasn't for her, we would have died at the hands of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion's evil disciples." No matter what Crimson Serpent Fairy did to them, Kai Bing would never resent her. Even if her cultivation was gone and she was reduced to a slave, there wasn't the slightest bit of resentment in her heart, because she remembered Master's kindness in her heart. Kai Yen stuck out her little tongue and said, "Okay, I won't say any more. Sister, hurry up. If you're late, the arena battle will be over." The 2 girls ran all the way from Crimson Serpent Peak. They were panting and sweating profusely just to catch a glimpse of Luo Tian. They both wanted to know how Luo Tian was doing now, somewhere in the War Hall. Sidu Chang's eyes slightly trembled. It's finally the 4th round of the arena battle. Luo Tian, let's see how you'll die in the arena today. Last time, you didn't die after being thrown off the cliff. This time, you've delivered yourself to me. Let's see how you'll survive today. The corner of Xiao Zhi's mouth curled up, and he said with a smile, "Boss, everything has been arranged. Just wait for the show." "Oh, right. I just received news that Brother Hong has been secretly summoned by the inner sect's great elder to discuss some matters. It seems that he'll definitely become the great elder's true disciple." Situ Hong, Situ Chang's younger brother. Situ Chong smiled proudly. "My brother's talent is the best in the history of our Situ Mansion. Once his talent is announced, it will definitely shock the entire Marshalsea region. A true disciple is definitely a must." Situ Chong was very proud of his younger brother. Furthermore, no one could stop Situ Hong's footsteps. No one. On the training field, Manager Chen entered the serial numbers of all the people who passed the test into the screen and randomly matched them. "Take advantage of this time." Manpa whispered to Luo Tian, "Brother Luo, you have to be very careful. Someone wants to kill you." Xiao Zhi looked for Lin Ju, and he also looked for him. However, Xiao Zhi's face was covered, so he didn't know who it was. Luo Tian was shocked. "You want to kill me?" Xiao Chen immediately thought of Sidu Chong. He smiled coldly in his heart and thought to himself, "Already unable to hold back and make a move?" Manpa asked, "Did you offend someone?" Luo Tian pretended that he didn't know anything, shook his head and said, "I just came to the Icefire sect. How could I offend anyone?" Manpa said, "That's strange. Then why would someone want to harm you?" "Last night, That person even came to find me and asked me to make a move on you in the arena. I didn't agree. Yesterday, I didn't know that your name was Luo Tian. I had always wanted to fight with you openly, but I didn't expect. It's actually you, he. Manpa laughed foolishly. In short, you have to be careful. Luo Tian said, Thank you for your reminder, brother man. I will definitely be careful. Kill me? Call him over and see how I kill him. Killing intent rose in Luo Tian's heart. The list of matches was quickly displayed. At this moment, Manager Chen also walked onto the stage and said, In a martial arts competition, don't go too far. You must not take anyone's life. Also, the winner will enter the next round, and the loser will be eliminated. As soon as he finished, Lin Ju suddenly stood up and asked loudly, Elder, what if some trash is looking for death? Manager Chen frowned. Lin Ju glanced at Luo Tian from the corner of his eyes and said, What I mean is, what if you hit too hard and kill some trash? Manager Chen looked at Tong Chong. Tong Chong smiled faintly and said, In the path of martial arts, the winner is the king. Since it's a spar, it's inevitable that there will be casualties. Yang Yuan's brows furrowed. Lin Ju immediately laughed and said, Thank you for your explanation, Elder. This disciple understands. When he walked back to the group, Lin Ju looked at Luo Tian, revealing a cold smile, and said, Trash, just you wait. Obediently wait for me. Watch how I trample you to death under my feet. Manpa was unhappy. Just as he was about to stop him, Luo Tian suddenly walked out and said, Can I ask you 2 questions? When Manager Chen saw that it was Luo Tian, he restrained his temper and asked, What questions do you have? Luo Tian said, First, I want to know if getting first place in the arena battle will give me the right to choose to enter the hall. Luo Tian immediately said, It's any hall. As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, the surrounding crowd burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. A piece of trash like you wants to get first place? Are you out of your mind? Brat, take a piss and take a good look at yourself. What kind of virtue is this? Everyone was laughing at Luo Tian for overestimating himself. Asking such a question. Was this a question that someone of his status and qualifications should ask? He didn't have the qualifications at all. Manager Chen slightly said, That's right, any hall, as long as you get first place. You have the right to choose. No one can interfere with you. This is the sect rule issued by the Ice Fire sect's ancestor. Luo Tian nodded and said, Understood, second question. Luo Tian didn't care that others were laughing at him, because he would deal with them one by one, and said, May I ask, can I issue a challenge in the arena battle? Manager Chen didn't understand and said, You mean? Luo Tian explained, Challenge by name before the arena battle, a battle first. Manager Chen's gaze tightened. He didn't know what Luo Tian wanted to do, and couldn't help but look at the 2 senior elders, Tong Chong and Yang Yuan. Tong Chong nodded. Yang Yuan frowned. What is this brat trying to do? Manager Chen hesitated for a few seconds and said, Yes. Luo Tian smiled and said, Thank you. Just when everyone thought that Luo Tian's question was over, Luo Tian suddenly turned around, moved his finger and pointed at Lin Ju in the crowd and said, Now, I want to challenge you. Lin Ju, do you dare to accept the challenge? I'll beat you by name. Chapter 2055. Challenge name. And it was number 3, Lin Ju's name. The entire square suddenly fell silent. Even Tong Chong and Yang Yuan were dumbfounded. All eyes were on Luo Tian. Manager Chen subconsciously asked, Who do you want to challenge? Lin Ju. Luo Tian was resolute, without the slightest hesitation. It was too annoying. A fly kept flying in front of you. You had to endure it. He kept flying and disgusting you. The best way was to slap him to death. This was what Luo Tian wanted to do now. Manager Chen still didn't understand. He looked at Luo Tian in shock and said, Lin Linju? Are you sure you didn't challenge the wrong person? Luo Tian said, No, it's Lin Ju. Pucci, a disciple, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Kid, you want to challenge Lin Ju? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Your comprehensive strength is 5-star and Lin Ju is 8-star. Can you compare with him? You're not even qualified to carry senior brother Lin's shoes. Luo Tian raised his gaze slightly, staring at the person who spoke. What's your name? The disciple sneered and said, My name is Zhang Kuang, Master Kuang. What's wrong? It's nothing. Luo Tian smiled. Zhang Kuang's eyes were full of disdain, and he scolded. Why do you ask my name if it's nothing? Luo Tian looked at him and said, When I trample Lin Ju to death, it will be your turn. His eyes darkened. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. He glanced at Zhang Kuang gently. Zhang Kuang's heart suddenly trembled. Looking at Luo Tian's cold eyes for a moment, a chill rose in his heart, and he couldn't say a word. That gaze was too terrifying. After pausing for half a minute, Zhang Kuang reacted. He frowned and said in his heart, How can I be scared by him, a 5-star person? That gaze just now, Luo Tian looked at Lin Ju and said, Don't you always like to shout? Accept the challenge. At this moment, Yang Yuan said softly, Luo Tian, don't be reckless. The arena challenge is the 4th round of the assessment. If you want to challenge your fellow disciples, you should do so after you become an Ice Fire sect disciple. Alas! Tong Chong said, Junior Brother Yang, since Luo Tian has issued a challenge, and he specifically challenged Lin Ju, let them start the 1st round. Yang Yuan said, Senior Brother Tong, there has never been such a precedent in the assessment. Let's proceed according to the normal assessment. If the two of them are really strong, they will still encounter each other. He was worried about Luo Tian. His bloodline, supernatural powers, and spiritual roots were all inferior to Luo Tian's. Although they were in the same realm, just his supernatural powers and cultivation methods alone were enough to crush Luo Tian. There was only one outcome to the competition. Luo Tian was defeated. He didn't know why, but when he saw Luo Tian at first glance, he didn't feel anything special. He only felt that he was an ordinary disciple. The more he watched, the more he felt that Luo Tian was calm and not impetuous. No matter how much ridicule he faced, he could remain calm and unmoved. When he was tested for talent, he was even more calm. He didn't feel depressed because he had no bloodline or supernatural powers. This was something that other disciples couldn't do. He also didn't get excited because of his heavenly spiritual roots. The ups and downs of his heavenly spiritual roots didn't make him the slightest bit excited. He was like the calm surface of a lake without a single ripple. This kind of person was either a fool or a lunatic who could keep calm and bear everything. At the last moment, Luo Tian's outburst and challenge Lin Ju made Yang Yuan's heart collapse because he didn't see through Luo Tian. But he didn't want to see Luo Tian on the challenge stage. He hoped that Luo Tian could pass 2 rounds of challenges and be qualified to become an outer disciple of the Ice Fire sect. At this moment, Lin Ju, who was holding back his sneer, walked out and said, I'm willing to accept the challenge. Someone wants to die, so why don't I help him? Is that right? Luo Tian, do you want to be reincarnated earlier? Lin Ju couldn't help but laugh contemptuously and said, I really don't know who gave you the courage to challenge me. Man also looked at Luo Tian and said, Brother Luo, don't be reckless. Why are you in such a hurry? Yang Yuan said slightly, Everything will be done according to the normal assessment. As for the challenge, wait until you all become disciples of the Ice Fire sect. Tong Chong interrupted. Since Lin Ju has agreed, let them start. Why stop Junior Brother Yang? A 5-star battle power trash will be eliminated sooner or later. He can't become a disciple of the Ice Fire sect. Yang Yuan said in a deep voice, Senior Brother Tong, I'm afraid it's not good to talk about a disciple like this. Tong Chong glanced at Yang Yuan and laughed. Isn't he a waste? He doesn't have a bloodline, he doesn't have a sacred art, and he wants a spirit root. Wow, it's indeed a powerful spirit root. The best spirit root in history, but what's the use of it? Yang Yuan's face changed slightly. He wanted to refute, but he was powerless to do so. Tong Chong sneered. Yang Yuan, since you like him, then agree to the challenge. Let him prove that he's not a waste. He was the one who said the challenge. What are you stopping him for? He was sure that Luo Tian would lose. Moreover, he was willing to help Lin Ju. He was very interested in Lin Ju's talent. Of course, there was a more important reason. That was Lin Ju was the genius disciple he recommended. Of course, he had to protect him. Yang Yuan looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked at Tong Chong, feeling very unhappy in his heart. However, he knew that his cultivation base was still unable to fight against Tong Chong. However, Lin Ju. Luo Tian said gratefully, "Thank you, Elder Yang." Just as Elder Tong said, "We will know who is the trash after fighting on the stage." Some people think that they are geniuses, and some short-sighted people think that they are geniuses. In fact, they might be trash, a dead dog. These so-called Bo Lees are probably blind. The muscles at the corner of Tong Chong's eyes twitched slightly as he stared blankly. He wasn't a fool. Naturally, he could tell that Luo Tian was mocking him. Anger surged in his heart as he coldly snorted, "Lin Ju, what are you waiting for?" As soon as he finished, Lin Ju stepped forward and landed on the arena. He pulled out his sword and pointed at Luo Tian, who was below the tower, and said, "You dog, come up and die!" Creak! Monkey King jumped down from the black blade. Luo Tian slowly walked up, smiled, and said, "If you die, I don't have to be responsible, right?" Tong Chong immediately shouted, "You are responsible for your own deaths and injuries. It will not affect any assessment." He wanted Lin Ju to kill Luo Tian. He dared to publicly ridicule him for being short-sighted and blind. He couldn't take this lying down. Lin Ju sneered and said, "I'll send you to hell with one sword strike." A sword struck out. Luo Tian's eyes slightly darkened. He moved his feet and the black blade fell. "Thank you, Bing Yin," for 3 red flashes. His gratitude was beyond words. Everything was in the word, "Thank you." Chapter 2056. The Black Blade Fell. The first move of the Heavenly Dragon Saber technique. Heavenly Dragon soaring to the sky. At this moment, the big black blade that was falling suddenly retracted, and Luo Tian turned around and walked down the stage. Everyone was stunned. What is he doing? What's going on? Did this guy admit defeat? He walked down the stage before it even started? Did he admit defeat? Damn, I thought he was so powerful. He was so arrogant that he actually dared to challenge young Master Lin Ju. Now that he has walked down the stage and admitted defeat, it really makes people laugh their heads off. Manager Chen also said, slightly, the competition is not over yet. If you walk down the stage, you will lose. Hurry up and go back. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "It's already over." Over? Manager Chen didn't understand. Yang Yuan and Tong Chong's pupils suddenly shrank, and the faces of the other elders in the hall also changed. His mind was in turmoil as he rolled. It was as if a huge wave was crashing down. What happened? Just as those disciples were crazily laughing at Luo Tian. Crack! The sound of metal cracking could be heard. Creak, creak! The sword in Lin Ju's hand began to shatter bit by bit. One by one it fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked. Immediately after, a thin line of blood began to appear between Lin Ju's eyebrows. Slash! The clothes on his upper body flew out from the left and right, and the blood on his forehead directly extended down. It was like a person's central axis, a thin line of blood. Pucci! Lin Ju's body trembled, and a mouthful of black blood gushed out from his mouth. His eyes were lifeless. At this moment, His body was split into two and blood spurted out. His internal organs and intestines were all over the ground. An entire arena was covered in his blood. It was also at this moment that some of the more timid disciples were so scared that they fell to the ground, unable to bear the impact of the blood. Everyone's expression changed instantly. Battle strength 8 stars. Blood vein was 3rd grade middle. He had comprehended the sacred art, and his spirit root was of the wood attribute. Such a genius was cut in half by Luo Tian, just like that. He died just like that. One move. Lin Ju didn't even release his sacred art. The moment Lin Ju hit the ground. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Lin Ju for gaining 500 EXP and 70 MP. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the wood god art with Spike. Will you cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 3 vitality stones. The system beeped. Luo Tian smiled in his heart and said, I said his divine art is mine. With a thought. Cultivate. Cultivation method. With thorn grade. Divine ability consumption. 100 points of spiritual energy per use description. Wood spike is a trap. Level 1 wood spike can release a 1 square meter trap. Description 2. Level 1 wood spike can release 3 traps. Each release has a cooldown of 3 minutes. The higher the level, the larger the range of the wooden spike trap, and the higher the damage. Luo Tian looked at the technique description and said, I didn't expect it to be a trap technique. Not bad, not bad. At this moment, those who had started to mock Luo Tian felt their scalps go numb and their minds start to tremble. It was also at this time Zhang Kuang suddenly fell to the ground and knelt in front of Luo Tian. He suddenly kowtowed and said, Brother Luo, I was wrong, 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 I was sorry, I was sorry. Please forgive me for being a despicable person. I beg you to spare my life. Bang, bang, bang. His head was bleeding from the kowtow. Forget it. Seeing that, Luo Tian heaved a sigh of relief and did not want to care so much about it. Those who mocked Luo Tian felt their hearts relax, as if they had been pardoned. At this moment, Yang Yuan laughed, laughing with incomparable excitement, and said heavily, Good boy, I didn't expect your comprehension of the blade technique to have already reached such a realm. No wonder he was able to kill 3 level 3 monster in 4 minutes and 17 seconds. Ha ha, too strong. Yang Yuan roared in his heart and said solemnly, Now who still dares to laugh at him for cheating in 4 minutes and 17 seconds? Who dares to laugh at me? He let out a long breath in his heart. Luo Tian's blade made his blood boil. It was incomparably carefree. The plaza was silent. Those who thought that Luo Tian had cheated to pass the examination felt as if they had been slapped in the face. Their faces were swollen. How could such a blade technique, such speed, such power be considered cheating? Ha ha ha! I told you he wasn't cheating, but you guys insisted on saying that he was. You guys are just jealous. I also believe in brother Luo Tian. He's too fierce. I already knew he wasn't cheating. How could there be cheating in this kind of secret realm assessment? For a moment, it was all to curry favor with Luo Tian. Luo Tian only smiled. People were like this. When you were weak, everyone wanted to step on you. Once you became strong, everyone would flatter and curry favor with you. Luo Tian walked back to the group, and Manpa said with his blood boiling, Brother Luo, your blade technique is too powerful. My blood is boiling from watching this. Today I must fight with you. I must. Man Po's fighting spirit crazily soared. The blade technique just now was madly simulated in his mind. He was also wondering if he could block it. In the end, he couldn't. However, he was a fighter. The more powerful the opponent was, the more he wanted to challenge them. Luo Tian made him excited. Luo Tian looked at Man Po's excited appearance and smiled. Okay, but I have a condition. Man immediately said, Say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree. Luo Tian said, If you lose, you will be my little brother. Man was a talent, a natural tank. Luo Tian needed this kind of talent. Man was stunned for a moment. Then he excitedly said, No problem. The young master of Ba Huang Mansion became someone's little brother? This was also a condition that Man would agree to. He didn't care about his status. He just wanted to have a good fight with Luo Tian. Yang Yuan looked at Tong Chong, whose face was ashen, and said, Senior brother Tong, can the examination begin? Tong Chong's face was as ugly as it could get. The person he recommended was actually defeated in a second. Moreover, the arrogant look in Luo Tian's eyes made him extremely unhappy. Clenching his fists tightly, the key points kept exploding as he said in a deep voice, Luo Tian! It was also at this time the elders of the other halls reacted. They immediately offered all sorts of tempting conditions, which were even more intense than fighting with barbarian break. However, Luo Tian only had one answer. I want to get first place. I want to choose for myself. He had to get first place, not because of the mission. The mission was only to let him pass the examination. If he wanted to get first place, he would have the right to choose for himself. He wanted to choose a place that no one else had ever chosen. Thank you, Frozen Cloud Piao Hong, for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 2057. The assessment officially began. Everyone was praying. They prayed that they would not meet Luo Tian or Manpa. The two of them were monsters. Luo Tian wins, entering the next round. Luo Tian clasped his hands and said, Thank you for letting me win. Manpa wins, entering the next round. Luo Tian wins. The arena battle examination was in full swing. In another place, Pata. Situ Chong suddenly stood up and said, What did you say? Lin Ju, who is in the Sea Realm, was killed by Luo Tian in one hit? Xiao Ji's face was ugly and he said, Boss, I didn't know Luo Tian was so strong. Impossible, Situ Chong shouted. What was his cultivation in Skylight City? He was only in the martial Sea Realm. Xiao Ji said, He has broken through to the Sea Realm, and he might be in the peak of the lower Sea Realm. How many days has it been? He improved so much in a month? If this continues, this kid will be in danger. Another disciple said, If this continues, humph. He's not that lucky. Situ Chang's face hardened, and he said in a deep voice, Luo Tian. Xiao Ji went up and asked, Boss, what do we do now? I'm worried that Luo Tian will pretend to be in a coma. I'm afraid this assessment is aimed at us. Come. I'm afraid he won't come. Peak of the lower Sea Realm? Do you think I'm afraid of him? Humph. Situ Chong was still the same. He did not put Luo Tian in his eyes at all. Because of Situ Hong's arrival, the Situ family had a place in the Ice Fire sect. Who would dare to offend them now? Situ Chong snorted. It's always been me bullying others. No one has ever stepped on my head. Xiao Ji asked, Then we? Situ Chang's eyes turned sinister as he coldly said, Don't worry. Since Luo Tian is so strong, the elders of the War Martial Hall will definitely not let him go. They will definitely pull him into the War Martial Hall. At that time, I want to see how he will fight with me. I'll play him to death. The War Martial Hall was the strongest in the Ice Fire sect. It was the best place for martial artists. Furthermore, the elders of the War Martial Hall had the authority of the Patriarch. They could choose any disciple, and the elders of the other halls had no right to stop them. Situ Chong believed that Luo Tian would definitely choose the War Martial Hall. If he had come for him, he would have chosen the War Martial Hall even more. At this moment, a disciple walked in with a smile on his face and said, Boss, Kai Yen and Kai Bing, those two women have finally left Crimson Lotus Peak. A sinister glint flashed in Situ Chang's eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he sneered. All right. After waiting for half a month, the two of you have finally left Red Lotus Peak. Men, tie the two of them up for me. Kai Bing, Lousy has spent so much time on you. Tonight, I will take it all back. As for Kai Yen, this bitch is always going against Lousy. See how I will teach you a lesson tonight. Ha ha ha. Finished. Situ Chong looked at the other brothers in the room, smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, when I'm done, it'll be your turn. Huh. Ha ha ha. Thank you, boss. Xiao Ji frowned and said, Boss, will something happen? Situ Chong grinned and said, Something happened? The two of them are only Crimson Lotus Peak's slaves and servants. Even if they die, no one will care, right? However, after all, this is the Icefire sect. You guys still have to be careful. You absolutely cannot be discovered, understand? Situ Chong warned. Luo Tian killing Lin Ju with one slash made Situ Chong very unhappy, and just happened to use the two Kaiyan sisters to calm the anger in his heart. Luo Tian, you should be here for the two of them as well, right? Haha, I'll take care of them tonight, and then… Situ Chong revealed an evil sneer. With a plan in mind, he whispered a few words into Xiao Ji's ear. Xiao Ji's eyes flashed with a bright light, and he said excitedly, Boss, killing two birds with one stone, you're still the best. Situ Chong laughed out loud and said, If you're not smart, how can you be the boss? Ha ha ha. In this Icefire sect, I can play you to death as I please. In another place, Luo Tian crushed everything along the way and cleared all the levels. However, he did not kill them all the way. As long as he didn't court death himself, he would be courteous and not let his opponent lose so miserably. I took 7 moves from him. Ha ha ha. 7 moves. How many moves did Lin Ju take? I thought Lin Ju was strong, but he was just a piece of trash. That's right, Lin Ju. That's right. What genius of the Lin Mountain Prefecture. He's just trash. Compared to Luo Tian, he's too far away. From time to time, words that belittled Lin Ju would appear in the crowd. This was how people were. Everyone stepped on the wall when it fell, but all of this was done on purpose by Luo Tian, because he wanted to disgust Tong Chong. Tong Chong's expression became uglier and uglier, and some elders were even discussing in low voices. After spending so much money, I just recommended such a piece of trash. How embarrassing! What vice, Hallmaster? If you call me, I can do it too. Tong Chong hated Luo Tian to the bones. However, he also secretly said in his heart, Brat, today you humiliated me. Tomorrow I will make you kneel in front of me. Don't forget, I have the privilege to choose. I will get you into the War Martial Hall and let you enjoy yourself. On the other hand, Yang Yuan's smile grew wider every time Luo Tian won a match. At the most exciting part, he would even shout, Good! Good blade technique! This is a monster. So what if you don't have a bloodline? So what if you don't have any sacred art? To be able to do this, you are a genius. Yang Yuan was secretly excited. On the path of martial arts, talent was very important. However, hard work was even more important. Innate things could not be changed. It was decided from birth. However, the things that were acquired required one to continuously work hard and challenge them. For Luo Tian to be able to do this, the effort he put in must be several times more than others. Luo Tian wins. Enter the last round. At the same time, on the other stage, both fists moved, and the sound of breaking rang out. Manpa wins. Enter the last round. Luo Tian stood on the stage, and Manpa also stood on the stage. The two of them looked at each other and laughed at the same time. The finals. Who would be able to take first place this year? Rest for a moment. The last round of the examination will begin in 10 minutes. Manager Chin was also incomparably excited. He watched as Luo Tian won again and again, and felt that Luo Tian was not simple. Similarly, the The power of the Man Po's sacred art and the defense of the divine armor were the same. They were abnormally strong, and the heavenly bear blood vein was not for show. Coupled with his innate demon body, he was even more powerful. Who would win in the pinnacle battle? Chapter 2058. Huff, huff, huff. We made it, we finally made it. Kai Yen gasped for breath, his hands on his knees as he gasped for breath. His face was flushed, and his hair was drenched in sweat, sticking to his forehead. Kai Bing was slightly better, but she was still quite tired. Although the Crimson Lotus Peak was not far from here, it was extremely difficult for them, who did not have any spiritual energy cultivation. When the few disciples saw them, they all revealed looks of astonishment. So beautiful! Aren't they the ice and fire sisters of the Crimson Lotus Peak? Why is it them? I heard that after taking the cultivation scattering pill, they lost all their cultivation and lost all their cultivation. They are now servants of the Crimson Lotus Peak. No wonder they're panting. The passing disciples all started to discuss softly. However, Kai Yen did not care so much. He rushed to the direction of the arena examination, but could not squeeze in at all. He could only stand outside and shout loudly, handsome brother, you can do it!" Everyone trembled. Everyone turned to look at him. It was also at this time. Kai Bing covered Kai Yan's mouth and squatted down, whispering, "Do you want the entire sect to find out that we snuck out?" "Woo woo." Kai Yan shook his head. Kai Bing then released her and said, "Master is not in the Crimson Lotus Peak. I think she is also here to choose a disciple. If we are discovered, I'm afraid we will be expelled from the Ice Fire sect and wander around. Do you still want to live a life without a home?" Kai Bing said. She had already treated the Ice Fire sect as her home. The Kai family was already gone, so she didn't want to wander around anymore. "Sis, I'll keep my voice down," Kai Bing said in a low voice, then stuck her head into the crowd and said, "Handsome brother, you can do it, handsome brother, you can do it." Kai Bing was speechless. However, she was also cheering for Luo Tian in her heart. This matter happened very quickly and passed very quickly. In addition, there were too many people watching the battle. Luo Tian did not see Kai Yen and the other two, but Monkey Brother heard it and also disappeared. The 10-minute break was over. "Luo Tian, Man Pa, the two of you are qualified to become disciples of the Ice Fire sect. You don't have to fight." Manager Chen walked up to the stage and asked again. "No one will say anything." Man Pa said, "Fight. I want to know how fast Brother Luo's saber is." From the very beginning, his fighting spirit had been burning. Now, it was burning to the extreme. He was very excited, very excited. He was filled with anticipation. He had to fight this battle. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Fight." He had to fight. Although he had passed the test, he still wanted to get first place because only the first place had the right to choose. Or else, it would only be fought over by some halls like an item. He had a place he wanted to go. Manager Chin smiled. "All right, since all of you have chosen to fight, then the final round shall begin. However, the cultivation and talent of the two of you are already above average. I hope that the two of you will know when to stop and not hurt each other." After that, Manager Chin did not waste time either. He walked down the stage and said, "Two contestants, please come up the stage." Luo Tian gestured to Man Pa and said, "Brother Man, please." Man Pa excitedly said, "Brother Luo, I'll be waiting for you on the stage." Boom! In that instant, the aura in his body exploded, and he instantly entered a super strong state of battle consciousness. All of a sudden it began to boil. I didn't expect that Man Pa would still have such a powerful force that he hadn't released yet. Innate demon body is indeed extraordinary. From the very beginning, he didn't use much of his sacred art's power. Facing Luo Tian, look at the battle intent on his body. It's too strong. At this moment, Luo Tian slowly walked onto the stage. There was no special aura on his body, just like an ordinary martial artist. There wasn't the slightest ripple. He was like a boulder that didn't move at all. Everyone looked at Luo Tian, and many of them said excitedly, "Luo Tian, do your best! Do your best! Luo Tian, do your best!" Yang Yuan couldn't help but shout out, "Kid, do your best!" Luo Tian's calmness made him deeply admire him. Of course, Yang Yuan didn't know that Luo Tian had broken through the shackles of other realms and entered the Chaos Realm. He also didn't know that Luo Tian looked to be around 20 years old, but he had already lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Luo Tian walked onto the stage, looked at Manpa, who was burning with fighting intent, and said, "Brother Man, do you still remember the agreement between us?" Manpa laughed. "I remember." "All right, then release your strongest power." Luo Tian smiled faintly. Towards this big man, Luo Tian still liked him a lot. A natural tank, Manpo's eyes darkened, and the fighting intent on his body soared. His heart instantly calmed down, and he entered a unique state of battle. His voice sank as he shouted, "Brother Luo, I'm coming." As soon as he finished, the figure disappeared. What a fast speed! It's too fast, I can't even see it clearly. Where is he? Why did he suddenly disappear? Countless people felt as if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Even the elders' hearts tightened. They held their breaths and watched carefully, not missing any details. Luo Tian's big black blade fell. A tremor. It stabbed into the arena. What does he want to do? Doesn't he use a blade? It can't be. Everyone was puzzled. Luo Tian moved his arms, and the aura on his body also changed. His eyes darkened, and his body leaned forward. Without waiting for Manpa to rush up, he shot out. Wild Force Fist. Both fists surged. Manpo's fists also exploded. Rumble. The four fists collided, and the friction between the two forces caused the air to explode. Luo Tian retreated dozens of steps and almost fell off the stage. Manpa also retreated, but he was a bit better than Luo Tian. However, his heart was still extremely shocked. Luo Tian specialized in blade techniques, but the power of his fists was so fierce. This was what shocked him the most. Luo Tian's fists were in pain, his arms were numb, and he said, "Is this the innate divine power?" Again, Manpa also roared out excitedly, "Come." Bang, 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 the two fists collided once again, and Luo Tian was once again forced to retreat. The same was true for Manpa. "Come." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. "Come." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The two of them were like two madmen, constantly competing in pure strength on the stage. Luo Tian had always been at a disadvantage. However, but he had never lost. He had always been able to fight with Manpa. Yang Yuan was overwhelmed with shock, and his blood began to boil. "This is too shocking." At this moment, the two of them once again clashed with their fists and separated heavily. Manpa stood on the edge, and he kept retreating. From the first 10 steps to the current 20 steps, he kept retreating. On the other hand, Luo Tian was always on the edge. Swish, suddenly, Manpo's fist sank and began to burn. Manpa looked at Luo Tian and said, "Brother Luo, use your blade. I am going to use my true divine power." Chapter 2059. What? Manpa hasn't used his true divine power yet? So the two of them were just playing around just now. What's going on? The two madmen had been fighting on the stage for so long, but neither of them had used their true strength. This gave the spectators below the stage a fright. Manpa was powerful in strength. Defense. Luo Tian was powerful in his blade technique. Luo Tian did not use his blade, and Manpa did not use his sacred art's power. However, after a series of clashes, it seemed that Luo Tian was at a disadvantage, but But the elders knew in their hearts that the one who was at a disadvantage was Man-pa, because he was born with a demon body and possessed the heavenly bear bloodline. Even if he did not use his divine power, he was still much stronger than warriors of the same realm. Not only did Luo Tian block it, but he was also able to fight back. It could be seen that his strength was not weak, but extremely strong. Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "Come." Man-Po's fist sank, and the power in his arms seemed to explode. Next, a layer of supreme force armor appeared on his body. The power of the divine armor. The defensive sacred art was released. The audience was shocked. Man-Po's divine armor ability. What a strong defense. It's as if his entire body is protected by an air shield. What air shield? It's simply a divine armor. This is too awesome. Can Luo Tian's blade break through his divine armor? Many people wanted to know. Several elders also revealed looks of excitement. This defense, I'm afraid that all the warriors in the sea-forming realm would find it difficult to break through. Ba Huang Mansion's Mansion Lord is indeed a demonic beast body refiner. His son is even better than his father. This time, whether Luo Tian's blade technique can break through the defense or not is a problem. Yang Yuan's brows also tightened. The divine armor ability on Man-Po's body was really strong, and he secretly said in his heart, "Luo Tian, can your blade technique break through?" Tong Chong sneered and said, "Break through the divine armor's defense? Does he really think that he's that powerful?" He was very disdainful of Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian waved his right hand, and a wave of spiritual energy shot out from his palm. Seeing Man-Po's armor, his battle intent began to burn. He shouted, "Blade, come!" His spiritual power was linked to the big black knife. Buzz! The black blade issued a buzzing sound as it fell on Luo Tian's right hand. Then, Luo Tian took a step forward, and a series of dragon roars resounded in the void. The moment he took a step forward, the heavenly dragon saber technique followed suit. At this moment, Luo Tian's body was invisibly wrapped up by a heavenly dragon. Man-Pa clenched his fists and said, "Brother Luo, I'm here." As soon as he finished speaking, Man-Po's body disappeared. It was too fast. When Luo Tian had killed Lin Ju, he had been thinking about the drawbacks of Luo Tian's bladesmanship. In the air was the blind spot of Luo Tian's bladesmanship. Using his powerful strength, he leaped into the air, his body suddenly sank, and he clasped his fists. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom, boom. Two loud sounds came from the sky. Roar! The power of the heavenly bear bloodline was activated. At this moment, an arrogant and irritable shadow of a raging bear superimposed on Man-Po's body, and the power of the giant bear came crashing down. The spectating disciples around the arena were forced to retreat by the aura that erupted from Man-Po's body, and they couldn't even breathe. Manager Chin also retreated. This aura was too strong. 10 stars of battle strength. It's definitely 10 stars of battle strength. Too strong. To unleash the power of the bloodline to such an extent, and then fuse it with his innate sacred art. This is too barbaric. Everyone was incomparably shocked. At this moment, Yang Yuan moved. He wanted to stop him. However, Tong Chong also moved, directly stopping Yang Yuan, and laughed. "Elder Yang, the arena assessment is still going on. It's not a good time to stop it, right?" Yang Yuan said angrily, "Elder Tong, as you can see, this kind of assessment will kill people. Their talents have already reached a transcendent level. Even if they don't die, it's not good to be injured. Do you want the Ice Fire sect to lose a talented disciple? Lose a disciple who has squeezed into the heaven board?" Tong Chong sneered and said, "Don't tell me that. I only know that once the arena assessment begins, no one has the right to stop it. You, Yang Yuan, are the same." Yang Yuan was furious and said, "What if I insist on stopping it?" The aura on Tong Chong's body exploded and he laughed. Then you can try. He was all too clear about how strong the power that Man had erupted with was. It was because of this that he couldn't let Yang Yuan stop this competition, because he wanted to see Luo Tian die in the arena. Just humiliating him in front of so many people? He definitely couldn't let such a person live in this world. Tong Chong wanted Man to cripple Luo Tian. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Look, the shadow of the heavenly dragon. Everyone was paying attention to the Man Po in the sky, so they did not see the changes in Luo Tian's body. One person exclaimed, and everyone looked over. They saw the sky dragon's shadow on Luo Tian's body began to appear on the stage in a form visible to the naked eye. He didn't move a single step, and his blade technique followed suit. It looked very simple. However, Luo Tian did not move a single step, and the sky dragon's shadow on his body became even more solid. Looking at the Man Po that was pressing down from the sky, Luo Tian's brows sank, and his right foot heavily stepped on the ground. Break the stars, step on the sky. Sixth step, open for me. Shua. With this step, the aura on Luo Tian's body began to burn crazily. Almost at the same time, the black blade in Luo Tian's hand also began to move. Dragon raises its head, breaking the heavens. Kill. The sixth move of the Tianlong saber technique was released. The sky dragon's shadow suddenly raised its head and turned into a straight line that shot straight into the sky. Man Po's heavenly bear god fist came crashing down. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the sky, a raging sound rang out, shocking everyone's mind. Bam! Man Po fell from the sky. The divine armor on his body cracked, and then with a boom, the city shattered into pieces and disappeared without a trace. It was also at this time the blood in Man Po's chest churned, and he couldn't control himself as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Uft! Luo Tian felt the aura on his body withdraw. Because it was withdrawn too quickly and too violently, he also continuously retreated. Huff! Luo Tian also almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He stopped and quickly walked to Man Po's side and asked, "Brother Man, are you all right?" Man Po looked at the sky and grinned, revealing his bloody teeth. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! He laughed wildly like a madman. Then he roared, "Awesome! This is really great." Then he slowly got up from the ground and looked at Luo Tian. His fighting spirit was still burning. The faces of the surrounding people tensed up. "Do you still want to fight?" All of a sudden, Man Po knelt on one knee and shouted heavily, "Boss!" Chapter 2060. Dumbfounded. Even Luo Tian was shocked. Looking at Man Po, he was speechless for a while. At this moment, everyone was still in shock from the battle of strength just now. That feeling was as if the mind was trembling and the sea of consciousness was tumbling. It gave everyone a different feeling. Some people's fighting spirit was instantly aroused and burned. Some people were so scared that their legs went soft and couldn't bear this kind of impact. All in all, he was shocked. Looking at Man Po kneeling, the crowd was boiling again. So strong. Too strong. What is that move called? Dragon raises its head, breaking the sky. That momentum is really the power to break the sky. Oh my God, the sea-forming realm actually has such power. Is that Man Po still human? That Luo Tian is even more inhuman. Amazing, amazing. This year's disciples are far beyond my expectations. Now it seems that Lin Ju is simply trash. I really don't know which blind person recommended him. He is actually the third-seeded contestant, really blind dog eyes. The crowd was in a heated discussion. It was also at this moment. Clap, 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 clap. They couldn't help but applaud. They were happy for Luo Tian and Man Po, excited and admired such strong warriors. It was shocking. At this time, the elder of the alchemy hall immediately stepped forward and said, Luo Tian, my alchemy hall can give you the position of an honorary elder of the outer sect as long as you enter my alchemy hall and enjoy endless pills. If you want to cultivate, I can also get it for you. If you need guidance, our alchemy hall also has an elder who can help you. Come to my alchemy hall. Damn, didn't you want man pa? No one wants to compete with me for Luo Tian. Luo Tian, what is an honorary elder? I will give you the position of an elder and give you a 6th grade war beast. There are only a few 6th grade war beasts in the entire outer sect. Come to my beast taming hall? You guys have really put in a lot of effort. Although the engraving hall doesn't have any pills or beasts. But, Luo Tian, we have an ancient array that can condense spirit chi in the shortest amount of time. This is a cultivation array that every warrior yearns for even in their dreams. How despicable. For the sake of a newbie, can you have some integrity? Luo Tian, our artifact refining hall, doesn't have anything else, but we have a lot of spirit weapons and spirit treasures. Do you want to exchange for a divine artifact? *CK, you even brought out a divine artifact. Don't you have any moral integrity? The other elders glared at the refining hall elder and scolded him. Snatch! It was as if they were going to fight over it. Moreover, no one was willing to back down. Luo Tian's explosive power was simply too astonishing. Compared to the War Marshal Hall, they desperately needed experts to join them. They had always lost to the Combat Hall in every assessment. As long as Luo Tian joined them, they would definitely win against the Combat Hall this year. However, when it came to the Combat Hall, the other elders' hearts trembled. Why hadn't Tong Chong made his move yet? Tong Chong's expression was ugly. His expression was somewhat distorted, but the corner of his mouth revealed a sneer. Manager Chen said to Yang Yuan, Elder Yang, why aren't you making a move? If you don't make a move, the other halls will snatch him away. Yang Yuan smiled faintly and said, I believe in his choice. Only our combat hall can truly help him. This brat's desire to become stronger is stronger than anyone else's. He will definitely choose our combat hall. At this moment, Tong Chong slowly walked out and shouted, All of you quiet down. What kind of scandal is this? The scene immediately quieted down. The refining hall elder stared at Tong Chong and said, Elder Tong, you're not going to fight with us again, are you? Just now, you didn't think highly of Luo Tian. Now that you think highly of him, isn't it a bit shameless? Humph! Tong Chong coldly snorted and said, What does it have to do with me wanting him or not? Immediately after, Tong Chong's eyes were cold as he stared at Luo Tian and said, Luo Tian, follow me back to the combat hall. Shameless. Despicable. Luo Tian, don't join the combat hall. The many elders' battle lines were surprisingly united. Luo Tian looked at Tong Chong and said, Why should I join the combat hall? They've already offered such good conditions. What about you? Tong Chong sneered and said, My combat hall has never offered any conditions to any disciple. Today, even if you don't want to join, you have to. His voice was cold. He did not give Luo Tian any chance to choose. Although Yang Yuan believed that Luo Tian would choose the combat hall, Tong Chong's tone made him a little unhappy and said, Elder Tong, every disciple has the power to choose. Isn't it a bit too much to force him to join the combat hall? Humph! Tong Chong laughed. Today, I'm going to force him to join our combat hall. I'm going too far. While they were talking, Tong Chong took out a token from his bosom. Sect Master by Li Xing's token. This token had an exclusive function, which was to force a disciple to join the combat hall. This was also the privilege of the combat hall. Looking at the Sect Master's token, the other elders immediately became weak and hung their heads dejectedly. They had no chance at all. In their hearts, they cursed all the women in Tong Chong's family. Wasn't this shameless? Yang Yuan's face also turned cold and said, The Sect Master's token should be in the hands of the Hall Master. Why is it with you? Tong Chong sneered. This is not something that someone of your status should know. Yang Yuan's face turned cold. The hall master of the combat hall actually had more important things to do. He brought the number 1 seed disciple, Situ Hong, to the sect master. That was why he let Tong Chong act as his representative. Tong Chong looked at Luo Tian's face full of pride and said in his heart, "Kid, you can't escape from my palm. Wait until you become my disciple. See how I'll play you to death." Tong Chong laughed. "Kid, what are you waiting for? Come with me?" Luo Tian did not move. A cold smile appeared on his face, and he said to Tong Chong, "Your token might be useful to others, but to me? Hee, it's useless." Suddenly, an elder exclaimed, "That's right, Luo Tian is the first place in this assessment. He is not under any control. He can choose freely, haha. We still have a chance." At this moment, Tong Chong's eyes were filled with anger, his voice suddenly raised, and he said, "Luo Tian, do you dare to disobey the sect master's token?" A big hat was directly placed on him. Luo Tian laughed. "I'm not disobeying the sect master's token. I'm disobeying you because I don't like you very much. Combat hall? If you kneel on the ground and beg me, I might consider it. Privilege?" From the beginning, Luo Tian was already unhappy with Tong Chong. He wanted to get him to the combat hall and then play with him however he wanted. Luo Tian had already seen through it, not to mention that he didn't want to go to the combat hall. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't be bothered to go to such a disgusting person. Yang Yuan suddenly asked, "Then where do you want to go?" The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up and said, "I want to go to the Scarlet Training Hall." Chapter 2061. Just as everyone was about to fight for Luo Tian made his choice. And everyone was stunned. Even Man Po was stunned. He thought that Luo Tian did not choose the war hall because of Tong Chong's oppressive aura, which made him unhappy. If he did not join the war hall, he should at least join the alchemy hall. The beast taming hall with a 6th grade beast was not bad either. The array carving hall with ancient arrays was also good. What the hell was the Scarlet Training Hall? An elder thought that he heard wrong and asked, "What hall did you say you want to join?" Luo Tian said again, "Scarlet Training Hall." Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Don't you know that the Scarlet Training Hall only recruits female disciples? Suddenly, Man stared at Luo Tian's **** and revealed an enlightened expression. "I know, boss, you're a girl?" At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Luo Tian's ****, and their expressions changed. "I'm a man who can't be any purer." Luo Tian's forehead hung 8 black lines. "I've seen the Ice Fire Sex rules and the Scarlet Training Hall's rules. None of them said that men can't join the Scarlet Training Hall." Luo Tian's voice fell. Several elders muttered, "That's true. The sex rules did not say that men can't join the Scarlet Training Hall. Damn, why didn't I think of this in the first place? Damn, this kid's brain is too good, Invincible." Suddenly, those elders' eyes were filled with admiration. Luo Tian's position in their hearts rose to the level of an idol. They had also entered the Ice Fire sect in the same way, and many of them had even gotten first place. But none of them thought that they could join the Scarlet Training Hall. Completely not. At this moment, the disciples who passed the test looked at each other and became excited. "I want to join the Crimson Training Hall too. ***CK, the Crimson Training Hall is filled with goddess-like girls. I want to join too. I want to dual cultivate with a girl. I want to join too. Luo Tian, you're my idol. You've opened up a path to sexual bliss for us. I want to join Red Lotus Peak. I want to protect the girls. No, I want Senior Sister to protect me. Oh yeah." All of them were extremely ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Luo Tian's words gave them an epiphany. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood and were determined to join the Crimson Training Hall. The elders of the other halls were all dumbfounded. A few elders even muttered, "I want to join the Crimson Training Hall too." The Scarlet Lotus Hall was a very special existence in the Icefire sect. All of them were female disciples, and each of them was devastatingly beautiful. If he could join Crimson Lotus Hall, he would be able to cultivate and protect these beauties. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to find a dual cultivation partner? Everyone was seething with excitement. If this went on, the other halls would not be able to recruit any disciples. At this moment, Yang Yuan looked at Luo Tian and said, "Luo Tian, with your talent and cultivation, the battle hall is the best choice. I can help you increase your cultivation." "Thank you, Elder. However, I only want to join the Crimson Training Hall. Only the Crimson Training Hall can help me." Luo Tian smiled. His smile was very serious and polite. However, in the eyes of others, his smile was extremely wretched. Only a wretched person would think of joining the Crimson Training Hall. Only the Crimson Training Hall could help him? That was bullshit. He was aiming for those beautiful disciples. Absolutely. 100%. No one would believe Luo Tian. There was no such upright person in the world. No one would believe it, even if they were beaten to death. Yang Yuan said, "Luo Tian, don't be angry. I'm serious." He did not want to let go. The power that erupted from Luo Tian made his blood boil. Since Luo Tian killed Lin Ju, he had been thinking of ways to help Luo Tian increase his strength. He had thought of many ways to help Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian suddenly chose the Crimson Training Hall. He could not accept it. At this moment, Tong Chong smirked and said, "Elder Yang, since he has made his choice, why are you forcing him to stay?" "Luo Tian, you are the first and have the right to decide. You have said that you have chosen the Crimson Training Peak. No matter what, you have to join the Crimson Training Hall. If you can't, no hall will accept you." Tong Chong shouted. He sneered in his heart. He did not expect Luo Tian to want to join the Crimson Training Hall. This way, he did not even need to do anything, and Luo Tian would be trampled by the Crimson Lotus deity, because the Crimson Training Peak would not allow any man to set foot there. The Crimson Lotus deity would not allow it. If he dared to go to the Crimson Training Peak, he would be killed. Luo Tian looked at Tong Chong's smug face and knew what he was thinking. He said coldly, "I, Luo Tian, will not change my mind. Elder Tong, don't worry." "Good," Tong Chong shouted. "I was waiting for you to say that." Everyone heard it. If Luo Tian cannot join the Crimson Training Hall, no one will accept him. If anyone does, don't blame the War Marshal Hall for being impolite. Tong Chong's voice trembled as he threatened. The expressions of the elders changed slightly. Yang Yuan said, "Luo Tian, think about it again." Luo Tian said, "Elder, I am serious. There is no need to think about it." At this moment, an elder kindly reminded, "Kid, no man has been able to enter the Crimson Training Peak for decades. You want to go there? You're courting death. The Crimson Lotus deity hates men the most. I don't believe that you can enter the Crimson Training Hall." All sorts of discussions broke out around him. Those disciples who were originally filled with lust all became impotent and no longer dared to mention the matter of entering the Crimson Training Peak. Luo Tian said, "I, Luo Tian, will definitely do what I say." Are there any elders of the Crimson Training Peak here? This was a problem. An elder said, "The Crimson Training Hall will not recruit disciples here. They have a special place to recruit disciples, and all of them are female disciples. If you want to go to the Crimson Training Hall, you can only go there yourself." Manpa looked at Luo Tian and said, "Boss, you really want to go?" Luo Tian nodded and said, "I have to go." Manpa said, "Boss, I really admire your courage. Please accept my bow again. Don't worry. If you die, I will definitely collect your corpse, ha ha ha." Manpa couldn't help but laugh out loud. Luo Tian punched him in the chest and said with a smile, "Just you wait, I will definitely become a disciple of the Crimson Training Hall. By the way, where do you want to go?" Man exhaled and said, I wanted to go to the War Marshal Hall, but looking at Elder Tongchong, the War Marshal Hall is probably in chaos. I want to go to the Array Hall. I am interested in the ancient Array formation. Then the Array Hall, I will go first. Luo Tian muttered, Crimson Training Peak, where is it?